Take two, PKA 276.
We have several sponsors tonight. Casper,
Stop.
Louder, Ring.com, and a brand new sponsor, ScoreBig.com.
Are you mocking me?
Score what?
Are you mocking me?
Score Big! We'll talk more about those sponsors later on in the show, and you can check down. There's a link in the description if you want to check them out right now. But first things first.
Should we explain that nonsense?
Woody didn't think that I was speaking loud enough, and he was like, "You sound like a queer," and we were all just kind of like, "Who even says that anymore?" Like that's not.
You're whitewashing. He didn't say queer. We know what he said.
Fruit.
I don't say that word. I don't use that word.
No, the truth is, we did this like 10 seconds ago, and his internet cut out while he started, so we started over. And I joked that he didn't speak loudly enough, as if that would help his internet issues, because I make the related joke all the time when people can't get their computers to work that they're not clicking hard enough. And anyway.
I know a thing or two about wireless networks. And I imagine that the amplitude of my voice is somehow powering up that internet signal, and that's helping things along. So if it starts getting wavy, let me know, and I'll start screaming some more. Louder packets. I like that, Chiz. You're absolutely right. I'm sending out loud packets of information.
Well, actually, in all fairness, that seems to have fixed it. So
bullshit. It's
or you could just anyway, Richard Ryan.
Oh, well, we have a guest, Richard Ryan.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm awesome.
It's fancy seeing you here.
Welcome to the show, man. So
Thank you. Thank you.
You've been getting around? Going to the SHOT Show?
That's one way of putting it.
Well,
you
know what? I'm pro slut on this show.
Swipe right. Swipe right. Swipe right.
What were you talking about just before we kicked the show up? You were saying that you've been staying with some kind of pro fighter and getting in shape for a couple months?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, well, we got a long podcast. Why not? So I packed up my house in California, and I've been battling with my California Dangerous Weapons permit for the better part of 5 years now. And the Cal Guns Foundation and some attorneys were like, hey, look, they've approved you administratively. They did this crazy field investigation where they just canvassed neighborhoods that I lived and randomly interviewed people, being like, hey, do you know Richard's trying to get a assault weapons permit so he can have machine guns and stuff like that? And I'm like this one old lady called me up. She's like, Richard, I don't know if you're like getting in a terrorist organization or what. I'm like, no. It's just like, if I want an 11-round magazine or an off-roster pistol, like a VP9 or something like that, I have to have a dangerous weapons permit because
I'm sure she said,
"Oh,
VP9."
Oh, VP9, yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
like
reasonable.
92-year-old
those
lady,
back in the war. Yeah.
right? And so they're like, "Hey, we'll probably need to sue the state to get them to release your permit for lack of due process because they're just sitting on it. Because if they deny me, then I can appeal it." Because I have every reason to be issued it, because all the different studios and stuff like that vouched for me to gun manufacturers and stuff like that. My business plan, everything. I make a living off of firearms and stuff like that. So anyways, they're like, the last guy who did that, they inspected his house at like 3 o'clock in the morning and pretty much rating all the people who try that. And he was in a little bit of a different situation than me, but he had a AR pistol, and one was a rifle or whatever. They got him with the intent to manufacture a short-barreled rifle, where if they tried that with me, it'd be a little bit different because technically we're manufacturers, and the only thing that's preventing me from bringing a manufactured rifle in the state is that permit. Whereas he was a little different. Mm-hmm. Anyways, long story longer, I just don't want to be in the state dealing with legal stuff. And so it's like, all right, well, my girlfriend and I split up.
Oh, no.
And yeah. And so
she made a bad decision.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Or maybe you made a good decision.
Yes, one of those two.
No, it was one of those things. It was one of those things where it's like never been in a relationship breakup where it wasn't like really bad, right? Like you throw gas on the fire and everybody hates each other and it's just a nuclear situation. But this was like, it's kind of like, okay, like we're not getting any younger. What are we doing? YouTube and everything else is just, it's not an easy life for a relationship and everything like that. And we might be going different ways. And so blah, 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 blah. Long story longer. Moving on.
We were talking about that a few months ago back in Texas.
Yeah, right. And so I was like, I'm gonna put my house in storage. I'm either gonna get a place in Big Bear, super cheap. It's just the cost of living in LA is stupid. It just get outside of LA.
Is that Colorado, Big Bear?
No. It's like 2.5 hours outside of Los Angeles. So it's up on the mountain.
California.
So that doesn't solve your problem.
It doesn't. But I was like, if I need to have a residence in the state, the places are super cheap out there because depending on if the permit needs to be tied to a physical address, then I would have that location. But then Evan and all the Black Rifle Coffee guys are in Salt Lake. And I was debating on going up there. So after SHOT, I went and stayed up there for a couple of weeks. And then I went to El Paso and stayed with Matt and the Article 15 guys for a few weeks, and then I went up to Vegas and I stayed with Kit Cope for like 3 weeks, working out and training with him.
He's the fighter.
And
was this like you're just immediately post breakup, like a travel bender?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's more like trying to figure out life and where I want to be, because Los Angeles is not really a great place for somebody who can be making the exact same living doing something somewhere else. It's just like the city of LA wants 1% of your gross revenue, and then you got state income tax on top of it and all the hurdles associated with licenses and permits.
Why don't you go back to Tennessee? There's no state income tax, right? Like,
well, it's funny that you say that because
Oregon,
I'm in a haunted house in Nashville right now. The offices, I can't really talk about it, but I took a job. They'll be making the announcement, I think, at New Fronts, working for a company.
In the firearms industry?
No, it's it's just it's a media company. So I mean, it's not nothing really to do with firearms, but so yeah, they hit my manager up probably in January after SHOT, and it's been a couple months of negotiating and everything. It's like, I'm not gonna like walk away from my YouTube stuff. I need to still be able to do that. And so while I'm single, gonna try to juggle 2 or 3 full-time jobs again, like I did like six years ago, which is not the easiest thing in the world. But I feel great, man. Like I work out twice a day. I get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, go to the gym. I'll work till as soon as we get done podcasting here and everything, I'll leave the office and then go to the gym and go crash out. It's really,
how old are you?
It's 34.
Yeah, because fuck that.
Yeah. Well, so Matt and I have this thing back and forth where, Nate, after he beat Connor, Rogan goes up and interviews him, and he's like, "You just shook up the world." It's like, what do you gotta say? He's like, "I'm not surprised, motherfucker."
Yeah.
So we have a running gag back and forth where Matt will send me just random points in his day, and he'll just pull out whiskey and just start chugging it, and he's like, "Not surprised, motherfucker."
Wait, why? So this is just an excuse for him to drink copiously whenever he wants.
That's exactly it.
But he's a veterinarian.
So for me, no, not that. Matt Best. Not Demolition Ranch. Matt Best.
I was like, oh my god! Like I picture this guy at like the operating table. Not surprised, motherfucker! Like, and then just suturing some poor dog.
He just pulls a bottle of whiskey out of a dog's gut or something. It's like, but for me, it's sugar, right? So I'll just be randomly somewhere, and I'll pull out like a chocolate bar or something like that, and so it's always sugar with me. But I've like kind of come to terms with like everyone in my family is diabetic.
What are you doing? What are you doing, you madman?
I'm like, I should probably like,
rich.
I should probably get better about my health and exercise and stuff. And you know what's crazy is like I
Yeah,
know,
you're only going to the gym twice a day.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the
Strong
thing.
point, Taylor.
I was on Propecia for like 10 years.
Propecia?
And I don't.
That's the hair.
So it's like
Hair loss?
the hair loss stuff.
That's what I thought
Yeah,
it was.
so, like-
Oh, I should have given myself
Yeah.
some credit. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it
And,
work? Yeah, take it off.
It did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you see my hairline's retreating like a mofo.
Mm-hmm.
You watch my videos and you can kind of tell like 2 years ago whenever I stopped, maybe 3. But the thing I found was, you know, I've never really taken any drugs or pharmaceuticals in my life, except for I got hit by a car once. I took a pain pill so I could sleep after like 2 days of being up, and antibiotics, and that's about it. Like no painkillers for any of my surgeries or anything like that. So I haven't been completely anti-pharmaceutical, but because that made me a hypocrite for taking Propecia for that long. But I did notice, and it's kind of interesting to watch like all the previous videos and see how it affects your hormone levels. And like I was looking at one video where I was like turned sideways looking over, and my face and my neck was just swollen. And I was like, you know what? I probably shouldn't be screwing with my hormones in my 30s. And so I got off of that stuff, and I was like, all right, I got to get better about exercising, eating right, and doing that, and hopefully
Could you
that
tell
helps.
differences in your thought process that you thought were caused by hormones, or just like, oh, I noticed a little, maybe it's causing you to bloat like steroids do or something?
Yeah, I think it was water retention. I think I don't know all the science behind it, but I think there's something to do with estrogen or I don't know what it is, but that causes maybe water retention. And
But you weren't just breaking down crying watching like The Simpsons or something like.
no.
Or
I
the
mean,
other way, like you were
life,
aggressive.
Yeah, I mean life changes are always like emotionally like challenging. I mean, it was like, it's really like, I mean, I feel fortunate enough to have like people I would call my friends, right? Because you go through the world and you meet a lot of acquaintances, and especially, I mean, you guys in the digital space, you know those guys, like people like, hey, how's it going? And it's like, hey, what's happening? And it's like, oh, we should do something together. That's great and everything, but like, when you have people you can like actually have a candid conversation, you're not even thinking about any of that stuff. Those are the people you really want in your life. And for me, I've built those kind of relationships with like Phil and some other guys on the West Coast and everything. And it's like, we'll watch fights on Saturday and not even really think about any of that stuff. And it's nice. And moving away from that back here to the East Coast, it's like, oh, fuck, what am I doing? I got to start all over. I can just drive 2.5 hours down to Atlanta and see Kyle.
I suspect you're very good at making friends.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm definitely a people person. And the funny thing about that is, thank God that I practice what I preach. And like some of the root problems with society, I feel like be addressed by, playing an active role in your family, and then playing an active role in your community, and then politics, right? And you just work your way up. And how I kind of initiate on that, or whatever you want to call it, is like I get to know my neighbors. And like I'll just say, hey, you want to have a barbecue or something this weekend, and blah, 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 blah. And it's actually worked to my benefit. Not that I thought about this in advance, but like when the DOJ was canvassing the neighborhoods and stuff, because people would think that I'm like some like terrorist organization or something, especially with all the stuff happening in the world and stuff. People are like super, super paranoid and everything. But sorry to go on a rant.
No, I like
No, that was great. That was awesome. And let me say this about Richard. Richard is so friendly and so nice that when I first met him, I was like, what's he up to? What's he up to?
What's his engine?
I was like,
what's his angle?
What's his angle? He can't be that nice. No one's that fucking nice. No one's that fucking nice. Like, I had this conversation, but I came to find eventually Richard is genuinely the nicest guy that I've definitely ever met on YouTube. Just the nicest, most genuinely friendly. Richard's helped me 2 or 3 times out tremendously, and I really appreciated it every time.
Oh,
So
I
thank you.
appreciate it.
Well, now I
Nice
know where
circle
we
jerk.
stand, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't trust you. I trust you as far as I can fucking throw you, you owl-faced motherfucker. I'm not even going there. Not even a bit. Me and Taylor been playing video games all week, and I haven't even come close to winning.
Not
It's
yet.
just-
Oh,
It's a trouncing.
you did
every
come
night.
close. You did come close.
Yeah, that's true. I did. I
What
actually
are you
did
playing?
when I
you have?
an old game
Age
called
of
Age
Empires.
of Mythology.
Oh, my mistake.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just
like
sometimes
a real-time
like-
strategy.
the last two games that we played, like right before this, were not a good showing on your part. Like that was like a little bit of a regression because you were killing it last night for a while.
I had a hard time tonight. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know
I
Richard.
what to
found
say
your
in my
temple
defense.
over in my section, and it was all downhill from there.
Yeah.
I'm dying to know, Richard. So you broke up with your girlfriend because the two of you were headed in
Yeah.
different directions, right?
Yeah.
What directions were you guys headed in? Was she looking for a ring and you were just like, I don't see that? Vice versa? Children? What was the?
Man, you're digging. You're digging. You're digging.
I'll find gold.
No, here's
What did you hate about her most?
No, stop it, Taylor. He's thinking.
no, it's challenging, right? I
Mhm.
mean, I really like. I know you guys completely understand it. Where she's like actually a really, really awesome person, like a really like, squared away, head on her shoulders, like really like heart's in the great place. But it's hard because like she was separated from her family. Her family's like in NorCal, and we're both home a lot, and with YouTube and a lot of the stuff we do seems like we're just screwing around. We're not actually working. But it is a business, and there's a little bit of conflict there, and maybe a little bit of maybe resentment between each other, and like, oh, like he's doing this or instead of doing this. And like I told her, I was like, I don't know if like we just increasingly became more unhappy over the years and I intentionally dove deeper into work, or if work started to affect the relationship and kind of like drove us apart. But that was definitely a big element of it. And I feel like now, like with the digital space, with whatever you want to call it, it's completely different from traditional media where you could have a career that would last 10, 20 years. It's like if you have an opportunity to capitalize on something, you really need to go hard in the paint as quick as you can and have fun, enjoy it while you can, and just expect the best, prepare for the worst. And I'm not really willing to ease up off the brakes right now. And yeah.
Well, so was it kind of like she was seeing you put so much time into your job, but you just love your job, so it was like she was thinking, well, he's just having fun all day. Like that's not even really working. When in reality, it very clearly is working. It's just fun.
Yeah,
That would make sense
but-
for resentment. Like if you have like a partner with a super fun job and you're like an accountant all day and you come home and they're like, "Oh, I shot a bunch of spray paint cans and then we goofed off for a while." You'd be like, "Mother-"
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's definitely an element. I think every person has their own level of what they need from another person. If they're more codependent or more independent, and that requires more time spent in the relationship, and be it at home or wherever. And I think she needed more time, and because she wasn't getting it, it was a little more challenging and caused a lot more conflict. Whereas like work became a mistress of some sorts or something like that, where I wasn't doing my job, like spending enough time maybe with her. And yeah.
Sounds like you made the right career move.
I've thought about stuff like this with regards to like real celebrities, like some Hollywood, A-list celebrity. And it's almost fun to laugh at how short the marriages can be. They get divorced 1.5 years later and just, like, look at what a train wreck these guys are. They don't do relationships well like us regular people. But then you think about it, and it's like, man, if you've had even a taste of that, where you travel for like 6 weeks or, what have you, it's hell in a relationship. it's super difficult to
Yeah.
thrive when that happens. So anyway, I can kind of see why it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you do have to like make a decision where it's like, okay, we spend more time arguing than we do actually doing something together or
Fucking,
being
yeah.
happy together. Yeah. So it's like at some point you have to say, is this really worth dragging through the ground, or should we figure something else out? And like you say, when it comes to traditional relationships versus like celebrities and stuff like that, I mean, we had we were together for 7 years, so yeah, it was yeah.
Sounds like she just hopped off the train when it's just steaming ahead, like right into Money Town, and she's like, nope, no luxury life for me. I'll go account on my own. Like, I'm not gonna hitch my wagon to this gun connoisseur. Like, what the fuck? I date you.
I'd hit it.
My thing is like, I had this thing like ingrained in me as a kid where that whole Irish pride thing where it's like, doesn't matter like how unhappy you are, you never quit. Like doesn't matter. You just keep
Excellent
going.
way to spend your life.
So that's the thing. Like I have a hard time saying no to a lot of things, and especially like relationships and stuff like that I know take work. It's like I don't want to give up, but the more we talked about it, the more we think about it, it's like it's selfish if you're not willing to commit all the way and say this is definitively what we want to do, because I mean it comes at a cost too, because the older we get, that's a missed opportunity for her to find somebody else that would be way better for her than me.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of have to like put all your pride and emotions aside and say, hey, it's probably for the better.
And insofar as you did it that way, that's a selfless way to do it. Like, you see that maybe she's like really wanting a kid and those years are ticking away.
Oh, fuck that, dude. I want all the kids.
Oh,
I want like a franchise. Yeah, dude. I want all the kids. I was joking as many as I can. Like I was joking with
Mormon Amish style. Yeah.
Yeah. And how many is as many as you can? Are we talking 5 or 14?
You have to really 14. Use the more women you use, exponential.
14 would be great. It'd be great.
Wow.
14.
So JT from Article 15, I told him, he's like, well, what are you doing? He's like, you're going back to Nashville and everything. He's like, yeah, well, I'm doing this job there and I'm gonna keep doing full mag and stuff. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, I'll be honest with you, if it all ends tomorrow, I'm fine. I said, I just want an Airstream to live in near Tactical Ranch that I can get a hot Latina chick pregnant and have like 20 kids running around El Paso like a bunch of retarded gangbangers.
All right. Who wants some of this action?
You want some half
I put
Latino
$5. Hold on. I'll put $5 on the fact that he and this girl are back together within a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Make it 500.
Wow.
500. Kyle has inside info, I think. I'm telling you.
I got a contract with this company for a year, so that's gonna be rough.
She'll be there. She's coming. Did she move back to NorCal? Right? You emptied that house. She's semi-mobile right now. She's coming.
Yeah,
She'll be back.
NorCal.
She's gonna be in Nashville in 3 months, and I won't be surprised, motherfucker.
All right, going
anything
full
about
circle here.
Yeah,
I want to. So are they doing a rematch? Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Is
Yes.
UFC 200
It's official now.
rematch? Do we know if Joe's on that undercard yet?
Oh, that'd be dope.
I'm not 100% sure.
Because I remember.
They keep changing it. They keep
I think
changing it.
Chiz says he's
heard Fight
on the
said no.
prelims.
Okay, great.
Is that the same thing?
What I want to know is why are they doing that? Why are they having that rematch this soon, this quick, and it's not even for a title or anything, is it?
All that money. You know why? Because everyone who's fought McGregor, for the most part, I mean, think about it like this way. Nate Diaz is a fight. That's people want to see a fight. And I don't know, like the Aldo fight and everything else. It's like, okay, yeah, it's great whenever he gets a flash knockout, or it's a big hyped up fight and everything. But I think people want to see him scrap, and they know that they're going to get it with him. I mean, I just think that's the big money fight, and that's what they're going for, is a paycheck and not.
I have my own theory
Really?
on this. Yeah. I think every fight with Conor's a big money fight. It doesn't matter if he rematches Aldo, Edgar, Diaz. They're all going to be
awesome.
big money fights. I think, and the UFC, Dana White said this, that Conor's been such a good company man, right? His opponent can drop out with 10 days notice. 100% of the time, Conor's like, yeah, whoever. Just send him, right? He fought Mendez, the American wrestler, right? His kryptonite on like 10 days notice. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it. He fights Nate Diaz. Nate says, I refuse to make weight. Conor says, all right, any weight, I don't care. Whatever, I'll do it. And when you do this, you build up credit with the UFC. And then they start letting you choose your fights. And GSP is another guy who did that. GSP fought Nick Diaz, right? Nick was coming off a loss to Condit. And then he got a title shot. Why? Because GSP didn't like him. GSP said he was the most disrespectful fighter he's ever met in his whole career. He's like, I have never asked for a fight. This is Nick, his brother. I've never asked for a fight in the last like 8 years. I want you to do me this favor. I want you to give me Nick Diaz so I can kick his ass. And they did. And he did. So, I think Conor has built up some
nobody's
credits.
beat Conor, though, recently.
Mm-hmm.
And because he lost, I think people want to see that and him like come back and try to beat him.
Will he be the only champion with a 2-loss streak if he loses this fight?
I can't think of another. Yeah, I can't think of a champion that's ever had a loss before. Like Silver's gone and fought another
That
way.
would be a crazy record, right?
Silver fought at 205 every so often, but he won all those. I can't think of another champion who ever fought another class.
Maybe.
I don't know. He fought at different weight classes, but I want to say if he ever did, he had to abandon his belt to change classes. Yeah. But anyway, in the circles I am, which is like the MMA subreddit and forums now and then, people want to see him fight Edgar the most. But
of course,
yeah, right.
That's that's the toughest fight right there at that weight class for sure.
So for them to give him Diaz again, like an immediate rematch at 170, I think they're giving him what he'd like to have as a repayment for him being so cool all this time. Guy fought with
you watch all the embedded stuff.
I don't know if I'm behind. Am I missing anything? I typically watch it.
No. I mean, did you watch all McGregor's embedded stuff?
Mostly.
I've never seen anybody so happy to be eating steak and salad. He's like, yeah, man. I'm just like, just cramming food down. He's like, I'm not having to cut. This is the best time of my life.
How hard will it be for him to make 145 next time around?
Huge.
He'll have been 170 for like a year. I think I'm exaggerating, but 9 months or so. And then suddenly he has to get. He has a harder time making 145 than most of the guys in that class. And now that he's been big for so long, we'll see how it goes. But he
Who's
always
the
does
next
it.
big lady fighter?
So Misha Tate just beat Holly Holmes. Took a title from her.
I didn't like that. I wanted to see Holly win. I like her.
No, Misha's
Holly's
hotter.
easy to like. They're both hot. I guess Misha's probably.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Misha's-
not true. But
Misha's much hotter. Misha's the hottest one, the hottest female fighter I think that there is. I think she's much better looking than Ronda Rousey.
Yes.
If we're
I
judging
think
solely on
Paige-
physical appearance.
Paige Van Zant.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, we're trying to stay with champions here. When you just throw in like the Karate Hottie and Paige Van Zandt and stuff, those are like cheat codes.
what's the name of that fighter that tells everybody what round it is? I like that one.
The ring girl.
Yeah. She's a fox.
I would
Changes
like
every
to see
time.
that. I would like to see like 4 ring girls versus 1 female fighter.
It'd be a bloodbath. The female fighter would get murdered.
They get to
4
bring the
people-
cards though.
If they put 4 of those ring girls against like a lightweight man, that would be a hard fight. That's a lot of weight.
I don't know.
That's a lot of weight to pin you down, and you got 4 times as many
I don't know,
appendages
man.
that can swing. You can't block it.
This
Think
is
about
so
it.
tough. See, the thing is this. I feel like ring girls in particular are like a lot less tough than say random dude you grab from the line in
No,
the movie
no, this
theater.
is a fight to the death. It's not, hey, we'll give you a $50 gift card to Starbucks if you put in a good fight here, where they're kind of like,
No,
woo,
this is
and one of them goes,
fight.
it's kind of a thing where, like, their parents are at gunpoint in the back, and it's like, and if you don't fight, if we don't think you gave your all, we'll say goodbye to mom and dad. Go ahead, say it, practice. Say goodbye to your mom and dad. And just make them do that, and then they would put up a real fight.
Maybe that would be the difference. I
That's
don't
a
know,
better sport.
because I have in my head that, like, just girls are quick to quit in a fight.
Dark.
I believe that, you know, like if Misha Tate hits a ring girl, maybe even just once, that ring girl no longer wants to fight.
No, that's why you have to force them because of the implication.
Because of the
So
implication.
I'm be curious to hear your thoughts on this, Woody, because I wasn't that big of a female MMA fan, say the last few years, right? Because I feel like the talent pool in the bantamweight division is so diverse. It's just so lopsided with Ronda, and then you got like
Used to
Holly,
be.
who's like a counter striker. Used to be. I mean, even so, look at the top three. You got Holly, Misha, and Ronda, and they're completely different. It's really hard to like.
It's incredible.
I mean,
they are the rock, paper, scissors of MMA. That's amazing,
exactly it.
right? Ronda
And-
can
and
beat.
it's-
Let's see, Misha. Misha can beat Holly, and Holly can beat Ronda, and I want to see that work itself out. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
So-
Three-way fight. Three-way fight.
But here's the thing: the strawweight
A
division.
ladder match.
If they brought that into the UFC, like Kit and I went and watched the Invicta fights, and I was like, oh my god, these chicks, this is the next level. Like, you watch the bantamweight division, and this is in no way, shape, or form a knock on them, but you watch it 3 years ago. The female fighters are a little more chaotic. They're not as calculated, right? They're very reactive. They have that kind of crazy look in their eyes
They
at
headhunt
times,
a lot.
winging punches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no! Did he get quiet for everybody? Can you guys hear him? I lost volume. Oh, they're all participating in this call just fine. Shucks. It looks like I got kicked from the call. Perhaps it's my internet. I'm checking. Oh, so sad. No, my internet seems fine. Oh, so I can see in the chat they're saying everybody dropped. I'm sorry for this. I thought it was just me and that they were all talking to each other. But Richard thinks he dropped. Taylor thinks he dropped. I dropped, obviously. Well, shucks. Oh, this is you get little hints of the kind of things that Chiz writes in. Like, he drops in facts and stuff. I think it's made the show better. So I'm going to turn off their cameras because heaven knows what craziness I'll share. We've learned that if I call someone individually, that that fixes Skype. It's so I can't just group call again, or we'll have the issues that we've had last week. So I'm just sorting this out. Okay. I'm going to try to recreate this call again. I'm sorry for this. We'll get it sorted out quickly if possible. So Chiz isn't answering my call. right now. Is that related to the issue? Darn it, we had it like sorted out. So Chiz is listed as busy. I'm gonna group call just to see if this thing gets cooking again. Oh, Chiz said to call in. Chiz there?
Yeah.
Can you add people to the call?
Yeah.
I'll start adding people to. There's Taylor. All right. Kyle's coming. Oh, Richard. Where's Kyle?
I don't know.
The fuck?
Yeah?
Hello?
What are you doing?
What am I doing? What'd you say, Chiz?
Who's hosting this?
I don't know. It's confusing to me.
I don't know. I guess is it Richard?
No.
I hope
hang-
not.
Everyone hang up.
Hang up.
Ah.
Okay. I don't know why Kyle was hosting or kept calling the other call.
I don't know why he would do
Taylor.
that either. I'm sure he had the best of intentions.
Richard. Are we still recording?
Yes.
Okay.
Kyle's back. Taylor. I just need Richard.
Are we rolling?
Yeah, we've been rolling the whole time. They're going to see the Skype's awesomeness.
Yeah, we Chiz and I
On my
spent-
window, I still have 2 other calls still going. I don't know if you guys have that for you.
to get those to stop. I literally had to sign out of Skype and manually go in and leave those groups. That's where I've been. I've been signing out of Skype to get those other calls to stop ringing because Skype kind of freezes and won't let you control them.
Chiz left.
Shit.
All right, I'm adding Richard Ryan. Now, Kyle lost his video?
Yeah, looks like it. Kyle dropped. We're not recording anymore, are we?
We are totally recording.
Oh.
Yeah, if I try to splice these things together, it'll fuck up the audio sync. And I'm disappointed.
That sucks. Can you like cut out huge swaths in the middle, like the last 5 minutes?
That would fuck up the audio sync.
Just cutting out like 5 minutes would ruin it. That's weird.
Re-rendering it would ruin it.
Well,
Are we working now?
fuck. Yeah, I can see you now. Yeah, I can't see Richard.
Yeah?
Here we go.
Yeah.
We'll have Richard's video soon, I hope. All right.
I want Richard's thoughts about this current political, whatever the fuck you want to call it, the disaster that has happened, all the things that have happened.
It's a shit sandwich, and America's got to eat it.
Narrow it down. Which of the many calamities that happen are you referring to?
I think I check out. I really don't listen to the news that often because I feel like the 24-hour cycle just really tries to, I don't know, bait in emotion for people. And I feel like, honestly, the best case scenario out of all this whole thing, this is just me, like, hypothetically, it goes to a broker convention for the GOP. Kasich gets the nod, and Trump runs as a third-party candidate, and enough people vote for him where we finally have a third party come to the table. I think no matter who gets elected at this point, it's just like, fuck.
Someone
Yeah.
sent me this the other day.
Oh, I've got one too.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's been
let me get mine. I'll be right back. You're going to like it.
Yeah, so my girlfriend and I are big fans of the show, of our new favorite reality show, which is Donald Trump's political career. It's our new favorite reality show for sure. There was a rally 3 hours from my house, and I was like, do you want to go see this thing? Because it looks like a real shit show. And she was like, totally. So we drive to North Carolina and like spend the night so we can get there. I got there at 5:30 a.m. That's when I was in line. And I waited in line for maybe 6 hours and got in like 6 rows deep. So I could have hit Trump with a shoe if I wanted to, and him and Chris Christie get up there. And it was cool watching them, and I got to see them in person and everything. But the best part was the protesters who routinely get drugged the fuck out of there by the cops. Like one guy stands up and he's wearing a Trump shirt, and Trump said something about, look, when we go over there and we bleed in the sand, we should take the oil. We should take the oil, and that should be our oil. And this guy stands up and goes, fuck Trump! And he stands up and he's got a Trump shirt and he hulks out of it. Like Hulkmania is running wild in this guy. He's just like double birds, fuck Trump. And his girlfriend's doing the same. And then the cops just drag him, heels clicking, like the fuck out of there.
So funny. I don't know. I wish I could give an educated opinion on any of it.
You don't have to. You just pretend.
No, we're not looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, outside the box, it's like I understand. Oh, that's so good. Is it pink?
They gave me a pink Trump hat.
Who did?
Yeah.
A fan.
Hat.
The Susan G. Komen Foundation. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, they sent me the
great.
Make America. Oh, what does it say?
Choose life.
It says Make America Great Again, Trump 2016, but it's in pink.
Get your wife to wear that. Oh, get a picture of your daughter wearing it. Oh, that would be the best.
Oh, that'd be great.
Child abuse.
Yeah, no,
Social
Richard
services
might not
knocking at the
know.
door. Yeah.
My daughter's way to the left. That's where.
Well, she's 16.
That's true.
It's normal.
What are you gonna say? She's way to the left. I don't have to poke at her too much every so
Send her to
often.
boarding school. Let them straighten her out.
Military
Yeah.
school, right?
Yes.
It's not an environment where she would thrive.
I've really enjoyed this whole thing. Like I said, me and my girlfriend, that's our favorite new reality show. It's the Donald Trump show. I don't like The Apprentice. Like, I think I've seen maybe one episode ever. I didn't care for it.
Not that great. Yeah.
No, it's not that great. But what he's doing right now is some of the best television I've ever seen. This shit is hilarious. He is, and look,
Yeah.
I don't like a lot of the stuff he does, but what I do like that comes from him is someone going up there and kind of rubbing a little shit in the faces of all those politicians that probably don't have our best interest in mind anyway.
I completely agree.
It's
I
rare
completely
that somebody like Jeb Bush gets shit rubbed in his face, but Donald Trump's the man who'll do it.
You know what's
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
is
Trump
I've
is
said
like
this a few
one-
times.
No, go ahead.
Go
Ryan.
ahead. I was gonna say, like, I've said this like a bunch, but like, I'm probably more libertarian than anything, because like whenever I'm in California, I'm the gun-toting redneck, but when I come back to Tennessee, I'm the gay-loving liberal, and it's just I actually believe more in an individual's right to choose than entity, be it government, corporation, or whatever, telling people, hey, we're smarter than you, so you should do this instead. And I just feel like the GOP has really fucked up over the last decade. I mean, like just looking at it as a case study, like I geek out when it comes to analytics, be it YouTube, Google, and everything else. And hindsight's 2020, but the big thing for me, the first Obama administration, is like these guys are crushing it. They're going through Facebook and they're targeting like regions specifically running campaigns, telling people that they need to tell their friends they need to vote, and targeting campaigns, like just really, really, really smart. Now, it's funny hearing people say that, oh, Hillary's more qualified than Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump's more qualified than Obama was. I mean, he had no experience coming into that. I mean, he was a freshman senator. Like, I mean, really, like as a businessman,
He
I
was
feel
a
like
state
Trump.
senator too.
Looking back, he really, because we've gone
He
over
had
this
been
before.
in politics in Chicago, which is some of the rougher,
But
like
it's
trickier
this would
politics
be-
for.
Remember
a
on
long
The
time.
Office when they would always make fun of that guy for being a state senator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, it's like you compared to like Joe Blow, you know, city comptroller, he was doing real well, but
Yeah.
compared to everybody else running for president at the time, he didn't have nearly as much experience. Like,
I mean, I'll catch hell for saying this probably, but whatever. It's the internet. I don't think Clinton was really qualified. I feel like the Fair Housing Act and all that. I mean, it's blatantly obvious how special interest played into
Wasn't
a
Clinton
lot.
a governor for 8 years? We're talking about Bill.
Well, I mean, qualified is probably the wrong term. Where it's just they
Clinton
probably
was a
didn't
lot
have the best
more
interests
qualified
at hand. You know, I feel like HW. Herbert Walker was probably the last time we had a president. It was just like, I mean, he led the CIA. I mean, he was in the know. He knew what was going on. He wasn't necessarily like as tied in to. I just
and
hate
it only got
like
4 years.
well, yeah. Well, that was the thing, was because he was like, hey, look, no, we're going to do this. We're going to raise taxes because that's the only way we're going to keep from having this huge deficit. And everyone's like, well, no, you can't do that. That's political suicide for a Republican. But, I mean, it was just what needed to be done. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, qualified is probably the wrong term. I mean, ingrained into the system. You hear it so much now. I want to throw up every time I hear people say special interests and stuff. But it's true. When you look at certain politicians and their affiliations, like, who was it? The Bush administration. Who was it that was
You know
who
what
was
we
the head of
need?
the FDA? Or
We need
was his-
people to lobby not just for special interests. We need big groups to lobby for general interests. Like, there's not enough fucking water fountains in this city, or like there's too many potholes, or you know they need
Yeah.
to sell liquor earlier. Like general interests that like people can join those lobbies and be like, yeah, this is bullshit. There's not that many crippled people in my hometown, and it's ridiculous having to park at the back of the parking lot when you're expecting, you know, the Special Olympics to come through with the amount of handicap parking spots you have. It's ridiculous, and we need to have a general interest lobbying sector where we can get
Well,
those
that's-
things heard.
I think that's where that comes back into what I was saying, like playing an active role in your family and then your community. It's like if you start on a small level and you really get politically motivated to make change in your community, and you guys kind of organize and everything like that. I know a lot of people were excited about specific politicians that they voted for, be it President Obama or whoever. And if you're disappointed by what's happened, how have you held them accountable or tried to hold them accountable? Because it's one thing to vote for somebody, but it's another to just back it up, right? So it's way easier to do on a state and a city level, right? So I feel like a lot of change can come from that. A good example would probably be the city of Chattanooga, just because I know it, right? So because one of my buddies is the director of audit, and he's like really shook up the system there. And I mean, he's had a successful business and everything. He didn't have to go back to work for the city. He's like, I'm gonna make a change, and it's like pissed a lot of people off. I mean, he's like exposed a ton of stuff. And I mean, you look at Chattanooga, like he doesn't have anything to do with this, but like EPB, first city in the US to have 1 gig internet. Like 5 years before Google Fiber was even thought of. Now it has 10 gig internet, while Google Fiber is still trying to get legs on 1 gig everywhere. I mean, it's pretty insane what when people get motivated in pushing like whatever agenda it is. Like, you want to bring commerce to your city, okay, let's not raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and drive all the small business out. Let's figure something out to get other people coming in.
Make a hashtag.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag Nuga Strong.
You mentioned Libertarian Party. I've got an issue with
really
that. The thing
involved
about the
helping-
Libertarian Party, like, whenever they say, hey, how about a Republican against Hillary? The Republican crushes them. When they say, hey, how about Trump against the Democrat crushes them. And the reason is sort of this unnamed, uninspected version does really well. That's how I feel about the Libertarian Party. People say, hey, what about Libertarian? Tons of people raise their hand. Oh, yeah, I'm Libertarian. Until you realize, until the Libertarian Party actually does something and they look at it under a microscope, I don't trust it. Ron Paul ran, and he's an ex-libertarian, but he was real popular, whatever that was, 4 years ago. And he talked about getting rid of the EPA. You're like, oh, well, I'm not in favor of, protecting every freaking frog and preventing humanity from moving forward. But the EPA does have a role, right? Like, we do like that they put filters on smokestacks for power plants and stuff like that. And they asked Ron Paul, so what's going to happen if a whole town gets cancer because a power plant did this? And they're like, oh, well, the individuals can sue the power company and get restitution that way. And it's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, right? Like, how is a person going to sue a billion-dollar company?
Class action lawsuit.
That's what it would take, right? Like,
better call Saul.
Yep.
I get that, but I think the problem isn't necessarily with the Libertarian
Your mic's fucked.
Party per
yeah,
se.
fix that mic.
Mine?
You're all correctly.
I love watching like everybody's physical reactions to your microphone.
Oh no! Real quick to interject, me and Kyle were talking to Chiz about this earlier. You were talking about helping your community and whatnot, and it was making me think. Chiz is a very active phone banker for what he calls the Bernie Army, the Sanders.
Yeah.
He's
Is that
very
true?
active. No, it is. We were talking about it. Chiz phone banks, and he's donated like $3,000 to Bernie's campaign.
Go fuck yourself, Taylor.
I think libertarians
Is it true?
I wouldn't claim to
Yes,
be
it's
one.
true.
It's like $3,300 now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Chiz, you've donated thousands of dollars to Bernie Sanders?
Yes, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm calling all damn day. That's all I do. You wonder what I'm doing. I'm calling, I'm texting, I'm face banking too.
Face banking.
Leave Sanders.
Yeah.
Getting a Bernie Sanders tattoo, isn't that true?
Getting
No,
one.
it says
I already-
"Feel the Burn," and it's a picture of him winking.
Got
Yeah.
the Feel the Burn tattoo.
Western Saturday. Hashtag
You
Sanders
guys
Saturday.
are so stupid.
That's awesome. I wish, I hope that the revolution goes the way you want it to.
Me too. Well, not really. Not really.
It's not completely over with Sanders. He's still fighting. I think he's won
Yeah,
6
and
out
the
of the last
Carolina
7
Hurricanes
states.
can still make the playoffs.
No,
Technically.
hang on now. He's won 6 out of the last 7 states, and you can see the Clinton campaign is at least concerned about New York. New York's coming up on the, I don't know, the
16th,
19th,
19th, something like that.
15th.
And we just gave 3 different dates. One of them is definitely correct, audience.
Chiz might be right.
So sometime in there, and you can. Everyone is calling that Hillary's home state, but it's not Hillary's home state. She wasn't born there, was she? I know she served as senator there, but Bernie was born in Brooklyn. Like that. Bernie's from there.
Right, but he's
I
the
guess-
guy from Vermont too, right? Like,
Yeah.
where's
Have you heard this guy speak? like this guy's a New Yorker.
he doesn't sound like a New Yorker to me at all.
Wait, Bernie Sanders?
Bernie doesn't sound like. You guys think
he sounds exactly like what you would think a Jewish person from New York would sound like. Like exactly.
Huh.
Complete
100%.
stereotypical New York Jewish person.
like that's
voice.
it's like a stereotype. Yeah.
He owns a bagel store? No. No.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my
Our
God.
fact checker just makes shit up now. See, he's lying. It's not even true.
Damn
The worst fucking fact checker always ever.
Chiz, stop being honest. You should have let us roll with that. I thought
No.
Bernie
You shouldn't
bagels.
have.
No, but okay. So he's polling pretty well in New York. He's polling well in Wisconsin. Also in Pennsylvania. She's in Pennsylvania working right now. She's having.
New York is the 19th.
She's having Bill do stump
God
speech.
damn
for
it.
you.
She just said the 15th. I'm sorry to cut. I'm so sorry I interrupted. Fucking fact checker, fact check, fuck face.
So originally I said it was on the 19th, and I was the first one to say a number. What was it actually?
The 19th. I said 16th or 19th, something like that.
Wanted to correct me so badly that they just made numbers up.
Well, no, it's because you asked if I remember right. You're like, is it the 19th? And I was like, 16th or 19th, something like that, if I remember right. If people are going to get this. Chiz writes in there, it's the 15th.
Wait, guys, from the beginning, let's rehash this whole thing again and see who's on what side.
He's our fact checker.
This is something to hone in on. You know, this is the thing.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kyle. Carry
you
on.
were talking about early, or I guess maybe this was before the show, Woody, when you were offering up topics, and I was not familiar with this until I just Googled it, and I need you to do some catching up for me. Opie and Anthony, or I guess just Anthony.
Yeah.
There's something going on there. I think you're more in the know than me.
Let me read the article because it's super short. Anthony Cumia, the former co-host of the popular Opie and Anthony radio host, is headed to rehab. Cumia has made the unexpected announcement on the Anthony Cumia Show, his web-based program. He said he'll step away for the show for the entire month of April. And this is in quotes. I'm going to be going away. We'll not see the month of April here. Saturday, I'm taking a plane out of here. Let's just say relaxing, learning, rehabilitating is a word that could be used. He later added, after this whole thing is said and done with, I might have a better understanding as to how I should proceed in the future and perhaps not get myself embroiled in legalities and what not to have plagued me. Legalities and whatnot that have plagued me. I'm sorry. Cumia's latest brush with controversy occurred in December when his then-girlfriend accused of him assaulting her and posted videos of her claims online. Saw the video. Dubious, by the way.
Yeah.
He was later arrested and pleaded not guilty to the charges. He's famously known for throwing wild parties at his upscale Long Island home. There's two more sentences. Cumia was joined on air by comedian Jim Norton and radio personality Ron Bennington. You had a good run, Bennington said. I brought this up to you 16 years ago. You had a hell of a run. I don't know what he's in rehab for.
It's for drinking. I'm almost positive.
Okay.
Yeah. That I don't think that he is a drug user, but I'm also, well, I could be wrong. I have no idea.
Says he is.
Yeah, I think.
Our fact checker, ladies and gentlemen.
He's also on PCP.
He's right.
Yeah, he's a big angel dust fiend.
Walked through a wall and threw a chick off of a building.
Yeah.
Anthony
well, I think
Blazarian.
that's in the end, that's a good thing for him. Like,
I
I mean,
hope so.
if he was getting out of control and whatnot, you know, he's the kind of guy who's got a lot to lose. You know, like
Have you ever?
Oh, go ahead.
So all right, obviously alcohol abuse or something like that is at some point you're like, I gotta get a grip on this. I need to get help. But have you ever been into something in your life, like not necessarily a substance addiction? Maybe it could be a video game. It could be a hobby. It could be a girl. When you think that realistically, if you really looked at it, you probably should have gotten a little help.
Chocolate.
I might be there now. I spend too much time on the internet.
Cards.
Too much time on the internet.
Yeah, I spend.
How much time in a given 24-hour period would you say you spend on the internet?
Last night, I went to bed at a great hour. I went to bed at like 10 p.m. Right, and I was like, man, I'm gonna wake up and tomorrow I'm gonna grab life by the balls and get it's gonna be fantastic. And then I woke up at 2, and I opened my laptop and I read until like 6:30.
What were you reading? Just
I was on
nonsense?
Reddit, 538, Ars Technica, Engadget. I go to Mac Rumors every day, and it disappoints me 100% of the time. There's never anything interesting there, yet I'm just like daily looking for a new Mac for some reason. I just go on the internet and consume information all the time. Sometimes I feel like it helps me with this podcast.
XJAWS talk. You're on the XJAWS plan, aren't you?
Oh my god, my information diet.
This information
Wait,
diet
what's the-
3 years ago, and here it is coming to fruition. All of what is success leads right back to Sam XJAWS. Yes.
What is the information diet? I wasn't around for that.
So, all right. So, let's preface this by saying I really like Sam. And Sam, if you're out there and you hear this, I still like you should get back in touch with me. I think you got Kitty's number. You can get my number. We can hang out sometime. I like you a lot. But Sam was pretty out of it the last time he was on the show, and he was all jittery and stuff, like he'd had about 8 cups of coffee for some reason, and he was going on and on about like these life goals he had that were just absurd. Things like earning $100 million next year, and piddling over the percentage of his gigantic wealth that he would keep, because the rest of it would be donated. Just lots of silly.
He took a 1% pledge. He said that if he makes $500 million a year, that he'll only keep 1% of it that year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Just silly
Generous.
stuff. And then he goes on to and then he explained that he has this information diet where he goes on Netflix and he just consumes like massive amounts of documentaries and like History Channel specials and shit like that. And look, I subscribe to that idea a little bit. I think you could catch a lot of stuff
I
there.
feel like we left out some important life goals, right? Like we covered the income one. Immortality was one of them. He was going to invent a pill. He was going to invent a pill that gave humans immortality. And but he's not in college or anything.
How's it going?
He's just like a he's just like a regular dude. Like he finished high school and I think he's in college now, actually, just to give people an update. But that, there's no evidence to suggest that he would be the guy that created immortality in humans. But here he is on the podcast.
That you've been on has it's worked wonders for you. I mean, my God, I feel like maybe Sam, you need to talk to a lawyer about this. I think Woody might owe you a significant portion of his current net worth if you really get down to brass tacks.
No. I'm going to sue Sam for infecting me via Skype of information diet rot or whatever it is that I
feel like
have.
a Jewish man like Sam probably knows a few lawyers who could look into this. So
I have more money than Sam, therefore I will triumph in court.
No, you're underestimating that Jewish intellect.
Is it the Jew gold that he'll tap into?
Not the gold.
I don't even know what that
takes
is.
that oddly anti-Semitic term about an hour in.
You taught me that term. I swear to God, I don't even really know
That's a
what
South
it
Park
means.
term.
Oh, is that where it came from?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what the reference was. But somehow
You thought that Kyle just came up and started berating Jews for keeping gold on them?
I don't know how it happened. He just made some Jewish gold references, and I copied
so in
it.
South Park, there's this like fiery stairwell confrontation between Cartman and Kyle, and Kyle's a Jewish character, and it's literally a fiery stairwell, and Cartman won't let Kyle pass. He's like, "Give me the Jew gold. I know you got it around your neck." And he's like, "What are you talking about? I've never heard of any Jew gold. There is no Jew gold. You're insane." And Cartman just won't bend. He's like, "You give me the Jew gold, or you die." And finally, Kyle's like, "Fine." And he's got a leather pouch full of Jew gold. and it's been a while since I've seen that one, but Cartman might be like, "I know that's the decoy pouch. Give me the real Jew gold." And shit, he's got like another big bag of gold. Like,
so good. But we were talking about addictions.
I've never had a Jewish person actually get offended by any of the silliness they're going at their race.
No.
Yeah, like
I think there's a reason so many of them are comedians. Good senses of humor.
What a great grace of people. I always enjoyed hanging out with Sam because he liked to mock his own people very much so.
Are they a race though? Because that's one thing that I'm confused about. Is like, it's kind of like because they just. I know it's a religion.
You could become a Jew, but just on paper, right? Like you can't become Jewish.
Yeah.
I could pass for Jewish.
I don't know if I understand it's like a different race. I don't know if I understand it as a different race, as like black people and Asian people are a different race, or if it's kind of like if just everybody in Missouri, only fucked people in Missouri for hundreds and hundreds of years, and then eventually it's like, oh, those are Missourians, they're different, but really it's just like one sect.
I guess they're an ethnic group technically, right?
Yeah, because they were bound by religion, and like way back in the fucking day, they were just another tribe. Like you think they were the only ones wandering around the desert. Speaking of which, you know that story of like 30 years in the desert, 40 years? 40 years. You know the space, how big the space is that they apparently got lost for 40 years in? It's like 2 square miles. Like it's 2 to 5 square miles. It's a tiny little desert that they apparently
was a good navigator. It wasn't about it was about the journey, not the trip. That's what
That's such a small amount of sand that like they would see big tracks of their previous attempts to escape the desert as they were going. He was spelling out, God, give me a hand
them
here.
down, walking in circles to the left.
And all they had to eat was shitty bread that fell from the sky, and like pigeons.
What I find
or
interesting
something.
about that story, even in the version that the Jews tell, they had enough gold on them that they could melt it down and make a giant golden bull to worship while Moses was up on the mountain getting the Ten Commandments. Mount Sinai. And is my is my theology correct here? Was there another tablet that didn't he smash the tablets? That's right. He smashed the tablets when he got back, didn't he?
I believe
My
the
bad.
broken tablet is.
I could feel this one.
Gets back. He goes on this mountain. Think about this. He goes on this mountain, and he's gone for days. And he's gone so long that the people give up on him and start worshiping a big golden bull. And when he gets back, he literally has the word of God written into into 2 pieces of stone. And it pisses him off so much that they're worshiping the bull, he just smashes this shit.
It was originally
the first
30
documented case of roid rage.
God gave him a
He
little
was
bit
just like lifting
on top of that.
stones, comes back off the mountain. What? I was working out for like 3 days, and you fuckers just like society falls apart. Fuck this.
It's
You know,
like
they really
God hyped him
quick.
up the way you hype a dog up. Like you can get all excited and it's like, yeah. And then you just quit and it keeps going. Like God was up there as Moses, like, yo, you're the man. You take him down there. You show him these rules. Yeah, fuck yeah. And Moses goes down there like skipping, like, oh, I am the fucking man. God's on my side. He sees the bull, shatters him.
Hey, have we talked about Hulk Hogan and Gawker on PKA yet?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay.
we did. We could keep talking about Bible stories, though.
I like Bible stories. You know, say what you want about Bible stories. I think they're very good stories, and they usually have some like moral story behind them. And I think most of them would make good movies if you think about it, right?
Yes, Joseph. Well, most of them have been made into movies.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Bible movies. The one where Joseph gets thrown in the pit, and he gets fished. Joseph in the coat of many colors. There's that.
I think that's a Dolly Parton song.
It's a musical. Yeah, it's a musical too. I used to see commercials for it when I was young, and it looked horrible. But the story itself, when like he went out in the desert, and the dad, Joseph was his favorite son, the youngest, and he was always giving Joseph all this dope shit, like the best camels, the best berries, whatever was popular back then, he got it. And all the other brothers were like, "Fuck this guy. This is horse shit. We've been around here longer. We live in the Bronze Age, and I haven't gotten jack shit from my piece of shit dad." And so they take the youngest guy out there. They see a bunch of slavers. And so they just are like, you know what? This Joseph guy's kind of a cunt, and we'll get better treatment if he's not here. So they sell him to the slavers. Slavers take him back to Babylon. Joseph works up from a slave, Donald Trump style, from nothing into everything.
He had a small $1 million loan.
Yeah, a small loan of 60 shekels.
Built a massive wall in the progress.
Yeah, and then later in his life, the big Shyamalan twist, the brothers come. They seek help from him, and he's sitting there, the grand poobah of Babylon. And instead of going, "Fuck you guys, you're all going in a pit," he gives them some money, which I would not have done.
No. You do something awful to him, some sort of awful biblical punishment. They had the worst punishments back then.
Oh, and even after all that, the dad was still just pissed. He's like, "Well, God damn it, Joseph's gone. Now I got 11 shit tier sons. You think I just kept having kids because I wanted more? No, I was
We
looking
talk
for
about
Sodom
we
and
talked
Gomorrah
about
is
like
the
the
best
torture
story.
methods that they had back then before. Have we talked about the brazen bull before?
Yes.
That's the one where they cook them alive inside the metal bowl.
That was like a Greek thing,
wow.
I think, right?
Yeah. And we
I was just gonna go down that path and say, hey, you want to talk about torture? Because
Yeah.
like when they boil, like they put those pots and put a rat on their stomach and then light a fire on that, and so the rat would start like clawing through their like stomachs and shit to get it out and everything.
Do you know the
another Friday.
story of Sodom?
I think it's a real torture, is it?
No.
That's a Game of Thronesy torture.
Sodom
No,
and
that's just
Gomorrah
real.
is the
That's
best
real.
one. I don't know why we're not talking about, like, it's the story to be told of the Bible, right?
I don't remember the characters' names. A lot. Okay,
Lot.
so
yeah.
That's
All right, so-
the story, not the part where Jesus dies for man's sins and then comes back.
No. Sodom and Gomorrah is the key.
I feel like if I mock that story, then I'm definitely going to hell. But I feel like I could kind of like giggle at
You
Sodom
would be
and
a
Gomorrah,
demon.
and I might still make it in.
This is a razor's edge, How's God feeling today? It's really up in the air. But Sodom and Gomorrah, evil cities. Woody, you seem to know a good amount about the story. Lot, He actually let his daughters get raped. He offered to let them get.
So apparently, so Sodom and Gomorrah are these evil cities, right? And if I have this, I'm going to screw this up, I'm sure. And these two, what are they, like salesmen or something, come by to like check and see if there's bad. Oh no, I think they're going to see if everyone in the city needs to be killed, right? So these like two people come down, they're sent by God or something, and they visit Lot, and he's checking to see if anyone in the city is, maybe they shouldn't just burn it or flood it or whatever the fuck they're going to do to it. And while Lot,
righteous man,
salesman,
what's that?
Angels, not salesmen.
Yeah, you say tomato, I say tomato. So these two angels go into Lot's house and he's like feeding him or something, and then the whole town is like, you know what? I'd like to fuck me some angels, right? Because you don't get an opportunity to do that every day. And the town decides they're gonna, I guess, anally rape these angels. It's a big train.
No, wait. So the angels are male. They come in. Lot welcomes them in. Have something to eat. Kind of selfish of you to eat it. You're an angel and you don't need it. And we're in an ancient time where there's not a lot of food, so please don't. Invites him in. His daughters are also in the house. People are freaking out outside, going, "You got angels in there. This is horse shit. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get these fucking angels." And Lot's like, "Everybody, settle down. I'll give you my daughters to rape. Just don't hurt these poor superhuman angels behind me." And so he pretty much I think he's like right about to do it, and the daughters, like, as he's unlocking the door, they're like, "Are you shitting me? You garbage piece of chauvinist shit, giving us out to be raped so you can impress your friends." But then I think God comes down and pulls the old. God gets a lot of people like punk style, kill your kid. Oh, gotcha. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Let them rape your daughters. Nope. No, I was joking.
Yeah, they were virgins. Yeah, of course they were. Yeah. And then the best part is when they get the message at this point, and so the angels say, "Wow, Lot is the only righteous man left in either of these two cities, so we'll spare him." So they go walking off into the sunset and everything. And the angels say, "Oh, by the way, don't fucking turn around because we're gonna do some hardcore shit to your hometown. Just don't even look at it; it'll mess you up." And Lot's wife has to turn around and look back, and just the image of what was happening back there turns her to a pillar of salt.
A pillar of salt.
So then Lot's feeling real bad about this. Let me finish this up. Lot's feeling real bad about this, right? His wife just turned to a big pillar of salt, so he seeks refuge in a local cave. And his daughters and Lot are in the cave and everything. And the daughters start thinking, "Wow, we're the only fucking people left on the earth. We've got to repopulate. We got to fuck Dad." So they get Lot nice and drunk and then fuck him.
And it works. They get pregnant.
And that's the Bible.
That's just one small.
That's the key. No, that's the central thesis of the Bible right there.
Yeah.
I use that story to guide my entire life. That story and the morals that it teach have kept me on the right rail from the time I was a child.
That's where you get the other interpretation of turn the other cheek.
Oh, it's fucked up. Yeah, there's a lot of Bible stories that when you really analyze like what's happening, and especially if you were to apply them to modern day and like modern families and groups of people, they're shockingly out of place at times. But it's God.
Yeah, I wish I knew my Bible even better. Like I think there's more references into it, more references to shellfish than there are gay people in the Bible.
Only in the argument is like, that God never or Jesus never talks about gay people. In the Old Testament, they were very, very clear about gays and about shellfish and about mixing fabrics, lots of things. I know we have to take care of something real quick, but I do want to return to Bible stories. It's fun. Carl?
You did not call me Carl, did you?
No.
Like I wouldn't catch it. Like I wouldn't notice that you fucking Carl.
Is this a new thing? Are we calling him Carl?
No.
We're not calling Carl. Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using offer code PKA. Listen, you spend about 1/3 of your life sleeping. Let's make sure that you're doing it on a good mattress. Casper brings together two comfy technologies together for better nights and brighter days. Latex foam and memory foam. So they've got just the right sink, just the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. They've got a risk-free trial and return policy. They'll deliver it straight to you. You can try it for 100 days, and if you're not happy with it, they'll take it right back. At the store, maybe you get a minute or two to try out your mattress, but with Casper, you actually get to sleep on it for weeks at a time. So it's $500 for a twin-size mattress, $950 for a king-size mattress, which is what I got, and then I used the offer code and got $50 off. Comparing that to industry averages, that is an outstanding price point, which is why I did it. So get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using offer code PKA. And I can genuinely say, like, I paid for this thing, full price minus our discount and everything, and it's the best sleep I've ever gotten. It's a better quality sleep. I used to sleep sometimes I would sleep 12 hours, like sleep into the day, and I would still wake up kind of like my neck would be hurting and I didn't feel rested. But 8 hours in this mattress, sometimes 6 or 7 hours, and I feel like supercharged. I don't get tired in the middle of the day. I don't need a nap anymore. So big believer in the Casper mattress system.
Check them out.
I shit you not. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that code. I promise.
You're going to
Awesome.
thank
You really will be happy. Kyle, super
Let me
happy.
tell you how
because
it comes. Here's the best part about this thing. It arrives UPS in a cardboard box. You clear the floor, put it where the bed's supposed to be, and then you carefully cut this box apart, and it just
Really?
like expand. As soon as you break that vacuum sealed seal, it's wrapped in plastic. It just super hyper expands, and in like 30 seconds, you've got an Insta bed. And
I'm trying to find places in Nashville right now, and I've got like an air pad, like camping air pad, like between that and hotels. So I'm like, I need to get a mattress. So yeah, that's
Well, then
$50
Casper,
off of that. That's pretty dope.
that's
Richard.
what you want to use. Use our coupon code. You know?
Stop being
I
a
will.
peasant and get
Mattresses.
yourself a Casper mattress.
Sleep on a mattress like an adult.
Air mattresses are such shit. I remember this when I was living in Atlanta. There were these 3 guys who moved down from PA. It was like one guy had moved down to be with a girl, and then his like 2 best friends were like, "We're not leaving Travis. We're not letting Travis leave state without us." So they moved to Atlanta too. And one of them couldn't afford to move his shit down, and it got to a point where the storage unit just auctioned all of his belongings off. So he was living on an air mattress, and that was like his only possession in his bedroom. And I just remember feeling so bad and just going over there and poking it once and just being like, "You sleep on this? What the fuck? How can you do this?" And then like once my girlfriend and I spent the night at this like haunted mansion type deal, and there were a bunch of couples there, and we had an air mattress. And again, it's the worst. It's the worst. I would rather
It's
sleep
awful.
in a
Do you
car.
ever wake up in the morning just sleeping on the floor with like
Yeah.
a very
Yeah.
thin fabric of plastic under
I'm
you?
not as big as Richard is. I'm like 6 feet 6'1", like 195 pounds. There aren't many air mattresses that can accommodate me comfortably. It doesn't happen. I can't imagine what you're doing.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I was gonna say too. Like for you to say, "Oh, that's the most comfortable sleep I had," like $950 plus with the code, like 50 off, like $900, and getting it delivered, not having to load it up and everything. You go to like any mattress store, like those pillow top this or cushion that and everything, it's like $2,500.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
so
they're
many
like-
terms. I'm just lost in the weeds. Why not just go to Casper.com? Like,
I mean, like no, I'm like,
pillow
I
tops,
I know
this
that
double-sided that so soft I can't believe it. Like what? Oh my goodness!
it's like I'm like legit excited about this because like, oh geez, that's fucking cheap.
It's really
That's
nice.
awesome.
I for some reason, like, I never considered my bed. Like, I've been on the same queen mattress for like 6 years. There's no excuse for it at all. Like in the interim, I've spent thousands of dollars on things like shoes and like hats and watches. But like somehow the bed got misplaced somewhere along the way, and I never upgraded from that shitty queen mattress. But now I have, and I love it.
No, did you buy a
I'm sure
bed
your
for it
girlfriend
yet,
does.
or is it on the floor?
It's still on the
I
fucking
knew it.
floor. It's still on the fucking floor. Look, let me tell you why. My truck is it. I wish a fucking asteroid would hit that thing. Just in fast forward, like the things that I have fixed on this thing. 2 hydraulic lifters. Had to take the head off and service it. New rear end. New brakes all the way around. New rotors. Wheel bearing on the left side just went out. Had to replace
Transfer
that.
case.
2 transfer cases, 1 transmission, and there are still some electrical issues that I'm working the bugs out on. It's been pissing me the fuck off. I was over there all day the other day doing that wheel bearing by myself, and I'd never done one before. So I got my YouTube video like right there with me, like learning as I go. And it was a process, and it was, I don't know, $275 worth of parts, just a real motherfucker. So I haven't had time to do that. I get home from working.
I wish I was there,
and I'm
because
tired.
wheel bearing is a 15-minute job.
Yeah.
You gotta take the tire off. You gotta
way
take
more difficult.
I'm not including pulling out the air tools, but yeah, like I've
you
done.
gotta take the tire off, the rotor off, the caliper and everything. And
I've done it about 150 times.
Why?
Just take
Why
the
can't you
gear
do it?
splints out, put another Ajax bolt in, call it a day. You know,
Which
that's
trucks
what
you
I
do it
say.
on?
08 Silverado.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, not to get in the Ford Chevy debate thing, but one of the things that really pissed me off about my F-150, the 04, was to change the brakes, like the rotor, you had to take the front axles off, and they use like a wax or like something where it cross threads it whenever you take and you put it on, so it like takes a specific foot-pound of torque to put on, and then when you take it off, you have to buy brand new ones and everything. It's just such a pain in the butt. I mean, like I know different manufacturers make things way more complicated than what they need to be sometimes. So
Toyota's good
Yep.
that way. I've mostly worked on Dana 44s and a handful of different Toyota axles. They're all the same, but different. They just get bigger and stronger. And I don't know, the way that you pull out a Toyota third member is really easy to work on. The way the axles pull out, the wheel bearings are not that big of a deal. The way that I guess I don't know if I'm just most comfortable with them or if they're actually easier to work on. But yeah, I don't know. I used to go off-roading a lot, and I would break axles almost every trip, or break teeth on the ring gear of the third member, or whatever. Just change brakes or upgrade to new axles, and that's why I've done it so many times.
you still work on your truck and stuff?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't break anymore.
Because I found, like, I don't know about you guys, but I used to do everything. Like, my first car was a 67 Mustang. It was like, here you go. This thing doesn't run. If you want a vehicle to drive when you're 16, go buy a Haynes manual after, you've worked a few summers to get parts to get it running and everything. And so I've always worked on, like, Mustangs, F-150s, kind of in the Ford family and everything, because that's what I grew up on. And it was so easy. Like the engine bays, everything was just the carburation, everything was just awesome. It was so easy. It just made sense. It clicked. And now I got like a 2015 F-150, and I'm like, fuck, I can't even change the radio out in this thing because it's integrated with so many different electronic systems and stuff. And it's so frustrating to me because it's like I kind of yearn for that, like just wanting to just get back out there and just do maintenance.
Cool.
You get an old fixer-upper. We're
Yeah, I
always
do.
tinkering on something.
Well, one of my favorite trucks is like the 92, 93-ish F-150s, like just standard cabs, kind of like what The Rock drove in Walking Tall.
Yep.
Like just like not the extended cab,
That was
just
a good
the
movie.
regular. Yeah, that was awesome. Love it.
4x4 post.
Yeah, and
I love
it starts off with like Greg Allman doing that dirty version of Midnight Rider. So good.
Very
So
good.
good.
I like that movie a lot. That was great. Wasn't it supposed to be? Wasn't it based on some kind of a true story or something?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not familiar with that film.
You haven't seen that film?
It's a quick one too. It's not
Yeah.
that
90
long.
minutes or something like that. It's got
Yeah.
Johnny Knoxville in there
90
for.
minutes. That's a rarity nowadays. Finding a
Neil
90-minute
McDonough?
movie.
Has anyone here seen Batman versus Superman yet?
No, you can spoil it though. I don't care.
I
have
do.
not seen,
Oh, good.
I have not seen it. Chiz watched it and did not care for it. So.
Yeah, he hated it a lot. I'm trying to get the quote right because it was not.
Well, he's going to give you a new quote now. But
Chiz
I don't
thinks
know.
Batman. Here, hold on. Chiz
He
thinks
mentioned-
Batman versus Superman is a pile of shit wrapped up in a cat poop tortilla with disappointment sprinkled on top.
I think that what really put him over the edge was their gay romance scene. I don't think there was a need for that or for it to go on as long as it did.
I like the gay romance scene.
I mean, I definitely didn't picture Batman assuming that much of a dominant role. Like when you imagine them
When you hit
in that.
Superman with the pink kryptonite, he's powerless.
Mm-hmm.
You think I'm making that up, but that's true. Pink kryptonite.
It makes him into a bottom.
Well, no, I think somebody else made that up, and now you're just repeating it.
Kind of like the pink Trump hat.
No, that's true. Pink kryptonite really does make Superman gay, and it's part of the canon.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's part of the canon.
Yeah.
Is that like some weird little like Lost in the Weeds mentioned in the 1961 episode?
Do I really have to cite sources now? Here we go.
Pink kryptonite. That's Wikipedia, Woody. I don't think so.
Yeah, there's like 5 different kinds of kryptonite, but I like
it.
Okay.
Yeah, like
it is right here on the internet. So
yeah,
Well-
right there. You can't argue with that.
I'm not surprised. I don't
motherfucker.
think that would be a good movie. Oh. Yeah, I'm not surprised that it was a shit movie. I feel like they're really pumping out superhero movies with a little too much gusto right now. Like, give everybody a break. How about you throw out a Western? How about another Western? I'd like some more of those. Spaghetti
Did
Western.
you watch Bone Tomahawk yet?
I have seen Bone Tomahawk.
Okay. Richard, do you watch many movies?
I try to.
Like the new stuff? Have you seen what's the comic book movie that we all love? Deadpool.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
did you like that?
good.
That's pretty cool.
I did. It was a lot of fun. I love the little jabs and stuff, like, just don't make my superhero suit green, or like things like that, was just great. Loved it.
Yeah, there were
Loved
a
it.
bunch of mentions like that, little things thrown in there. I think that at one point there was like a picture of
You got
him.
something in your teeth.
Do I?
Who?
Yeah.
Me?
No, that's from the movie.
Oh, you dick.
I ate like 4 slices of pizza
Hook, line, and
during the
sinker.
show. So.
You ate 4
always
slices
works.
of pizza right before we started, just wolfing it down.
Yeah,
It
yeah. I was so
always
hungry.
works, though. I've just noticed that, like, after seeing that, I've never actually like done that to anybody. So occasionally I just do it, and without a fail, every single time they're like, "Oh fuck,"
Yeah.
and then they're like subconscious about it the entire time. But,
yeah.
but yeah, no, I think they are pumping out too many. Like, you got deals like, what is it with Sony? They have to have a Spider-Man movie in production to be able to maintain the rights to it, because it's a Marvel property. So if they don't have one constantly in production or pre-production, then they lose the rights to it.
How would you like to be somebody like Robert Downey Jr. so that you're so integral to the whole thing, the whole big web? Like you can like, I like that he's the nice guy, and instead of being like, you know what, 100 million a movie, let's just make it 100 million. That's an even nice round number, right? Instead of doing that, he was like, hey, you're not really paying everybody else as much as they should be getting. So if you want us all, you should look out for everybody. Yeah, and you mentioned Ed Norton. Norton's a cocksucker. I love his
What?
movies. He's a great actor, but what a shithead, right?
What do you do?
Nobody
I'm
can work
familiar
with
with
him.
this
That's why he's
story.
not the Hulk right now. Like he's notorious for being like impossible to work with. Yeah, see what Jesus is right in
I
there. Yeah.
really like him as an actor.
I love him as an actor. American History X. What did we watch the other day?
Fight
In
Club.
Cold Blood or whatever. No. What's the one where he's with Richard Gere and he's pretending like he had a split personality?
Oh yeah.
That's
You
a
know
great,
who else
great
is great that doesn't get a lot of recognition is Sam Rockwell. I really like him.
movie. I don't know who Sam
Moon?
Rockwell is by name.
No?
Primal Fear.
Primal
Nice call,
Fear.
Chiz.
Yeah.
Good call.
There's an
Chiz.
unrated version on Netflix right now if you want to watch it.
Wow.
They chop the priest's fingers off with a knife, and you see him like spraying blood and everywhere. It's pretty gruesome.
You know what's on Netflix? Have you guys seen Promised Land? It's promised, like past tense, Promised Land.
No. But it's
Oh,
reminding me
sounds
more
familiar.
Bible stories.
It's
The
so Matt Damon and
I've seen it.
I'm not
John
gonna get his name.
Krasinski.
Yeah.
The Office guy. Yeah.
From The Office, he plays Jim, and it's pretty good. I thought I enjoyed the
liked
movie.
And there's a little fracking like propaganda mixed in there, so you get both at the same time.
Matt Damon's really liberal, and I was like, how is this gonna... I wasn't sure how it was going to play out. I didn't see it ever being like pro-fracking, Matt Damon win, and it had a twist ending, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, good movie. John Krasinski's a great actor. I love that meme. I guess he was in that. I was about to say he's in that Michael Bay movie about Benghazi or whatever, and I haven't seen it yet, but I love. There's a Snapchat because not only is John Krasinski in there, but the guy who played help me, Chiz.
What movie are you talking about?
Roy, the guy who played Roy in The Office, he's in there too. 13 Hours or whatever, the Benghazi movie that Michael Bay made. And there's that meme where it's like John Krasinski's like, Roy, I need you back. He's like, I left that game behind a long time ago, man. He's like, they got Pam, and there's both of them like dressed like operators with M4s and stuff. It's really funny. I haven't seen that movie though. It seems kind of, to me, it seems a little disrespectful to make a Michael Bay action movie out of something that just happened like that. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know.
I think it was done pretty good.
Was it?
Like I like the thing is like there's Michael Bay like movies.
I mean,
like
just because
Bad Boys, awesome,
Bad Boys.
right? Awesome, but
Transformers.
this is one of his fewer. I want to say character and story driven, and not so much action. I mean, there is action as a part of it and everything, but like I think they did a really good job of grounding themselves in what it. I mean, you know, like the GRS guys and the CIA and everything. You know, you say what you want about real life versus the theatrics of a movie and everything, but it was really grounded in reality. I felt like. I mean.
Maybe I'll watch it then. I kind of, when I heard it was Michael Bay, I was like, well, why is Michael Bay doing that? I'd like to like what if Spielberg did it? Then I'd watch it.
It really should be Michael Moore.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. Have you
Could be
seen
about
him
how
lately?
Transformers aren't eco-friendly and they give off too much exhaust.
Michael Bay isn't eco-friendly and he gives off too much exhaust. Have you seen this guy?
You mean Michael Moore?
Michael Moore. Yeah, he's fucking enormous now. The last time
It's been a while.
has he? Because
Yes.
like I remember like when Bowling for Columbine came out. I'm gonna estimate he was like 265 or something, but he looks like he's getting up in the 350s now or something. He's looking really.
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah.
it looks awful. It looks like
He's
just
got like
stuffed
he's got
a giant
40 or
black.
50 chins.
No, he's like next to him.
Neck thing.
Ted Cruz's neck looks like a chiseled professional athlete jaw, which is a feat because what's his name? Michael Moore has that chin where it's not even like a slope down chin. It's the chin has grown beyond even the confines of the face. It's further out in a way.
That's what you call that.
Yeah, it's a jowl, a big hunk of meat. Just kind of gross. I really don't
What
like
did Kyle call it? A goblin?
The Gobbler.
A jowl.
The gobbler. I like it.
Call that the Gobbler.
On one hand, he's gigantic and he's hard to look at. On the other hand, like, well, I saw this coming 2 decades ago. Like, you always knew he was going to grow into that Chris Christie-like figure.
Yeah, and you're not looking at a picture of Michael Moore in like 1986 being like, "Damn, where'd that sexy motherfucker go?"
Yeah.
Like, no, he was gross in the 80s, and he's gross now.
The other thing about Michael
Wait,
Moore
wait,
that makes
he's-
gross such an appropriate adjective is, like, he's always dressed down. He's always slovenly. He's always, like, rolling out of bed, sweatpants, hair not done, etc. And this is on a CNN day. You know, like, Chris Christie, as rough as he is to look at, is in a suit. You know, it might not have he might not accommodate the most recent 10, 15
I'll say this
pounds,
about
but-
Chris: he looks better standing. He should always stand no matter what the situation. Because when he sat down in that chair, like the event I went to was kind of like a fireside chat. Like it was Christie in a chair, Trump in a chair, and they're just kind of like turned toward the audience and toward each other, and they're just Christie's setting him up for everything, you know. And Christie just has this massive belly, and his legs are kind of sticking out of it. It doesn't
Like a
look
baby's.
like a baby's. Yeah, he looks like he's not very mobile. You
Yeah,
would
well,
think
he's probably
someone
not.
who had aspirations of being the president would like get a lock on that, because I feel like that if he's our prime, if he had won the thing, if he's the GOP's nominee, I feel like somebody starts throwing. They would ask health questions. They'd be like, "Is this the guy? Is this the guy you want up there? He doesn't look like he's gonna make it."
It's not just the health to me. It's the fact that he has an addiction that's beating him.
Obama smokes
Yeah.
cigarettes. That didn't bother me.
Do you think Obama's still smoking?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he is.
I
Based on
don't,
what?
petty vices mean nothing to me. You had Kennedy fucking
was he
like
House of
everything
Cards?
walked. Reagan smoked cigars, like every little petty
Just
vice.
stuff that's in that you can't deny that's in people's
Churchill
face.
was wasted throughout World War II. I mean, I know,
All right.
that's
These are not petty vices. Being wasted throughout World War II, I don't like that. If Obama could stop his
alcoholic.
smoking, then that would be a deficit to me. It'd be a guy who doesn't have he's not squared away. You know, you want to be squared away. Don't have fucking addictions that rule your life that you can't handle.
I don't think nicotine is an addiction that rules your life when you're smoking. Like, to the people, like, it's really annoying to the people around you, like when you're with your friends and it's like, oh, let's start up this next game, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go have a smoke real quick. And it's
But
like,
when
well,
you're the president, you're like, nah,
Yeah.
fuck all y'all.
but when you're the president, it's like, oh, we have a meeting in 5 minutes, because I'm pretty fucking sure the meeting is whenever I walk in the room because I'm the president. So I'm
It's
gonna
a
have
sign
my-
of mental
Mr.
weakness.
President, we have a meeting. He's like, yeah, I know. Gather around, bitches.
Yeah.
That's funny, and it's maybe even true, but it's a sign of mental
Bill Dog,
weakness.
bum me one. Yeah.
It's no different than Chris Christie's weight.
I imagine Biden leaning over, lighting a cigarette, and then just kind of leaning back and watching.
Yeah.
He's open about it though. He like didn't he say he had his stomach stapled and he still like just keeps
He
pounding it.
overcame
He
gastrointestinal
forged ahead.
surgery.
Yeah, he beat lap band surgery.
Yeah,
He survived.
that's the term. He beat lap band.
How
That's
much of like I know it's an addiction to eat food, and that's probably like the hardest addiction to fight, because you can 100% get rid of booze and like your body's not gonna freak out. You can 100% get rid of
Oh, you
weed.
die
Oh, it
from-
will. No, if you're an alcoholic, you get the shakes, you go into DTs,
No,
you have a real problem.
I know. I'm saying like if you wean off or however you have to do that, if you're like a hardcore alcoholic, you can
Sure.
survive. Like, and then you can stop drinking and you'll be okay. With food, it's like you have to do that every day. So every day there's some temptation. Like, it's like if an alcoholic had to like at lunch to have one shot and then like have a shot at dinner and then just keep it together, you know?
Yeah.
Like that
Like
would
if
be.
Bud
But come
daily
on,
routine
you don't
had-
have to eat Cheetos and Funyuns and
No,
the
but you
stuff
have
that
to
gets you.
eat, and that's enough to remind you of like, man, this carrot fucking sucks. I hate my life. Like all I wanted is that big bag of Doritos, and I'm gonna fucking have it. You know, like.
But isn't there a pull with every addiction? You know, aren't you like not doing heroin, thinking, dude, you know what would make mowing better? Heroin.
Not really. 'Cause I've
You know-
never just sat around and been like, oh man, a great day to lounge around. I wish I had a bunch of Coke. Or like, oh man, I need to get a bunch of like.
You know,
don't
you
think
mentioned
of things
mowing.
like-
I feel like that would be the time when you would enjoy drugs. I feel like if you were gonna do a little marijuana, like mowing time, I feel like you'd be like, "Fuck yeah, let's mow the whole world." But you know what, family?
I'm like that
son.
anyway.
got this. I got this. No, you're not. You want to get it done. But I feel like you'd be like, Jackie, take the kids inside. I'm gonna mow it all.
Come back all
Do you have an addiction? Do you guys like have anything that you would say is, yeah, fuck, man? Like, so Woody, yours may be the internet. Like anything
At
for
some
you,
point,
Kyle?
I spent way too much money on magic cards, and that's a funny one in a way. But like, and this is intermittent. Like, at least once a year, I get super back into that hobby and spend like, not a lot of money to people who are really wealthy, but like $500-600. That's a good amount of money to just throw into a hobby, and then suddenly it's like,
Yeah.
hey, I don't want to go play with randoms down at the gaming store. Like, I want my friends to play, and if I convince them to get into it, it's like their piece of shit deck just gets blown out by mine because I'm spending so much time researching it and doing shit. I haven't done that in a long time, but
That's the
I've gone
problem.
through phases, especially with strategy card games for some reason, where I get like, I'm either totally uninterested in something or I am utterly like I can't stop thinking about it. Like right now, that's Age of Mythology. Thank God that's a one-time payment of $35.99, and me and Kyle have been playing that nonstop.
I have an obsessive personality, so like I like being good at things, and it upsets me if I'm not good at something. And it doesn't like if it were like basketball, like real life basketball, I'd be like, you know what? I just don't have the talents needed for this, and this could take years to develop. These talents could take years to develop, and I would need trainers and equipment. But with Age of Mythology, it's a $35 video game, and I feel like if I just focus on this and read a little bit, I can get good at this. And so, like, I'm really sucked into this video game right now.
Yeah, you're getting way better. Every time you're coming in and we're starting up a game, you're like dropping knowledge on me from your research that I didn't know. We're like here and you like spamming hotkeys, and I'm like, what are you doing? You're like, oh, well, you just hit HV or whatever at the start of the game and get your workers going.
No wonder you've never won. Come on, Kyle.
I need every edge I could possibly get. That's how it always is. Same thing with Chiz. Like Chiz
But
would
you
get
give
better
away
than
your
me.
edge. Like I hear you giving your little the things you picked up to Taylor.
Well, we're sharing back and forth, so like I don't
Okay.
mind giving him mine because he gives me all of his. Like I want us both to get collectively better at the game. Like
Fair point.
Yeah, like if I see him playing a god and I know he's doing something wrong and we're playing against each other, I'm not sitting over here like, haha, fucking fool. And like, throwing my forces behind him. I'm like, hey, Kyle, you want to maybe do that with the Egyptians? Like, he's getting way
But
better.
I did the same thing with Civilization 5. Like Chiz got to a point where he was just beating me, and I was like, at first I beat Chiz like a couple games, and then he started beating me consistently, and I was like, I've just got to start reading. I got to go do some homework, and I would do like an hour or two of homework every night, and I would read and read, and I would learn. By the end of it, I had charts like this, like the one I have here for Age of Mythology, where it's a detailed build chart that I've come up with to remind me what to do. It says eco build, hunting. First I buy hunting dogs. I put 2 workers on food, 1 on wood, 1 on gold. Then I make a new villager, and he
Is
goes
this
to new
Greeks?
food. Yeah, the ones with the expensive workers. Whatever.
It's
those-
Atlanteans.
Atlanteans. Yeah, this is an Atlantean rush using the Mermillo and the Terma and Valor. Like I'm just sitting over here trying to get better at the game constantly. So when I get obsessed with something, it does become
Richard,
a
I
that with
think
the
we
snake
found
game,
their
too.
addiction.
yeah.
Playing with Kyle is a lot of fun because like you're not getting super like you never care when you're you care, but like when you're getting beat, you're not freaking out about it. But like you send in a big force on Kyle, and it's just like, oh Jesus, fuck, God, I just built a bunch of workers again. Like now, like just right before this, he 3 times
So-
built his workers back up, and he's like, oh, they're down to 3 of them. Like
So the way this thing is working is it's about micro control to some extent, and it's about perfectly getting your civilization moving forward so that you hit these important key eras of the game as quickly as possible because you get more powerful every era. So he's hitting his at like 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. I'm like 60 seconds slower, which means that he's already built his army and sent it on the way while I'm building my army. So he gets to my town right about the time I get 3 soldiers built, and he's got 20, and they wreck my shit. And, you know, I'm pumping out 1 at a time, like 1 every 30 seconds, and he's already there with 20. And my workers are literally just peasants. They're shovels, rakes, they're chopping wood, and he rapes the fuck out of them. And they are that's what you use to get money and food and all that shit in the game. And he'll come in, fuck my shit up real bad, cripple me, and then he'll leave. He'll leave me
Why?
crippled. And because you can build yourself back. And I'm just like,
But why?
I'm like, because you can build yourself back.
No, that's not a
Because-
motivation to not finish you.
no, because I can't like at that level in the game. His town center and his towers can fight me off. And so I can't just leave my troops there beating on his building, or eventually the arrows will take me down. So I go in, fuck up his farms and his workers, and destroy his houses to like lower his population limit to set him back. And then I just leave, rebuild my
Kills
forces.
Everyone.
Yeah, and like 3 to 8 minutes later, I send in another force when he's got like, yeah, you can keep saying how it goes.
And in 3 to 8 minutes, in those 3 to 8 minutes, I'm as fast as I can, fucking hot-keying around. I'm like, build it back better, build it back better, build a wall, tower. And he's like, how's it going over there? I'm like, oh, real bad. Having a hard time. I'm not going to make it. I don't know. I got like 2 workers left. Really, I got 10. And I'm just trying to get my shit back together before he thinks it's time to cripple me again. I'm hoping that I can get a real army together so he'll come back to cripple and I'll actually beat him. And then I go to his place, which is empty.
Now, this
But-
whole time, he's unmolested, right? So isn't he even bigger and stronger? Like, you're trying to... I don't know this game, but I do know Civ.
I'm trying to get back on my feet, and he's pumping iron. He's
Yeah.
Well, what's happening is like I set him back, so suddenly he's like, oh fuck, I need to get like 8 more. I need to build 8 more people to put on food, and 7 more to put on wood, and 6 more to put on gold. Meanwhile, I've got like 20 people on everything, and I'm building new settlements, increasing my population cap. So even if he gets an army of 30, I'll just keep throwing 100 people at it until it dies
Isn't
away.
he just hopeless then?
No, they're like you can just like when I was playing with you and Chiz the other day, and you, I think, wiped me out, and I just like kept some soldiers and some workers and made a new base in the corner
I
of both.
killed everything he had except for like 6 workers who are unarmed and can do nothing but build buildings. And he went off into some corners of the world and built himself a new little mini empire while I was trying to finish Chiz off, and snuck into my base when all my troops were across the world fighting Chiz. And just like, I don't know, Minotaur men tore all my things apart. This is probably boring for the fans, but I'm
just
really
smeared
passionate
shit
about
on the
it.
walls. It was great.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was-
So So that game right now is what's like a bit of an addiction, and I should probably slow down with. I think my girlfriend's gonna leave me if I.
That's
you know,
funny.
she's like you get 3. She's like you can have 4 days a week. Like I get at least 3. I get at least 3, and I'm like, can we make it 2? She's like, no, you can't fucking make it 2. Like because I want to play that game every night. And when I say play it, like I'll get on and start playing, and like 4 hours will sneak by, and I think there's still time to go upstairs and like hang out with her, but really it's 2 in the morning. So that game right now is what I'm spending too much time doing. Luckily, it's free.
Yep.
I think
A lot.
when Woody said it was like you when you realize it's a problem, I think it's taken this long for it to click for me. The one time in my life where I knew I didn't know until afterwards that it was a problem was Rockstar Cola. I got the energy drink. Like I tried Red Bull and Monster, and I drank them, but I was never really like, hey, I gotta have one. And then I started drinking Rockstar Cola, and for some reason, lots of sugar and caffeine, but it tasted like a Jack and Coke, so I could just drink them all the time. I was like, whatever. And then it got to the point where I could tell you how old the can was by the design, because there were like the really old ones were gold and black, and then the newer ones were like a gloss black top, and then the newest ones were like flat black everything and matte. It was like really cool. But anyways, I got to the point where I was like, fuck, man, all right, like I gotta get my day started, blah 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 blah. So I'm always drinking them, and I go through like crazy withdrawal headaches and stuff, and it took them fucking discontinuing them before I could stop drinking them. And when they did, I was running around LA like a fucking crackhead. Like a crackhead, just trying to buy as many of them as I could. I was getting on Amazon. I was like on social media hitting Rockstar up. I was like, hey, if I could buy a few more cases.
Maybe just turn the machines off for 10 minutes and those will be mine.
Give me 10 minutes alone with the vat,
It got to the point where I found the last place in LA that had them was this donut shop.
Full of it.
And the lady
Barrels.
who owned it realized that there weren't any more because I kept coming in there buying them, and she couldn't get them from her distributor again. She's like, Jesus, fucking this dude's like we're selling all kinds of Rockstar Colas. We gotta restock. And then she's like, oh, I can't get these anymore. You can only buy one. And I was like, what? She's like, only one. She's like, you gotta buy something else too. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is like a drug dealer here.
So what's in it for her?
She won't sell me any cola.
Yeah, so for 3 weeks, every single morning, I would get up and I'd walk to this donut shop and I'd get a apple fritter and a Rockstar Cola, and then I would just be sitting at my desk and I go, fuck, I might have a problem.
You're like eating that fritter. You're like, do I have a drug dealer now?
What a low thing on like that kind of problem, where like when you're starting that up, I'm like, man, maybe he really struggled with crack cocaine a few years ago or something. Like maybe this is him like getting in shape, really putting his life back on track. And you're like, the only time I really noticed it was, God, I can't even believe I'm bringing this up, but Rockstar Cola. Like that's so low on what could be a problem. Like why didn't you just what do you drink now? Like I just switched to whatever's available. Nos, 2 for $3. Not bad.
As soon as I got I was like, I'm not gonna drink energy drinks again. That's like I'm not gonna run the risk of that.
Guys who crush Adderalls up and snort lines off a toilet seat. Like your Rockstar Cola addiction is really not coming across well here.
Like it would legit affect the day if
I
think that's what the issue is.
You should have called me. I'd have hooked you up with some G Fuel.
Oh.
So you don't drink any? I love energy drinks, but I've never gotten a headache when I didn't get one.
I do. Yeah, I have to keep caffeine going or I'll get headaches. I drink a cup of coffee in the morning, and sometimes I'll have one in the afternoon. But interspliced is nothing but soda. I've said this many times, and people don't believe me. Like I drink nothing but soda and coffee. Like there's a trash can next to me with like 20 of these in it. Like
Oh yeah, when I look at my end table sometimes in my living room,
It's
like
just-
it looks like someone dared me to drink as many Diet Dr Peppers as possible.
yeah,
Like that's what it looks like. I just finished a contest. And
yeah,
I'm like,
these are great. This is the Diet Dr Pepper Cherry, the Batman versus Superman.
oh, I like Diet Cherry Vanilla Dr Pepper. That's my
Have you
favorite.
have you ever had kidney stones?
Never, not once ever, and I
Never.
don't think I ever will, based on my current track record. Because even as a child, like it was Diet Pepsi constantly.
Well, you are like I don't know when kidney
Why
stones.
do you ask?
But it's more common the older you get, right?
So many sodas.
That gives you kidney stones?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and some people.
I am in a few years.
Yeah, I had a friend telling me that his son had them the other day, and he was talking about how painful they were. He was like, I was outside with my sitting in my diesel truck with the window down, and I could hear Matthew screaming in the bathroom in the house. He's like, I ran in there, and he's laying in the tub, like trying to pass this stone, just in the fetal position, screaming. And
That's when I want some heroin.
I was like, how big was it? He's like, well, when it finally come out, about as big as my pinky nail. And I was just like,
That's huge.
like
That's
I mean,
really big.
That's huge.
and they're not like a smooth BB, they're like
Like
imagine
rock candy?
coral reef or something. Like
Yeah, your bladder, your gall doesn't kind of sand them down very well. They just push it through the assembly line all jagged.
crystallized formation. So imagine rock candy, like he said, or something like that. It looks very jagged, and I've seen it under a microscope. You find that image for us, Chiz. That'd be a
It's
good
just calcium, right?
microscopic enhanced image of a kidney stone or whatever, magnified.
Isn't
it-
it calcium?
Jag.
Like it's just
It's calcium, I think.
Calcium.
huh.
Yeah.
Is there calcium in soda?
I don't know.
I seriously doubt it. I mean, there can't be any usable source of calcium.
I'm usually very careful to get calcium free.
Oh, good
But-
lord.
that looks awful. That doesn't even look like what I've seen before. That looks horrible. Oh, fuck that! I'd cut my dick off.
Yeah, it looks like a booger.
like if that, like it's like halfway through my dick, and I'm just like, fuck it. It's just like I can't.
So
take
you
it.
have to you snip it off, like squeeze it through the bottom part like a go-gurt, and then just run to the hospital and get them to re-sew it.
Oh, it's so
Fucking-
awful. And I know they can do like some sort of there's a machine they can use to like bust those up
Sonic,
with
yeah.
ultrasonic waves or something like that. I would own one of those machines if this was an issue I had. I hear about people who get them regularly, and it's just a thing for them. Like they get it, once every 2 months or something. Sounds awful.
Wow. Previous guest, Doug. Well, that's interesting, Chiz.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That sounds awful.
I-
You
I'm
know,
gonna-
that's like one of those problems that, like, if you had chronic kidney stones, it's like there's no excuse to not give that person like a prescription for morphine. Just so, like, any time of the day. So what if it causes addictions? If you're pissing out rocks every 3 weeks, give them everything they need to get that done. Like, just numb them.
Yeah, that's an excuse for a drug
Just
problem.
cut me open.
I
All
really
of it. Slice
those-
me in half. Get it out.
Yeah. I don't like those prescription pills, really. They make, like, when I have had to take them, they make me kind of itchy. But that would be a time you definitely wanted the real shit. Like the what House was addicted to shit, not ibuprofen.
He's Vicodin.
You know what I got in the mail the other day?
Vicodin.
My tracker. I think you got your tracker in the mail too.
I got my tracker in the mail.
You guys want to hear a little bit about tracker?
I'd
Please,
love
tell
to tell
me
me
more.
about it.
Smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it still really feels stupid. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone, press the button on Tracker, and your phone rings, even when it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on the map even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to our show here get a special discount of 30% off your entire purchase when you go to thetracker.com and enter offer code PKA. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. So go to tracker.com, thetracker.com, right now and enter offer code PKA for 30% off your entire order.
Thetracker.com. I love it. I already put it on my keys. It's working. I haven't lost them yet, so I don't know how. Like, I'll test it as soon as I lose my keys, but I'm ready. Ready to lose them.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Have you guys attached it to your stuff?
I attached it to a dog.
Oh, which dog?
The one I care about.
The weedy dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
one that sounds like this.
No, that's my dad's rat terrier.
The rat terrier sounds like that because he's 14 years old.
He's all shaky and shit. He's like shaky and like really ornery, but no, the weenie dog doesn't sound like that. She's got more of a speech impediment because of her jowls.
Speech impediment. Yeah, I like how you just mix that in. You know, just pepper in speech impediments, personality traits.
Dogs don't have lips. I mean, I feel like with those jowls, they wouldn't be able to enunciate very, very well. So neither does she.
That makes sense.
She pissed in the bed the other night, right on that Casper mattress, and I immediately like start ripping the top covers off and everything to like keep it from soaking in. And I was very upset about that. That
Did you
was
succeed?
Yeah. But I'm just very unhappy with the dog. I think the dog's becoming incontinent because I don't think it can help it.
How old is it?
Like 7 or 8.
Oh my God! Hold your piss a little longer than that.
Yeah, right? It's a small dog, too.
Yeah.
That's like someone. That's a dog in Woody's stage of life, middle-aged. If Woody was pissing himself every day, I'd be like, you know what? How about you wait 20, 30 years and then talk to me? You haven't earned your I can piss whenever I want and someone will clean me privilege yet. That comes with like at 72, 73 minimum.
I love that dog though. I'm gonna get her some diapers if I have to. I told my girlfriend to try to find some like stylish weenie diapers that wouldn't look like diapers, so the other dogs wouldn't know.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd hate for that to happen.
Are there a lot of other? So you think the other dogs would be talking behind its back?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
That it's like special accessory. Oh, look at the wiener dog gets another treat. Isn't that surprising? You know.
They really don't like that. Like the wiener dog will see that like Kitty's dog has like a sweater on or something, and she'll like not like it and try to like pull it off the dog. She wants her own sweater. That's a really smart dog. It's got a lot of personality.
Sounds like a dick.
Yeah, it is. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little more like a cat. Oh, you know what I saw? I had watched a documentary about this a while back about, and it kind of goes back to our talk a while back about how humans domesticated dogs from wolves, that all dogs descend from wolves. And in the same program, I had watched about how the Russians had bred these domesticated foxes and how they interbred them generation after generation to try to bring out friendly or pet-like traits like white faces, curly tails, and a better temperament, more trainable. They've done it. After 55 years of interbreeding, the Russians have created the perfect pet fox. There's a guy who's importing them right now. I think he's got 5 for sale. They're $9,000 a pop. And they don't look like regular foxes, though. They have these white faces. They're really intelligent, and they're trainable. They're like dogs, but they're foxes. They're 10 pounds. $9,000, though.
What a waste of money to buy a fox.
I'll
For
tell you, if I had...
$9,000.
Yeah, if I had $10 million, I'd have a $9,000 fox for sure. Because I think that's a really cool fucking pet. It looks so cool. It looks so.
Are their ears pointy though? Like wasn't it kind of like the orca thing where after just like a couple of generations, the ears weren't as pronounced. They started flopping and.
Yeah,
it looked like a dog to me. I saw the same article probably that Kyle saw. I saw it on Reddit, and it had a lot of dog-like traits to me. It was a fox, but God, it said something like, curiously, the genes for being like attracted to humans and stuff were also brought in dog-like ears and dog-like noses and stuff like that.
There you go.
Yeah. Have you seen, like, I don't know if this is a video you're talking about, but there's a video of this fox domestication where it shows, like, in one cage, the foxes who are just regular fucking foxes, and then there's another cage where they've been bred. And the ones where they've been bred, people can go right up to it, and it acts kind of like a dog. You know, it's not like sprinting over to say hi, but it takes a measured look at you, and then it's friendly. The ones that haven't been trained, like, they are shaking furiously in the back of their cages because they're so terrified of you coming towards them. Like, they want to attack you. They're hissing at you. They don't know. They think you're there to hurt them or eat them or something. Like, they're freaking out.
Yeah, that's the same thing I saw. I think that's it's called The History of Dogs or something like that, how dogs came to be. It's like it's the story of of dogs and how they came to be.
It doesn't make sense that why you would take the time and the money to domesticate foxes like that. We already figured out dogs.
I think it has something to do. I think the reason is because you can't. I think maybe the fox fur was very valuable, but you have to hunt fox because they're not domesticatable. So maybe they were trying to like breed foxes like puppy farm style, so they'd have an unlimited amount of fox. I don't know, but they came up with a super pet. So I'd like one of those things.
All those pets that like you watch YouTube videos on where you think they'd be cool,
Yeah,
like the sugar gliders, like those little. Have you seen those videos? It's a
those
little.
sugar gliders are like constantly in pain. I found out later.
I bet they're constantly throwing a fit, just little screeches all day. They're flying into shit you don't want them flying into. Oh my god, I can't find my sugar glider.
I think you literally can't handle one without it being in agony. I read somewhere or something like that. I feel bad for the sugar glider.
What is a sugar glider? Is
It's
it
like
a
this
monkey?
tiny little. I don't know if it's a marsupial or a rodent or what, but it's a. There you go.
It looks like it weighs about a half an ounce, and that you could just kind of flick its spine in two. Like I don't feel like you could ever comfortably hold it, like with a dog. Even a small dog, you can be like, "Oh, got you!" Like kind of roll it around. With this thing, you have to be like, "Oh, how'd you do? How you doing?" Like, yeah, it sounds.
Oh, I'm glad. I tried to get Woody to get a pet wolf like her buddy out in Texas. And I almost had him sold on the idea until I think he started doing the research about you got to feed it like 10 pounds of raw steak a day, and it needs to run like 20 miles or something.
He got me to investigate it, and the real problem is wolves are assholes. Like they don't bond with people. They're not nice. They're timid. They're like extremely frightened and then incredibly aggressive, and they pace constantly. They don't do well in captivity. It was just like, oh, it's cool, and then it's different than what other people have, but
that's
totally
about it.
Not the pet you want.
Yeah, did you just want it for the look?
I was buying a dog, and I like big dogs, so I guess just for the look,
Yeah, I just told him that like, hey, there's this guy out there who's got a fucking pet wolf. Like, look into that. And it, at first glance, it sounds like a good idea.
It does not sound like all I had to Google was what's the best number of wolves to own, and when everyone said 0, I decided not to go in that direction. Get a cat or a dog.
I looked into it, and they had like there was like a 45-minute episode of The Dog Whisperer who like helped somebody with a wolf, but he didn't really know wolves, so he had a wolf expert come on, and then he like the dog whisperer and the wolf whisperer like partnered up, and there were these wolf owners that were great owners. And he's like, yeah, I do my best. I run him 5 miles a day on a leash, right? This guy's out there running 5 miles a day with a leash. Fuck that. And he had like his backyard was like fucking Harvard for wolves or something. It was all dedicated. It was like a wolf institution of some sort. And the wolf is still not doing well. He's pacing. Oh, he only likes his owner, right? He wants to kill everyone else who comes around. And I'm just like, I don't want anything to do with wolves.
No, you don't want anything to do with wolves.
No.
I want it just because of the the connection to Game of Thrones. Like I'm such a big Game of Thrones fan that I kind of want a direwolf of my own. And like the direwolves are like that. Like you don't see the direwolf walking over there and hanging out with some fucking Greyjoys. Hell no. No, he's stuck with his owner, and that's who he cares about. I kind of like that. A dog that would, not be social.
If you got yourself a direwolf, it would like Kitty.
Oh, I already did. I got him. I already did.
And that's
Dak
a real issue.
Dak's a real motherfucker. I often look at him in that cage and just think like he could totally jump over that and come kill me right now. I don't think I could make it back to the house in time, and I don't have a pistol on me. Like I'm at his mercy most of the time. He just doesn't know it. He's
open
terrifying.
carrying in your own backyard just in case.
In case there's a dog
ready
attack
to throw down. Yeah,
of his dog.
I picture you like waking up like in a cold sweat at night because you think you hear like a faint bark or like the pitter patter of paws outside your door. Just
remember in Jurassic Park when the Velociraptor first turns that doorknob and you're like, oh shit. Dak did that one night while we were all sitting in the living room and emerged from her bedroom, and we were all just like, and like that, and he's staring at me and I'm staring at him, and I'm like, I'm looking over toward like the hallway, and I'm thinking like, I can't beat him there. And I'm like, what? I'm looking around. I'm like, I can't beat him anywhere. And I'm looking at the coffee table in front of me, and I'm like, I can pick that whole fucking coffee table up though. And I'm ready. If he takes one move, I'm grabbing the entire coffee table above my head. But luckily he was just like,
beat a dog to death.
he like backs back in there, and I'm and like But he opened the door by himself. He knows how to open the door. He's a real terrifying son of a bitch, and he could kill me. You know, he's a Belgian Mal. Those things they're kind of made for hurting people, and to some regard.
Ender also opens doors, but the thing about him is he doesn't recognize me at a distance, right? So every time I walk into a room, he wants to kill me. Every time he's just like, woof, 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 woof. And I'm all big and bad because I know he's going to back off when he recognizes me. I'm like, who you barking at? And then he chills. But yeah, Dak, what do we got here, Richard?
I was showing you this because I kind of felt the same way because I like big dogs myself, and I saw this dog at the park, and I was like, dude, if you breed this thing or you ever decide to get rid of it, this is just a beautiful dog. It would be so awesome to train. And it's a mix between a shepherd and a husky, and it just looks like a gray wolf. It's so nice. I mean, the mask, everything on it's really nice. But.
Yeah, it's a pretty dog. He looks like an athletic dog. Looks like another of those dogs that would chase you down.
Yeah.
Do you train dogs for hunting or just to train them?
That was one of my first paid jobs as a kid, was to train bird dogs. It was like all Labrador retrievers. And as I got older, a couple of my buddies have dog training schools and everything. And when I moved out to Los Angeles, working at the animal shelters and everything, it was mostly like pits, even though that, they ended up euthanizing most of them and everything. But when we got into the explosives world and everything, my little dog, like, it took half a day to train him on explosives. I mean, he couldn't go outside and detect anything when there's a strong wind blowing, because their nose doesn't go that far into their sinus cavity into their brain. Like a Mal or a shepherd, they can detect shit that machines can't. I mean, it's just so deep how far the sinus cavity goes into their brain. But I was so surprised. I mean, it took him working from treats and babies to det cord in probably, I'd say, 2 hours.
That's cool.
I understand giving a dog treats. You gave your dog babies?
Yeah.
They're little babies. So they're the toys that they have maybe a psychological attachment to. Like little squeaky animals, or yeah.
I see.
So they have a specific scent or whatever that they could easily detect. So you get them in the I don't know, in the process of looking for something in a certain way, and then you imprint them on that smell, and then move them on to different things, and you reward them in that process. And det cord or PETN is like, you never really run across that anywhere else. So I was like, all right, well, let's see if he can imprint on this smell and figure it out wherever I take it. And sure enough, he got in the rhythm of doing it. It was half a day.
So what are you doing? So you're like holding the cord in front of him, I guess, giving him a scent, and then you have another piece hidden somewhere, and then he goes and just finds that. How far away are you hiding these? Like, I just don't know.
It was kind of one of those games where we do when people would come over. It was just like I would take and have him go sit in like the studio, and just in a completely different area of the house, and I just have like a guest say, point where you want me to put this, and like I would like try to get it as casual as possible without like really putting as much of my scent over there, so he doesn't know that I've like moved over there. High, low, whatever. The air's kind of controlled in the house. You don't have a wind blowing or anything like that, so it doesn't really matter if he's up or downwind. So it's a little bit easier for a small dog. But yeah, it was. I mean, a lot of guys, to do it professionally, they use like boxes and different things like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say
to heal on. But
that school where I got Dak, they had like a wall with maybe a dozen holes in it.
Yep.
And there were boxes attached to each one, and he was hiding like fake marijuana or something like that, and whatever the dog was trying to find. And whenever he got to the right one, if he bumped the right one, the from the hole, a tennis ball would shoot out. And he loved that fucking tennis ball. That was all he cared about. So, have you ever been in a bite suit?
No, it's crazy because like they got to the point now where like most places, unless you're buying the dog, like they they don't want you to decoy because you one can mess up a dog that they spend a lot of money on. But I know Mike Dowling, who he wrote this book, Sergeant Rex. He was in the Marine Corps as a military working dog handler, and he was telling me about how at Camp Pendleton they would occasionally have the media come out and they would do different things, you know, either shoot guns or decoy for the dog program. And so the reporter's like talking, oh, blah, 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 blah. They get him in the dog suit and he's like, fuck it, we're going to send out our hardest hitting dog. And they sent this dog on him, and when he jumped and bit him in the arm, it actually snapped his, I don't know what this bone is, in half. And so it did two things there. One, it made the dog program, as far as like the aggression dogs, look super badass because he snapped his arm through a bite suit. But then two, it kind of did away, like the government won't do decoys with civilians anymore. So now they'll just have like guys who are just getting into the program or something get out there and decoy, or some of the more experienced guys.
You shouldn't. That is ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to be like, oh, hey, I want to put on this bite suit and run around, and they're like, oh, okay, hey, you know, it'd be really fucking funny. Let's sick Cujo on him. You know, let's send him out there.
That was my experience. Everybody got a big laugh out of this except for me. You know.
Wait, was it Dak?
No, it was much worse than Dak. The dog that he was sicking on me was he had like a 75-pound Belgian Mal, and he had like a much bigger German Shepherd, and it was like his dog that was like super trained. It was the one that would go get him beers from the fridge. That dog was a real handful, and the suit itself is incredibly big and bulky, and you're hot in there. And I mean, I was literally swinging the dog like straight out in circles, like it's holding my arm, and I'm just like bracing my arm with my other arm and spinning, you know, round and round to the dog, and I'm looking him in the eyes, and he's just and it's like you know, his whole body is suspended. I'm spinning him so hard. I've grabbed him and like flipped him over my shoulder. But
what would happen if like you got a good move and you like just hurled this dog like 8 feet behind you? It falls. Just
happened. That exact thing happened. All right, and I felt bad about it. But look, that dog had been whipping my ass all fucking day, and I'm whipping my ass. Like, he's biting hard. The guy's pocking, and he's fucking bite my he'll like make him bite my crotch, make him bite my leg, make him bite my abdomen, make him bite my right arm, now my left arm, now chest, and I'm just exhausted. And finally he like jumps up and bites me here, and I didn't mean to flip him through the air. I meant to like just pick him up, but I flipped him over my shoulder, and he did land on his back and yelped a little bit. But he had it coming. I'd been getting my ass whooped all day.
I was gonna say, if they sent Dak on you before you got him,
imprinted him.
That's a hell of a way to introduce a.
Yeah, that wasn't the case, but they had some other dogs there to do that to me. That was fun, but it was a real workout. I had no idea that they bit that hard and that they were that vicious. Like, you just can't get away from those motherfuckers.
Yeah, when you hear like 75 pounds or something, your like human thought process is like, oh, that's not very big. Like that, even a small woman is that size, but like an animal, like we're such pathetic bitches by weight to power ratio when it comes to other animals.
He's a chomping machine. That's what he's good at. And like I said, like I can pick him up and I can throw him. I can throw him over a truck or something. He's
yeah, but he'd be right back around that truck and have your
right back around that truck. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if Kyle and I talked about this or not, but I feel like there is a I don't know, like a lot of people have a, I don't know, when it comes to different things, nostalgia when it comes to the military and everything, and I don't know, they like owning things from that type of world or whatever. And I felt like shepherds were one thing, because you can find a lot of shepherds that are really, really good, like house dogs, to kind of timid, or they can be either or. But when it comes to mals, there are timid mals, but they're very few and far between. And I feel like there's so many people who get a mal and then they realize, oh shit, I got in over my head. What kind of dog is this?
Belgian Malinois.
Belgian Malinois. Yeah, they're
MAL in like what is
in
Malinois?
OIS. Yeah, they're like their prey drives and their energy levels are just, man, you gotta run the fuck out of them like hours. They're a huge responsibility. I mean, like I know a lot of guys are just like, I can't do it. I can't
That
do
doesn't
it.
look like the kind of dog that you would buy under the presumption that it was going to be like a gentle little pup.
I didn't
Like,
want a gent. I thought it would be my friend. I thought he'd be my badass. I thought he'd be sitting next to me looking for other people to fuck up. That's what I wanted. I love that idea. That like, and you know, I like the commands and everything. And his was so obedient. Like I felt like his was a tool, not an animal anymore. It was like, it felt as effective as a handgun because he could just point and that dog was coming, and he's not gonna miss. The dog's not
that
gonna
probably
miss.
is better than a handgun in a lot of scenarios.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
Just that dog.
Especially
Yeah.
in
Like-
a house.
Oh yeah. Oh god, I'd hate to be in fucking close quarters with that motherfucker.
Yeah, everything like you can have a plan to like burgle someone or whatever, but as soon as you walk in and you get that like you're gonna like it's that what's the quote? It's like everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face,
Yeah,
Mike
yeah.
Tyson. Like so you see a dog like that, like what do? What's like you have like a crowbar, like Home Alone style burglary, and you walk in and you see that thing growling at you. Like you can't just walk back out the door and be like, well, clearly I've made a mistake. Like
I feel like I
it's
could
gonna
take
come
most
again.
dogs with a crowbar. I feel like with a club, with a club, a man's better than a dog.
I feel like you would get, but like I feel like animals react differently to pain in the midst of a fight.
I'm not talking about pain. Like I can swing a bat real fucking hard. I feel like a man with a bat is better
I
than
don't think you're
virtually any
killing.
dog.
Yeah, I think you
that
got to keep
dog
them in front of
first,
you
like-
because the way they're trained to grab is like not actually from the front. If they come at you from the front, then yeah, a crowbar or a bat or something like even your hands, you could probably like get one up underneath the neck or something like that. They're trained to actually come like behind you and grab like the meat of the back of your arm, so you're like trying to swing around and and you just can't do anything about it.
Jeez. Well, that
Yeah.
sounds really. That's a good deterrent. I'm not.
I
Gonna ever
believe
do
that if
anything
Kyle
that
hits
criminal.
this, I'm sorry. I believe if Kyle hits this dog, the dog's in a lot of trouble. But also, Kyle, I feel like you've got one shot to hit a moving target.
I'm gonna choke up on that bat. What I don't want to do is go like Mark McGuire on this thing and
Yeah.
swing for the fences. I'm gonna choke up, and I'm gonna be like some of these,
Yeah. These weak palms are sweaty. It's late at night.
yeah. Like you don't have to swing a bat very hard for it to be pretty fucking substantial. But you're right. You miss and
you
lose your
gotta hit it.
balance or something.
feel
You
like
got to hit
you're
it hard enough to
swinging-
demotivate a dog with bloodlust in its eyes.
What's that? Call of the Wild, the Jack London novel. Like that's what happened in that. Like that, you're inside Buck the dog's head, and Buck finally learns a dog is no match for a man with a club. Like that was one of the key lessons. That's the first lesson he learns once he's like taken into captivity and it begins his journey to being like what happens at the end. That's a great book. But yeah,
I think I heard something about Into the Gray, or the Gray, that
Yeah?
like they're talking about doing another one.
Oh my god.
Why?
And, like Liam actually like kills the alpha and becomes like
I can't.
This is my idea. This is my idea. I said this years ago. I've been saying this for years. Like the movie that should be like what I wanted is for Liam Neeson to be the alpha wolf, and like it comes back on, and you just see like all of a sudden like the camera's looking down a valley, and you just see elk or caribou or some shit, and then it slowly comes up, and you look up like upward facing angle to Liam, and he's fucking like mountain manned out, beard and like all he's wearing like skins.
He's filthy.
He's got a primitive weapon of some kind, and he just goes like points, and the whole fucking pack runs past him after the elk, and then he starts jogging like that jog that you saw like Primitive Man doing with exhaustive hunting.
The way it
I want that.
happens is that first scene is it's just the wilderness and the moon there, and you hear the ow, and then as you're hearing it, then it cuts from that to just a pan down shot, and you see that the ooh noise is coming from Liam Neeson's face, and he looks solemnly over, and he goes, "Boo," and he points, and then all of them take off, and then the entire movie is about his wolf pup gets taken by the Grizzly clan, and he has to go to the Grizzlies and find a way to sneak in and get his pup out. It's called Graken.
Graken.
Yeah.
That's all right. So Chiz and I were, well, I guess we were all talking before the show, and we thought that some trivia might be fun.
Ooh. Yeah.
So I'm reading
We were
Chiz's.
gonna do Charlie McDennis style one where we all submit things that only we would know the answer to. Like I would put in like ridiculous hockey stats, and Kyle would put in like what bolt to put in an AR-68C from the Korean War.
I want to do some hockey talk later. I don't want to derail the quiz thing, but Taylor was completely wrong about the Flyers not making the playoffs. I'll wait for
that
that to
has
eat
yet to
crow.
be decided, but we'll see. Anyway, Kyle, go ahead.
So it looks like he's got 25 questions. Chiz, aren't you going to have to read these out loud?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it now. So
Did you read the rules?
So he has.
No.
I'm going to read them for you. So there's 25 questions. Questions will be read out loud, and the participants say beep to say they want to answer. I think a better idea would be for everyone to use their keyboards. That way, whoever puts everybody type the letter F, and then use the enter key as your buzzer, and whoever gets the letter in first, gets it right.
Oh, so Woody.
Anyway, correct answers are worth 2 points. If no one wants to answer, we'll go down to multiple choice, where now the correct answer is only worth 1 point. -1 point for incorrect answers.
Is there
Yeah, so if
chances
that
to
did-
steal?
Yeah, so if nobody gets it, it'll move on to someone else that can jump in. And you only can answer once, obviously. You can't keep buzzing in. But if you didn't understand that, I'm going to ask, what is the capital of France? And then if you know it,
LE.
buzz in and say, the answer, and then you get 2 points. If no one wants to answer or knows the answer, I'll push it to multiple choice, which is worth less
right.
points, obviously.
Okay.
So
These are, they're not categorized. They're all kind of randomized together. It was hard to categorize them. So we're
understand.
just gonna.
That's fine. Let's give it a go.
All right. So keyboard, type the,
Just
whatever
type
you want. Whoever type something in. All right. Here we go. First question. The layer of the atmosphere closest to us is known as what?
stratosphere.
That is incorrect. -1 point.
I am gonna say.
Remember, you can
Taylor's
push it to
next.
multiple choice.
Why don't you wait till you're called on before you answer?
Oh, okay.
But now Taylor's up.
Well, shit.
But you
Okay.
are up. You did buzz in.
Anymore. Troposphere.
That is correct. Taylor's up a point.
Wow.
2 points, I thought, right?
Yeah,
can't use
sorry,
Google,
you were up
right?
2 points. Yes, and let's make sure no
did
one's
you
click
Google?
clacking away.
No,
Okay.
I
No,
have
he
one
didn't.
hand here, and one on the 3, and one on the enter.
And Richard, no one stated it, but I thought it was obvious you can play too as well.
Okay.
I'd
Yeah.
encourage that you do.
I was.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in.
Not just gonna let you sit out there and diddle yourself.
Yeah. have
What
to let-
color?
Yeah.
Question.
We always let the guest win.
What color was Slimer in the original Ghostbusters?
Oh,
What do you put in?
Green.
That is correct. 2 points.
that was a
incredibly
freebie.
easy.
I thought
Yeah.
that was a trick question.
If it was easy, why didn't you bitches win, huh?
The rings were in the Lord of the Rings.
Some are easy and some are gonna be hard that you're going to bitch at how hard they are. It's called
17 or
trivia.
something?
9
What
were for the win.
All right,
Yeah.
let's stop typing chat. About to ask a question.
Rings.
Yeah.
What color are bees not able to see?
Oh,
Kyle got in.
I was just guessing.
Blue.
Blue.
That is incorrect.
That's a shame.
That is -2 for Kyle now.
Yeah, it is. That's a damn shame.
Woody gets an answer, and then I get mine, right?
Yep. Woody?
I'm gonna say
No,
teal.
Kyle took mine. I'm not gonna go.
No?
Do I get to do that? Am I forced to guess?
Yeah,
You
know,
can't-
I think you buzzed in. Unfortunately,
I buzzed in, but after you did.
If we were think of it, this is a real live game show. It wouldn't work that way. It would just be a pause, and then the remaining contestants would buzz in afterwards. So
Can I
after,
answer since Woody is foregoing?
Yes,
Sure.
go.
Green.
That is incorrect.
Fuck.
All right,
No.
I think it's yellow.
That is
No, you
incorrect.
can't.
Too late.
Twice.
What?
It's
No,
not
I can
too
go.
late. You can go
I'm
there's
kidding,
one
I'm
answer.
kidding.
Richard, would you like to guess?
Is it red?
That is correct. Richard is on the board and in the lead now.
Did
after
you Google
process
that?
elimination.
Tested this.
No.
Nobody sees
Okay.
these bees if they
No.
couldn't see.
Because infrared or like red, like a lot of animals can't see.
Fine,
red.
this is not the time for facts.
Like if you're gonna hunt wolves or coyotes, you use a red spotlight.
You got a real ringer here, folks. All right.
Oh, this is horse shit.
All right. In which Olympic event might you encounter the terms egg beater and flamingo? Woody.
Synchronized swimming.
That is correct.
Fuck
You're
off,
back
y'all. I know shit.
inside,
So
which
what?
I was
what's
hoping you'd get that one.
This
All
is
right.
it.
Who won? Nah, I'll do a different one. Who split the atom?
Oh,
Kyle got it.
I want to stress this again. Remember, you can all move it down to multiple choice.
Sir Thomas Lichtenstein.
But wait, you didn't win. You didn't even
No,
buzz
he
in
didn't
yet.
buzz in.
No,
That's
I
not-
made that up, but he sounds real.
It's on Woody there.
It is not. It is on
It's
Kyle.
not. Nobody has buzzed in.
Nobody has buzzed in. I'm going.
I
with
tried to buzz in.
Oh,
Here,
he put K.
Oh.
Yeah, I buzzed in.
That K was
Oppenheimer.
Kyle buzzing in right there.
Gotcha. Kyle,
Kate-
go.
Oppenheimer.
Nope.
Good
All right,
guess.
all right. We got to be more definitive. What does splitting the atom mean?
Was he German?
Who was the man who split the atom? That's what it means.
Wasn't Oppenheimer running the Manhattan Project?
I don't know, but somebody did that before the Manhattan Project. I have the answers to my questions.
All right, fair
Is
enough.
this an obvious one that we're gonna be pissed
Are we
that we
going
missed?
down to process of multiple
Just
choice?
go to process of elimination.
Yeah.
Who split the atom? Sir John Percy, Sir Henry Adams, Sir William King, or Sir Ernest Rutherford?
Ooh, Ernest and Rutherford are old-timey names. That's a promising one.
That's
I don't
one
know.
person.
Adam
In
is
old
kind of
days.
Adam though, so
Oh, he named it after himself.
it's just a thought.
I'm gonna say. Well, I was gonna say Einstein, but he's not in the list.
Me too. I don't know who it is.
Read him again.
I feel like Oppenheimer
Sir
should.
John Percy, Sir Henry Adams, Sir William King, Sir Ernest Rutherford.
So
I think
none of us.
we all know that it was good old Percy, right?
That is incorrect, Taylor.
Fuck.
Okay, so who did it, and what exactly did they do? Because I'm a bit befuddled here.
We're getting
Really?
lost in the weeds. Just pick.
If nobody wants to answer, the answer was
Do you lose points if you?
yes. You
If
lose
you get it
points
wrong,
on,
yeah.
on
Oh,
wrong answer.
fuck. Okay.
I know.
You did
Oh,
buzz
so
in,
we-
sir.
So I buzzed in, so I have to answer.
That's
You
right.
do.
We're very
Okay.
strict
All
about
right.
that.
So
Go with Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
He did it.
That's.
It's not even a choice.
It was
Taylor,
wrong.
I don't want to make fun of you, but if you were paying attention to the multiple choice options, that in fact was not
It
one.
was
of them.
not a choice, but Kyle already got.
whoever A was. I forget whoever A
Well,
was.
also, if you were paying attention, A was the one Taylor had picked, which was
All right,
already.
so everybody's gone but me, right?
Sir-
Yeah,
That
no,
is
you.
correct.
Just say Rutherford and be done.
Wait, how did I go?
We
You-
should really move along and just tell us
Gonna-
who did it and how they did it.
Well,
No,
I
we don't
can't
know.
hear what
Give us the
Taylor's
answer to the
saying.
next question.
Sir Ernest Rutherford.
Oh, I was right.
What did Ernest do exactly?
I'm not going to Google that in the middle of the game, Kyle.
I think I'm calling bullshit on that one.
I'm not. I saw the awards. Who won the 2010 FIFA World Cup?
That one team where a lot of Latinos live, right? Bill?
I don't know.
Woody.
Germany.
Spain.
That is correct. Woody is now taking the lead.
I've had 3 right and 1 wrong, so I think
This
that
is so
gives me.
rigged. He's got so many monitors. Google's up on all of them. He's got Colin in the
It's
corner.
not.
To make-
I know
Here we
that
go.
because Chiz lived here during the last World Cup and told me many times that Spain won.
Anyway,
All right. What food is hummus made from?
Oh,
it's peas.
Well, Woody, hold on. We got to buzz in. Woody.
Well, Woody, then me, and then Taylor get to answer.
Well, God,
I'm a
Yeah.
little screwed. Taylor said peas?
Oh, really?
yeah, it's made out of green beans.
All right, because I thought it was made out of goat.
Woody goes, then I go, and then Taylor goes.
Wait, I go after Woody, right?
Isn't it like goat intestines?
Holy shit. Woody answered first. Fuck the order. Let Woody answer.
What? I answered.
I thought it was goat. I guess I'm wrong. Intestines
All right,
or
is
now it's
something.
my turn, and it's
No, I go after Woody, right?
On
I
my
got-
screen, it's me, Kyle, Taylor, and you're last.
That is
Richard.
correct.
Does it look different on
Yes.
your screen?
Yeah, it's completely different.
Make sure you're scrolled down all the way.
Yeah, on my screen, I'm first, so I think I should.
Weird.
well, the
As
answer
the judge,
chick,
I see.
the answer's chickpeas, and on most of the screens, I am next.
Yes, that is correct. Kyle was also. The order Woody riled off was the same order.
Did you know the answer before I said it, Kyle?
I just want to point out this typing system was Kyle's idea, so if there is any hate coming,
I'll back off of it, and I'll go if you want me to.
there's nothing to do. Which city has hosted the most Olympic Games? Kyle.
Athens, Greece.
That is incorrect.
Shame.
That's a good guess.
Yeah,
That's-
right. I figured like the old ones ought to have always been there, right? Like they did like
It is
30.
a good guess. It was definitely up there.
There's. Okay.
We can move it down to
Multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
All right. Is it Beijing? Is it London? Is it Athens? Or is it Los Angeles?
London.
Taylor is correct.
But wait, is he next?
He
'Cause-
buzzed in first.
Oh,
Yeah.
not on my screen. Interesting.
Needed
But
that.
I'll accept
turning
it.
this team around.
Did he really buzz in first? Are you sure?
I really
Yeah,
did buzz it
I'm
first.
positive.
Yeah.
It was him and then you. Taylor, you are
But-
back at 0. So. there
Any
we go.
consolation? I didn't know the answer.
Who plays Nancy Botwin on the comedy drama TV show Weeds?
That was an accident. I didn't mean to do that one.
Okay, I'll let it slide.
Oh.
I'm in there.
Okay.
I don't know what the order
Richard
is.
Ryan went first.
I think
Hold on,
Richard-
sorry.
doesn't matter.
Richard
No,
Ryan did
no.
go first, in fact, on my screen.
I think we should just raise our hands.
Well-
I don't know. Mary Louise Parker.
You got the
Yes.
answer correct.
Why'd you say you didn't know? You clearly
Because
knew.
she's the only person I know on the show, so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna try to get back up on the board.
Nice.
You are in the lead right now. All right.
Wait, he's in the lead?
Yes.
Yeah, because we keep answering incorrectly, and we're killing our. This game is going to end like -10 to -8 to 2. Like,
Which sitcom starred kids named Theo, Vanessa, and Rudy?
oh,
Taylor was first.
Oh, not on my screen.
No, I'm sorry. Woody was first. Sorry.
The Cosby Show.
That is correct. I have
Damn
to do
it.
this. You guys help me out and do that so like I can clearly see between questions. But Woody got it right. That is +2.
Back in the lead.
All right. Taylor, a bit of a harder, more college-educated man question. Not to say Woody isn't. I'm gonna have trouble saying this. The characters of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern appear in which Shakespeare play?
Oh, hands off that one.
Kyle is up.
Hamlet.
That is correct.
Nice, Kyle.
All that college learning must have been.
Back
I
to
saw it
Bill.
on the television.
Where is the thickest skin found on the human body?
I'm
Oh,
in.
Kyle
I'm
got
in.
it.
The back.
That is correct again.
Ooh. Not only did Kyle outbuzz me, but I would have got it wrong.
I was going to say that bundle between like your ball sack and your butthole.
I
Very
thought it was
thin
your
there.
heel.
I guarantee it.
I thought it was your heel. All right.
Yeah, I would think
Woody,
he'll.
that is the second answer. Palm and feet. What was the name of the meth that Jesse Pinkman initially made and distributed? Kyle.
Pop
He
rocks
put
or
the
something.
chili. He put the chili
Yeah.
powder in it.
Chili pea or something.
That's what he called it. He called it chili.
Kyle
pea.
is the only one who has buzzed in, so Kyle, you have to give me an answer.
That's a shame. I don't recall. That's a shame. I don't remember what it was called.
All right, Taylor,
Chili pea.
that is correct.
I
Really?
said chili pea.
No, you didn't.
No, you
You
really
did out
said you
loud.
didn't
That's
have
why
an
I was-
answer.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was a possible answer anyway.
Taylor.
That's what he called chili powder.
Which country had the most casualties during World War II?
I want-
Russia.
Taylor got it.
Wait,
That's
did he
another
buzz in?
So, Russia.
Yeah. Trust me, I was watching.
Wait,
Russia.
where
He
did
did 3
buzz
the
in?
last one. He did 3 last one and then did 3 again. That's what he's typing.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, go on, Taylor. What'd
Russia.
you say? That is
USSR.
correct. Russia is correct. 4, for those curious, the scores right now: Woody with 5 points, Kyle with 2, Richard with 4, and Taylor with 4. Anyone's game. Still plenty of questions on the board. Getting a little bit tougher here. Who was the only U.S. president to be a bachelor?
Oh, god damn it. I don't know it. It was the one that they all think is gay. Oh, what's his fucking name?
Oh, I think I might know this.
I just have to throw in. Was it Hayes?
That is incorrect.
Was it?
Well, I mean, it's Taylor's turn
It's
now.
over. I'm sorry. Okay.
Is it Tyler?
No, that is incorrect. I don't even know if we had a president. Tyler.
John Tyler? He was only president for like a little bit.
Oh,
But
that
I
is
guess-
incorrect, though. Woody and Richard, would you like to move to multiple choice?
Yes, please.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's hear
Right.
it.
The only U.S. president to be a bachelor, was it Calvin Coolidge, Andrew Garfield, James Buchanan, or William McKinley?
Buchanan.
It's almost like you don't know the rules of the
Buchanan.
game.
It's almost like that.
Buchanan.
Except you
Yes,
should,
that
because
is
there's only like one rule.
So now I have 6, right?
Yes.
Wait, was that correct?
Yes, that was correct.
God damn it. I was trying to throw him off the case by being confident with it. I had no idea.
Oh,
Well, thank
well,
you.
it didn't work. All right. The 45-mile supply run known as the Voice Secret was established to supply which French location?
Le Coulson? Oh, oui.
You guys you enjoy your history documentaries. Multiple choice? Is that where we're going?
We're going multiple choice.
All right. Is it Paris, Lyon, Verdun, or Lyon?
I think it's Lyon.
It is not Lyon.
Oh, it's a shame.
Verdun.
Sorry, was that your answer?
Yeah.
Done? Yes, that is correct.
Ho!
That
You
was-
tried to Regis Philbin me, you bastard. You tried to get me to double back and pick a new answer.
You answer out of turn so often, I didn't know you had typed something that time.
Put the break in there.
Right.
Chiz.
Oh,
That was breaking between the questions, yeah. Oh, okay.
all right. In It's Always Sunny, what's the name of the family whose home of the... Sorry.
Stop!
Taylor.
Click.
Yeah, stop. He already
buzzed
went.
in. You gotta stop.
Already
man.
buzzed in. McPoyles.
Yeah. No, that is incorrect. Your cockiness just removed that point. All right.
I think. Hang on.
Let-
So
It
You
buzz
don't
in or
want me to
not?
read the question, and you haven't buzzed in, so I'm going to
Oh.
read the question. In It's
Martinez.
Oh,
Martinez? No, that is incorrect.
Oh!
they both get negative ones. For
Yeah.
All right, I will finish reading. In It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, what is the name of the family whose home the gang forcibly makes over in the home makeover episode?
I thought it was the Martinez family.
I'm going to type it to you,
Multiple
Kyle.
choice.
It's a multiple choice, Richard and Woody.
Yes.
Okay. Is it the Sanchez family, the Perez family, the Morena family? All right, Woody.
The Sanchez family.
No, it is not the
It was so
Sanchez.
close to Martinez. I thought maybe that was
I'll
it.
read them again, and Richard, you can take a guess or abstain. Is it the Sanchez
I'm
family?
gonna abstain. I don't know shit about it. So
All right,
I've never seen
abstain.
It.
On
Nope.
the-
Sad
Good point.
that I didn't know that.
1, 2, 3. The Juarez family.
Yep.
I'm
The
sad that I
Juarez
didn't know that. I really am. Martinez.
All right.
Martinez.
Well, that was disappointing. Anyway, continue.
It was. The second highest mountain in the world, Mount Godwin Austen, is also known as what?
Woody went first.
What do you got in?
K2.
That is correct.
Very good.
Very good indeed. Thank you.
Well, I got to search back.
All right. Who plays the part of Caesar in the 2011 version of Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Kyle?
Wait.
Isn't
Is
Caesar that monkey?
I just have an issue in that.
Yeah, because he continued the question.
Yeah, Kyle was gonna play Who Played Caesar long before you named the movie.
Yeah. I don't know how to handle.
I know that he buzzed in around when I said Rise, so we had already gotten past 2011.
I don't know the answer anyway. I thought for sure we were going to that new movie that's coming out by the Coen brothers.
Yeah. Caesar is a monkey in that movie, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't the name of the actor be that monkey? Probably like Pebbles
Did
or
I
something.
buzz in?
You
Yeah.
did, Rich. Go on.
Andy Serkis.
That is correct. You are
Nicely
winning.
Oh, Gollum
done.
plays it?
God, the media man.
Nice.
Let's see. Richard. Wow, Richard.
Yeah.
So the score right now
Richard's-
is Woody 7, Kyle 0, Richard 6,
Yes.
and Taylor 3. A couple more questions on the board.
Fuck.
What were the names of the Blues Brothers?
Jake
Kyle.
Elway Blues.
That is wow.
Nicely done.
I'm gonna look this up real quick. I'm
What?
gonna see if your answer was acceptable.
What was your answer, Kyle?
He said Jake and Elway's Blues.
Elway. Blues. The Blues Brothers.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to say that
No?
was incorrect.
What's-
No.
I
Well,
like how you
someone else can go.
apologize. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say-
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take those points back. Looks like you didn't get
Doesn't
qualification
have
for
any
this
points
answer.
to give. So
Ah!
so I'll read it
said I
again.
did.
But what were the name of the Blues Brothers? Anyone, or we can go to multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
Okay. Was it Jake and John? Was it John and Elwood? Was it Jake and Elwood? Woody?
Jake and Elwood.
That is correct.
God damn it, that's frustrating. That's what's above my toilet. There's a like a big wooden movie poster from the Blues Brothers. That's frustrating. I called him Elway instead of Elwood.
All
right.
So
Yeah.
I have
Come on,
8.
we gotta surge ahead, Kyle. We're getting butt fucked.
Oh, it's going real bad.
One.
Richard is just playing so conservatively.
I know, and he's doing pretty well.
He's doing very well. Make it a
Right.
good
Question. Who who played the part of Commodus in the Academy Award-winning movie Gladiator?
I got it.
Oh, the
Walk-
media.
Joaquin Phoenix.
That is correct, Richard.
He was
I-
Commodus.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking Commodus was Joaquin
Thought that was the
Phoenix's
old guy.
father's character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are Richard
No,
and I
that's
tied
that's
at 8?
Marcus Aurelius, and that was played by I forget his name.
Yeah,
no
it's that
bonus
old
points for-
actor.
What's the score now, Chiz? Are we tied at 8?
Let me add. You are correct. You two are tied at 8. I just need to look something up real quick.
I'm really hoping to win the nothing that comes with this.
It's so
There's
funny
$1,000
because everyone's
on the
so
line.
competitive. Everyone's so competitive. It's
All
like,
right.
oh fuck.
Which of the following TV shows aired the most seasons? I didn't think, but I'll make this a 2-pointer, but obviously this is a question you need to hear the options for. So is it 24, Freaks and Geeks, Lost, or Breaking Bad?
What was the?
Kyle,
Lost.
What? No, I got it first.
you're right.
He did
I
get
thought
it
that
first.
3 was from the previous round.
No, it was
but
Lost.
okay. All right.
I think Richard got it first.
No, that was from last one.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees it wasn't me.
Taylor, you got it incorrect though. It is.
It's not Lost.
It is
No,
not
so
Lost.
now who's next?
What was the question?
So wait. All right, hang on. Slow down for a minute. Taylor rung in first. Who's second after Taylor?
I think Kyle is.
You are.
Yeah.
So what are those?
I will read them again. Can I just deduct the point from Taylor? All right. And Woody didn't hear the question, so I'll read the question again and the options.
My God.
Which of the following TV shows aired the most seasons? 24, Freaks and Geeks, Woody.
Oh,
24.
That
I
is
thought
correct.
it was my turn.
What are you talking about?
we're
Well,
having a lot of issues here. It's all right.
But I thought I rang in after Taylor, so
You
I was-
asked me to reread everything.
Which somehow means that you lost your turn, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. which means there's a new round of buzzing in. Like
This is a conspiracy.
I think so.
Me and Kyle.
I
we're
could
just-
throw that. I'll
You-
throw that question out.
Seeing you.
Hey,
I'll throw
throw
that
that
question
question
out.
out. And I want 5
I have a
points.
better idea.
Go on. What's Woody's better idea with this stupid typing mechanic Kyle implemented?
I will split the 2 points with Kyle.
There you go. You each get a point.
That's
Fair
unfair. I want at least 5 of Ryan's points.
Kyle, back up to 0.
What are you, Bernie Sanders?
All right.
I'm not doing very well. Can we just share them? Like,
I think really that.
Point.
Go
For the
on.
record, it is mathematically impossible for Kyle or Taylor to win this game right now.
That's not
You
proof
can
they
steal
can keep getting them wrong over and over and go negative.
That
So have
is-
good math.
I still don't think they could go that negative at
there's
this
an
point.
unlimited amount of bad questions to ask us on the internet. We can play this
What?
until cows come home.
What political party was Millard Fillmore, the president, associated with? Taylor.
The Whig Party.
That is correct.
I was gonna guess that.
Well, you're both smarter men than I.
It was a guess.
Well, that's a hell of a fucking guess. That's a pretty old party. All right, last question for you buffs out there of the histories. After the death of John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, how many children did Ted Kennedy end up adopting?
6.
Oh,
There's a buzzer.
I know, I didn't buzz in.
Which one did he? What's that thing called when they cut out a piece of your brain?
Lobotomy?
Yeah, he lobotomized one of his kids, one of the girls, I think.
That's pretty fucked
I
up.
didn't know
Do you
that.
count that one?
That's
I
a
don't know
half
what
a
you're
kid.
talking about.
That's
I can go into detail on this after an answer's been submitted. Well,
I am not risking this one. I'm not putting a
We can go to
choice in.
multiple choice.
What are
Really?
you
You don't throw
risk
your
it,
game?
Taylor?
You want to throw your game, Taylor?
It's risk. I got to make the playoffs. I'm pushing.
Multiple
No.
choice? Oh,
3.
Kyle.
3 it is.
3. All right, no.
Show me 5.
That is wrong as well.
Damn it.
Richard and Woody, would you like to go to multiple choice?
Not that many numbers left. That's reasonable.
I know, right?
You'll be. No. Can I get a multiple choice confirmation, or are you two gonna actually guess?
You don't get multiple choices for numbers.
Wait,
Just
is
guess.
this the last
You
question?
do.
It is.
Yes, it's the last question. And Woody is ahead by 1 point for the record.
Oh,
you
so
kinda need
yeah.
this to win.
So I have to
Multiple
answer.
choice. We going there?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're all going to be very surprised. Is it 15 children, 11 children, 13 children, or 9 children? Taylor, you're done. It's between Richard and Woody.
Look at Richard. Look at those gears turning. How many times did that guy fuck? How many times
Really,
did he pop one
Richard,
in
you
his game?
kind of... Someone has to go for it because Woody's ahead by 1. If you
Yeah.
both and that's the score.
I mean,
Woody's
yeah,
not going to go for it until you do.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
'cause-
I'll
yeah,
wait
that's-
forever. You
yeah,
take your
that's true.
25%
That's true. You
shot
have to.
at
You have
tying.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I hear the options again, and I'll guess if I get it.
15, 11, 13, 9. And Richard, you are the guest. You get a 50-50 lifeline if you want to go ahead and use that right now.
Shut up! Really?
No,
There's
no.
also phone a friend. I
That's
will
the thing.
pull it for
That's
you
the
right
thing.
now.
Yeah. Google. Here we go.
Yeah.
No, that's cheating. Yeah. I feel like 9 being the lowest number would be wrong because everything else is so much higher.
Solid
like-
point. Solid point you're making.
I don't know. I say 11 or 13. 13.
I'll read them again for you again.
Yeah.
15, 11, 13, 9.
Fuck. 11 or 15.
Double digits, so they wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's fuck it. Go big or go home. Let's just say 15.
Well,
15.
you'd be correct if 2 of his children didn't die before the parents died. The answer was 13.
Wait, his kids died, but that doesn't mean they just never existed. He had
He
those
didn't-
kids.
He didn't adopt.
No, he
the question
adopted
was after they
13.
died, right?
Well,
They
also,
died
you
before
wouldn't
the
adopt
parents,
dead
so-
people, you know.
Well,
So-
Woody is the champion of our trivia game, which was brought
I'm
to you by
not surprised, motherfucker.
Brought to you by Ring.com.
Oh, wait a minute.
Over
I was
95% of home break-ins happen during the day, and burglars almost always start by ringing your doorbell to see if someone's home before pillaging your possessions. When the Ring video doorbell, these words don't make sense sometimes. You can see and speak to anyone at your door from anywhere in the world using your smartphone. Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you, even if someone doesn't ring the doorbell. It's like caller ID for your home. Installing Ring takes minutes, and it works with either your current wiring or built-in rechargeable battery, which is what I'm using with mine. It hasn't shown any signs of weakening. It's been up for several weeks now. Put your mind at ease and protect your home with the Video Doorbell. Time Magazine and USA Today named one of their top 10 gadgets. Our listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com/PKA. That's ring.com/PKA. With the Ring Video Doorbell, you're always home.
Well done.
Yeah.
Check them out.
That thing's pretty cool because, like, I'm down here playing games and stuff, and sometimes I'm home alone, and if I get, like, a package I need to sign for, I can just look at my phone and be like, oh, yeah, it's a UPS guy. I'll answer that. It's not Jeremy not wanting to borrow a handgun or something. So I'm digging it. I like it a lot.
Some of these ideas are amazing, like the Ring doorbell or the tracker. How does one go about selling a product that you could never invent?
What do you mean?
Well, like, I think, all right, hey, I'm going to, build a dog collar that makes it so your dog never barks or gets lost. Great. Okay. Well, I'm not nearly smart enough to accomplish that, so.
You're not? I think you combine a shock collar with the tracker and you're done.
I
Right?
know. I think of something else that I am
probably
not smart enough.
complicated.
Well,
What-
I think coming up with that great idea is the real hard part, right? I think facilitating it, you can always find somebody that can facilitate it.
I think you'll find somebody who's like all into the mechanical, not really a big picture person as much, and they're probably not having the same ideas for shit. They just kind of implement the ideas and concepts that other people provide for them, you know? Like there's probably idea people and, work people, Not to say the idea making isn't work or difficult, just, I don't know.
Different
There's-
for your brain.
Yeah,
different
there's
muscles.
different kinds of people out there. Some people, like, I could never be the one who sat down and was like, I'm going to figure out how to make this fucking toothbrush a permanent vibrating battery or some nonsense. Like I don't know, but some people can do that, and that's pretty crazy. But they need somebody to sell it because they could have the
What if
best
it
thing
was-
ever. But if they're uncomfortable in a boardroom and they can't present things cogently, it's not going to do well. Like when you watch Shark Tank and someone has a great idea, but they're just inept and just kind of like, well, I'm really hoping you help my company. Like just, you know what I mean? Anyway.
I have a simple idea. I'm into this everyday carry stuff, and I have a slim wallet. No one does a slim wallet perfect, and I have a small change on existing concepts that I think would make my idea a better idea than all the other slim
What's the
wallets out
change?
there. In short, the problem that they have is that the dollars aren't well accounted for. Like here, I'll show you my wallet. It's in my back pocket. And it's this slim. I think my wallet is as slim as most people's wallets when they're empty. This is my full. But the dollars don't stay very well. And I'm sorry. The dollar, they slide around. And on rare occasions, I'll pull it out, and these dollars will still be in my back pocket. And I'm like, oh, I could do a small thing better than anyone else is doing. And then mine will be, in my opinion, objectively the best wallet in the world. How does one go about, like, what are you, contacting China to have them make your wallet or something?
Yeah, what sweatshop do you dial up? And
Exactly.
See, like, hey, can you do this?
There must be some very skilled 7-year-old Chinese children ready to make these wallets for
Yeah.
me.
You need their deft little fingers and their inability to communicate pain. Yeah.
I wonder, like, how do you transform an idea into a product that you can sell?
You go to Sourcing Expo.
Are you far from
You're
your
coming in
mic,
very
or-
quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You go to a Sourcing Expo. It's
Oh,
still
do you?
quiet?
Yeah,
No, you're
that fixed it.
So Magic is like one of those for clothing. Have you ever heard of Magic?
Mm-mm.
Magic clothing.
No, so it's in Las Vegas. They do it twice a year, I believe. So the hats and everything that I had made, you just go there and
Those big hats.
yeah.
I want one
So-
of those.
So the
I'll-
one you
I'll-
wore in the video where you
Yeah.
forgot your hat? Yeah, I know.
And I've bought so many hats over the years, and I finally like had a company just make them for me, like just the way I want. They're gonna be like the operator style, like rice hat. So it'll have like a Velcro pile thing on it, like a grenade clasp and everything. But the only way I can kind of compare it to, or only thing I could compare it to, is like if you were to go to CES and you have Best Buy and Apple kind of set up there, and they're like, hey, this is the new iPhone for this year. It's going to be great, blah, 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 blah. Check it out. And then you go over into the Sourcing Expo or sourcing side of it, and you have Foxconn who's set up there. And they're like, oh, hey, you want an iPhone with your logo on it? We'll totally make it for you. And so all the new products for the year. So Magic is like all the clothing designers and stuff. So it's like, oh, we're making all these clothes for these people. If you want it with your logo on it or whatever it is. And that's hats, that's shirts, pants, shoes. So wallets, I'm sure all kinds of leather goods and things like that. They'd totally be down to do. I mean, backpacks, you can just give them, say, hey, here you go. Wingsuits are even a thing that we've even considered, because wingsuits are fairly expensive and stuff, but it's a life-saving kind of thing. So
It's got to be
Yeah,
done well.
life saving in a very specific circumstance.
yeah,
If a bear attacks you, you're not gonna spring to safety in your
Yeah,
You
wingsuit.
might.
you might jump off that cliff instead
I've
of
seen
going back.
several movies where that happens.
Yeah, but if it was like a Revenant style bear attack where there wasn't an imminent cliff to just jump off of, he probably would have got a little bit of air on that hill, but then still ended up under the bear on the
If
bottom.
I've learned
But,
anything from James Bond, it's that there's always a nearby cliff.
yes.
But yeah, if you're serious about that, I mean, I'm sure you could get on like any of those websites. The cool thing about it is when you go to the expos, a lot of times they break them up into countries and regions. So if you're, I want to make sure it's made in America, you'll have all those manufacturers in one area, get all their cards and show them what it is that you want to do or whatever. And generally you then go over to the Mexico side or the Chinese side and be like, oh, we'll make it for like a third or a 16th, but it's in a slave labor camp.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just gotta weigh your options. Slave labor Profits. You don't even know those kids. Maybe some of them are shitty anyway.
I'd like to be completely unscrupulous. So what's cheapest? Slave labor, prison labor, or child labor?
Oh, it's got to be slave labor. There's nothing cheaper than a slave, right? No. Because you have to feed and clothe slaves.
You could pay a child less than a living wage under the assumption that someone else is picking up the rest of their bill.
That's true.
Yeah.
So children are probably cheaper than slaves because they're not like, because they're just paying them enough to like eat a piece of bread every day or whatever.
Slaves, by definition, earn a living wage, given that they're alive.
That's true. Yeah, they have to. They're not slaves for very long if you don't get a living wage.
You'll ruin your
Even if that
capital
wage
investment.
is just in the form of food and shelter. But
Richard, I wanted to ask you if you knew anything about that explosive that they used in that Brussels terror attack. I think it's TATP. It's
Yeah,
the acetone
TATP.
peroxide stuff.
That's it.
How sensitive is that stuff?
Super sensitive. It's the HME of choice. Like right now, that's
HME?
that homemade explosive.
Okay.
It's funny. You talk to any of the EOD guys and stuff like that. C4, det cord, all that fun stuff that you'll see in like maybe videos that I'll do. Nobody's worried about that. I mean, it's like RDX and the taggants in it and everything are just, it's so traceable. It's the stuff that people can make in their garages that people are freaking out about because it's like, how do you can't regulate that. Like acetone and peroxide. It's like, I mean, it's super sensitive stuff and super unstable. But I mean, like I'm not going to give the kids a chemistry class here and how to make stuff, but
You don't have to be Walter White.
no, you don't. And I think like just somebody like yourself who might not have the craziest chemistry background, you have a very simple understanding from say tannerite or binary, right? You're like, oh, aluminum powder and ammonium nitrate. Well, it doesn't take a whole lot to figure out aluminum is pretty fucking reactive. I mean, it's a key ingredient in a lot of stuff.
I was
And
playing with thermite just the other day.
that's exactly it. Iron 3 oxide, iron 4 oxide, and aluminum powder. It's like if you start buying a bunch of aluminum powder, like 5 micron off of Amazon, which is totally legit, I'm sure it's going to raise some flags.
Yeah.
I'm sure stuff like that's going to start raising flags. And you know, I mean, if you're making thermite, that's one thing. I mean, nobody's really worried about that. But the second you start doing like Walter White purchases of barrels of peroxide or hydrogen peroxide and everything else, that's when it's like,
Yeah.
I
Red
It's-
flags start getting going up.
I was watching Adam Savage talk, and I guess he's doing a show where he was testing different homemade explosives, and he found one that was so reactive and so dangerous that they canceled the show and decided not
That's
to
what we're talking
do
about.
that one. And then I guess like Homeland Security wrote or something and asked for ideas about which one would be like ideas for homemade bombs. So he wrote them about that. You think that's what it was?
well, I don't know if that was it because TATP is definitely a well-known
that's a
homemade
good point.
explosive, and especially within the global community. I know when MythBusters did the thing about breaking down a body like Walter White, they successfully did it, but they wouldn't talk about the chemicals used to break it down. But when it comes to explosives, that's what I'm meeting with the ATF with next week and transferring my FEL and everything back here onto the East Coast from the West Coast, is that I'm going to be doing like an explosive series on different kinds of things that maybe have happened, or it's easier for me. I don't have to spend like tens of thousands of dollars on videos, and I can still focus on these other jobs that I'm doing and everything, but still do some stuff that has like some type of payoff to the viewer and everything without giving a full-on tutorial or whatever. But yeah, TATPs, I mean, that's the hot shit right now. I mean, that's what everybody's looking out for sure.
Yeah, I saw some of the images from that. You can see, I guess, one of their hands is gloved, and from what I They said that it meant that there was a wire running into the glove with like a dead man switch. So if he first he starts shooting, and if someone kills him, he lets go of the switch, and that's when it goes off. So there's really no way to combat that.
Nope.
But I think he had 33 pounds. In the luggage bomb.
It's super volatile too, which is crazy. And like a lot of people, I mean, we don't have to get in that like crazy philosophical conversation, but it really like does get to that point where it's like you can regulate everything. Like it's easy for people to point fingers at guns and say, "Hey, that's a problem." Once you get to a point of homemade explosives, you got to start asking yourself, what's really the root of the problem, and how do we address this? How do we keep from this knee-jerk reaction of regulating this or that? We're just a dog chasing our tail right now. We got to like really try to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, there's so many things out there that you're not going to be able to take enough stuff. You can't take all the stuff away that lets you make explosives. I mean, it's everything from fertilizer to the stuff you bake cakes with, or all these things are minor. Yeah,
they mitigate like coating ammonium nitrate fertilizer with oil so that the prills won't take in the aluminum powder and everything. But it's maybe not even that with explosives. There's always going to be something, right? So how do you address that problem? Because first it may be guns, then it may be explosives. What about next time there's an Ebola outbreak? They say, fuck it, let's go to the Congo, let's get a few vials of that shit, and let's just fucking put it in ourselves, go to every airport and just start coughing and try to do as much damage that way as we can. There's always going to be, if not explosives, it might be chemical or biological next. It's like, how do you really address the problem, and like what's the solution to it? I wish I knew, but
you build the wall. It's plain and simple. You build the wall.
You know what? It's worked for Kyle in Age of Mythology, and it's going to work for the United States.
Absolutely. Oh, I don't want to go back to Age of Mythology for too long, but we found this Helm's Deep scenario where they completely replicate the Battle of Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And they went so far as to like rename characters and give them special attributes, so all the main characters are there like defending, and then you have this mechanic setup that just sends an enormous amount of enemies your way toward the wall. And just like in the movie, there's a weak spot in the wall, and there's some sort of fire torch carrying unit that's always trying to blow the wall up so they get in. So we need 7 people to play that shit, but it looked like a lot of fun.
We should, Woody, maybe you'll give it a try sometime, huh?
Belly button fucking.
Yeah.
So we
is
have
this
one
the kind
more
of game you would try, or no?
Age of Mythology?
Yeah.
Just not now. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you caught me in the winter or something, I'd be more apt to it. But I've been loving having a good sleep schedule. I've been loving getting outside. I've been loving...
We can play in the afternoon, early morning. Yeah. I'll get up at 7 a.m. and play. I'll rise early and have a few cups of coffee.
Did you show him the video that you showed me, like the small map one? That's really neat.
I don't know if he watched it, though.
I didn't watch it, though, yeah. I just... And I mean, Kyle's, 2 weeks into this thing? And he's still, like... learning the game.
I'm good enough to beat the game
better.
on like normal. I whip the game on normal difficulty in 15 minutes flat. It's just that Chiz is very good. It's not that I'm
Chiz
poor
is
at
very
the game.
Good too?
I'm sorry, Taylor is very good. It's not that I suck at the game. It's just that I'm playing with somebody who's really good, because I whip the game on normal difficulty in literally 15 or 16 minutes every time.
You really have that Stewie whip.
Quip, yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, we've been through this. We got out the dictionary. I proved that it's one of the correct pronunciations of that.
It really is. I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be some southern thing. No, it is.
He's correct, but it's like it's technically correct.
The best kind of correct.
The only kind that fucking matters to me.
The only
whether you like it or not.
I just want you to start doing it now on W words that don't have H's. Just
just
give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water.
Yeah, I've always done that. I don't know. I have to make an effort
to
enunciate. I know I make an effort to enunciate certain words and to pronounce them correctly so that I don't sound like an idiot.
Were you rapped on the knuckles like in Catholic school as a kid?
Oh, the opposite of that. The opposite of that. No, it's the exact opposite of that. It's I don't find the southern accent to sound very intelligent, especially if it's really deep. And I know that's a stereotype that someone from the South shouldn't have. And I certainly don't judge people based on their accents. When I hear them, I look beyond, I listen beyond that to what they're actually saying. But I feel like a lot of people don't do that. So I feel like if I had a Southern accent, and I wouldn't pronounce if a word ended in ing and I just said swimming, I just don't think you sound as intelligent. So I try not to do that.
Like
I try
commode.
Commode, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So, like, you have the most mild Southern accent that it's not even really Southern. Like, everyone I see in Southern Missouri has a worse Southern accent than that. Like, you really avoided it well.
Commode is redneck?
It's something you have to get rid of. But
more white trash than redneck.
Yeah, my grandparents say commode, but they grew up without running water.
Yeah, it's old-timey, too, maybe. So I
thought it was like a British thing or something.
Ooh, sitting on the commode. Like, that
no, I think they have they call it water. A loo, yeah.
Loo?
The loo. I guess it's the bathroom. That's not really the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, there's only one thing that I want to talk about right now.
What's that one thing?
That's scorebig.com. You see, you're paying too much for tickets. Between all the markups and the last-minute convenience charges, even print-at-home fees, you end up paying courtside prices for nosebleed seats. Scorebig.com is here to change that. Scorebig works directly with our favorite teams and artists to get their unsold seats at unpublished prices. Only at scorebig.com can you name a ticket price to be guaranteed to pay below box office up to 60% off. Here's what you do. 1, go to scorebig.com and find the event and seats that you want. 2, make an offer with Scorebig's name, a ticket price feature. And 3, get an instant answer and save up to 60% on your tickets. No surprise fees and free shipping. No surprise fees and free shipping. Just unbeatable prices on great seats. And when you're in great seats, you actually enjoy the game or the show all the more. Next time you go see any game or show, go to Scorebig first and see how much you can save. Go to scorebig.com right now, click on the microphone, enter promo code PKA, and you'll save an extra $20 off your first ticket purchase. That's scorebig.com, promo code PKA. Didn't you just buy some tickets, Taylor?
I did.
What a fool you must feel like now.
I was just thinking about that quite a bit. Like, literally, we were playing the game 2, 3, I guess we're like almost 3 hours, 4 hours in. But I bought Blues tickets for the Blues-Bruins game tomorrow night, and I feel like a real idiot asshole right now because I completely forgot that we had this new sponsor, and I probably just spent because the tickets were like $80 a piece, and so it's probably would have been way cheaper. 60% of $80, that's money,
It's real money.
It's $48. So where are your seats? Are you at center court or what?
Center court, yes.
Yeah,
center ice. What do you call
center
it?
Ice.
Rink?
Yeah. Should be a real good game though. Bruins are in a rough spot, maybe not making the playoffs, and Philly. Woody, you're convinced they're going to make the playoffs. I'm not convinced yet. I'm not sure. That's iffy. Detroit might beat them to it.
Detroit has to get more points in their next 5 games than Philly does in their next 6, and Philly is the hotter team. So,
well, who is Philly playing? Let's see what their schedule
is. Philly
is.
has actually a lot of critical games. Like some of the teams in front of them, they do play Detroit.
That's a huge game. If they lose that could be it.
Then they can still win because they have other games and a game in hand versus Detroit. Philly is clearly going to make the playoffs, and unlike St. Louis, they will make it past the first round. So
yeah.
Take that. You're not supposed to agree, you douche. This is not how sports arguments go.
Well, I mean, you're making good points.
All right, I have a
Blues
question.
already clinched a spot.
Yeah, they can win the President's Cup. They still won't make it out of the first round.
No, Washington won the President's Cup already.
No. They could hypothetically make the President's Cup, and they still wouldn't make it out of the first round because they are the St. Louis Blues.
Well, they have done that before, where they win the President's Cup. We won the President's Cup in 2012, I think, when LA, the 8th seed, played us in the first round, upset us in 6 games, and then I was just sad.
I continue to make more good points about how awful St. Louis is.
We're always good in the regular season. We're always tearing it up.
Well, that must make you feel good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really tear it up.
Well, how about 2010, huh? Last time Philly was relevant? Get their
2010, is that the year the Hurricanes won the Cup?
No.
It's
2010
not?
was when Philly lost to Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Kyle
Poor
is
Kyle.
dying.
Oh my God, we've had 30 minutes of Age of Mythology talk, and I never did that.
Yeah, but there's at least one other person who likes that. You're talking about something nobody likes. I don't even think either.
What? You don't see two of us talking about it right now?
I can't. I still find it unbelievable that both of you find that game to be interesting at all. It's so
You
silly.
watch baseball for crying out loud.
So much action.
Ah.
It's not a sport like basketball where one player, like any sport where it's a team sport and one team can go like 55-4 on the season, like the Golden State Warriors. It's like that's a sport that's all about like one dude. Like you have that one guy, like Steph Curry or whatever, and you could be good just with that one guy. Hockey, you could have the best guy in the world on your team, but it's so much of a team sport, like that's not going to win it for you. I like that about it.
I have a question for Woody. So when I think they made the minimum wage in maybe Seattle $15 a few months back, and we had a discussion about that. I think what we came to, and what we all kind of seemed to think, was that it's just kind of a small case study as far as how it affects the larger economy there. Now they've done it in California, which is one of the biggest standalone economies in the world. If you made it its own country, what effect is this going to have in the state and outside the state, do you think? Now, I think it's going to drive a lot of automation inside the state, like that Reddit article told me yesterday. It seems like it makes a lot of sense. But I think when all of a sudden the lowest paying jobs pay $15, I think a higher skilled worker is going to be filling those jobs. I think the people who were once capable of earning minimum wage, now they might not be up to the task.
I've said all along, everyone who works is competing with automation and overseas labor, right? You don't get to choose whether or not you do. Nearly everyone has to compete with automation, overseas labor. And when they increase the cost of you, then those other things become more attractive. In China, it used to be if you needed a basement, they hired 100 people for a few pennies with shovels. And then when people became more expensive, they bought an excavator, right? They weren't stupid. They weren't too stupid to own an excavator or operate one. It was just more expensive than cheap people who were next to free. Now that California has a $15 minimum wage, like you said, I think automation will be the first thing. It's easy to swoop in and do that. There are jobs you wouldn't think you could outsource, like drive-through order taker, that actually doesn't really have to be local at all. I can do that job from India. It'll be interesting to see if that happens. And
that would piss me the fuck off. If I get to Burger King, hello, welcome to Burger King. How may I help you? I'm like, where the fuck are you? Are you in that? Because if you're not in that fucking Burger King right now, I'm gonna lose my shit, motherfucker.
They lie. Hello, welcome to Burger King. What's your name? Steve. Where are you? I'm right here. They always lie. They're trained.
From Sheboygan. Yeah.
Yeah, like I had it. I don't think they do it anymore. Maybe it didn't work out. But at my local Wendy's, I think they just made it so that like they were all American, but they were time zone based. So maybe if it was lunchtime here on the East Coast and it's 10 a.m. over in Colorado, that guy took the order. That way, I didn't have to like staff for peak hours because we all had like even staff.
Are we talking about Wendy's?
I might be fucking it up. It might not be Wendy's, but I've seen that done. Yeah, I've literally seen them take orders from elsewhere in America because at 10 a.m. who's busy?
Inputting your order into a machine, and then that information is being relayed back to the store that you're at.
Exactly. Yeah, easy to do, right? What's the difference between me keying it in locally versus me keying it in anywhere? I could key it in from my desk. It's just freaking Frosty, Big Mac, whatever.
I've never encountered
interesting
this.
Conversation to think about too, because you want to go to the extreme and say, oh well, okay, 10 years ago there were half as many billions of people. Now there's 7.5 approaching, or maybe surpass that by now. 7.5 billion people. So there's more people, but there's more automated jobs. So there's arguably, to an extent, the job market's going down. So at what point does it become, like, oh, we should figure out some way to, as much as I hate to say it, like, maybe socialism in the future isn't a bad thing, right? Where it's like
way down the line.
How do you? Yeah, well, no, it's like it's a sliding scale, right? It's like if everybody's working, then everybody should like have that pursuit. But if like you have this this one guy here who owns all of the machines that are doing all the things. Everybody's a consumer, so what do they really have to make money off of besides making YouTube videos?
Well, I think we can agree, like, human wants are insatiable, right? They'll never be satisfied. So this idea that, like, oh, well, we'll get all the things and everything will be cool. No, it won't. Houses will get bigger, cars will get cooler, phones will be more complicated.
Yeah, people see this world where they're like, oh man, automation, it's going to take all the accounting jobs, and it's going to take all the marketing jobs, and it's going to take all these jobs, and everybody's going to be standing around without a job, with their dick in their hand, and everybody's going to have everything they need because with just a weird future where everybody can make everything in a 3D printer or something. Like, that's never going to happen. It's
I've
never
made
going
this
to happen.
argument
Automated logistics and self-driving cars, automated trucking or whatever it is. I mean, just logistics and driving alone would be
huge.
It would wreak
huge.
fucking havoc.
All kinds
on
of driving. Forklift drivers, tractor trailer drivers. Farmers are effectively drivers in a lot of ways. They just hand back and forth around the fields.
Well,
now,
but look at the tractors that have GPS and they just do their own thing. The combine.
And thus far,
it'll get rid
it's
of
rare
jobs.
for a farmer not to be in one, but it's the near future, right? It seems like a really safe spot to try this automated driving, around in a field. But I've said this before, so forgive me, listeners. Pretend this is a really simple village economy, right? We've barely got anything going on, and we've got 12 people with spears spearfishing every day trying to feed us. Food.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're doing an Age of Mythology thing or whatever. So you got 12 people with spears, catching fish. And then some guy invents the net, and suddenly 11 people are out of work. They don't just go out of work and be like, well, you really don't need me for food anymore. No, those fishermen get placed elsewhere in the economy, and they start building huts or pizzas or whatever it is that comes after fish. That's going to happen. So I can always count on insatiable human needs to fully employ everybody.
Yeah, there will. I mean,
well, that's the interesting thing.
Transportation is a huge percentage of jobs. Like, if suddenly it was like, oh, we don't need truck drivers anymore, that'd be really impactful for them. But I don't think that this future where suddenly the majority of people don't need jobs, like, that's not going to happen. There will always be something new.
No, but I think in a global economy, and when you are able to scale at the rate at which you can scale jobs or industries and everything, it can be way more devastating to happen overnight. Whereas it taking 10, 15 years, people have time to adapt. Where it was, I forget who it was talking, so forgive me for like just talking out of my ass, but I heard somebody talking today on an article or a news segment where they were talking about how food stamps was a failed program where in one of the states, a millionaire or something like the guy won the lottery who was on food stamps. He took the lump sum and that month didn't qualify for food stamps, but the very next month got food stamps because he then qualified because he didn't have any more income coming in. And so they were wanting to change things. What I thought was really, really smart and kind of makes sense now looking at it in hindsight. It's like, no, you got to be working. If you can't work a job that's going to pay you the wages to reach this financial whatever it is that you need to be doing, we can help supplement that. And if you can't find a job, you need to be volunteering. You need to be contributing something to society, logging those hours either way, if it's at an animal shelter, a women's shelter, a homeless shelter, picking up garbage in the park for TDOT or whoever it is, you need to be contributing to society and not just hanging out at home collecting a check. And I'm like, that's actually like potentially a really good business model for the future, right? It's like if you are offering your services in a way that might not be driving a truck or making a hamburger, fucking go pick up the park or something like that.
Eliminating handouts sounds really cruel, right? If I were to advocate this right now, oh yeah, we got to stop, we got to get rid of welfare, we got to get rid of food stamps, we got to do all that. The trouble is that these programs can create dependencies and a cycle of dependencies, and they can be anti-business too. If suddenly I decide that people in Tennessee have lousy dental care and I'm going to flood in there with all kinds of free dental care, then I'm putting dentists out of business. I'm wiping out the dental economy that exists today. If I say everyone in Ghana doesn't have shoes and I just flood it with shoes, then all the cobblers in Ghana are ruined. You're not doing anybody favors by just flooding
Yeah, that
them.
life on Easy Street, long gone.
So
Both of them ruined.
so you know, when you do that with these other industries, it's just like if I just give somebody money and never get them out of their chair, then I'm not doing that person a huge favor.
Yeah, you're not teaching them to fish.
I know, right?
You're just giving them a fish.
I knew it was coming. So, but there's something to that, and I don't know exactly what the answer is, right? Like a straight up handout might be a good short term solution, you know, 3 months or so. I saw this Michael Moore thing on the healthcare. Do you guys remember what that one was called?
Something sick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sick or
Fat,
something
sick,
like
and
that.
dead or something. Is that it?
Might have just been
I don't-
sick. I don't recall.
Sicko. Thank you, Chiz. And he was talking about, I think it was the U.S. versus like a French healthcare system. And in the U.S., the guy got his cancer payments paid for, and then the moment he was declared cancer free, he was like expected to go back to work. And you saw him, and he looked terrible. You know, he was like his cheeks were like
Very sallow,
puffy,
gaunt.
sallow, gaunt. Like everything was just sick and weak about him. And mentally, he was broken too. You know, he had just beat cancer. That's not an easy fight. And then there was another guy, I think he was French, and it was the same thing. He had this like cancer survivor, like fat Auschwitz look about him. You know, just nothing good. I don't know how to describe him. And he's like, in France, they gave you 3 weeks. And he's taking pictures of himself on the beach, like it was like his celebratory vacation. And he's like, it was great for me. I had a thirst for life again. He was ready to hit the workforce. He was fixed. And I'm like, man, they're kind of onto something. Like what sounded to me like, what a freaking post-cancer vacation? What kind of horse shit is that? Get your ass to work. But look, there was a sickness that needed to be cured, like a health that needed to be regained in that scenario. And it made a lot of sense. So sometimes the harshest policies that maybe I knee-jerk toward are not the right answer. But the most generous Bernie Sanders, everyone makes tons of money. You know, I hear people talk about not a minimum wage, but a base
living
salary.
wage?
No, it's like a salary for doing nothing. Like, hey, if you're a citizen, you get 30 grand. Pop.
Yeah.
There you
What?
go.
Yeah, like some countries do that. Like some of the oil countries, they have Alaska has a subsidy, like where you like being Alaskan resident because of the oil and everything there, you get tax credits or a couple $1,000. I think it is now for being a resident.
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, you can't give away too much because then people don't earn it.
No incentive.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. If you
I have
protect
a,
people too much, they get weak.
I have a video to watch. It's 50-something seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
link it. What is it? Little preface? Hey, is it the mountain?
Yeah,
All right.
let's just jump right into it.
I'm queued up at 0. Right. Richard, if you're new to this, we just all sort of queue it up at 0, and then I say
Yep.
ready, set, play. Are you ready?
All right. Yep.
Ready, set, play.
The strongest man on earth.
People ask me,
Thor, how can I be like you? The strongest man on earth.
well, the answer is right in front of your eyes. Sparkling water.
This is my brand, Happy Bubbles. We have 2 kilos, 5 kilos, and 10 kilos.
What if I can carry it?
If you can't carry, you can't drink. You die.
You can only become stronger just by carrying it back home from the supermarket.
Don't buy other stuff. Happy Bubbles, sparkling water that makes you sweat.
Is that a thing?
Awesome.
I can't tell. This is a gag gift, right?
No, it's real.
You're
It's
lying.
Heavy
No,
Bubbles.
fuck you.
No,
I
I
don't
bought
trust you
one.
at all.
What's that?
Oh my god, it is real. This is a real thing.
Yeah, you get some Heavy Bubbles.
Oh my god.
I already ordered mine. I'm gonna get a workout and get hydrated at the same time.
Heavy Bubbles uses nitrogen instead of carbon to carbonate their water, which infuses it with more This can't be real. No
Look
way.
I love the animation. It's
Hal didn't
him
buy it.
like
It's not even-
electrified.
Oh, wait.
He looks like a Greek god or something. There's like electricity and lightning bolts
Wait,
running
when was
through him.
this? Is this an April Fool's thing?
No,
Yes.
this is the way to get in shape.
March 31st? Come on.
This
That's
is
an
heavy
April
bubbles.
This is
That's
heavy
April
bubbles. It's not even a diet. It's a lifestyle.
That's right.
I've got 6 of them. I'm only on the
No.
10.
Yeah, that's of course not real. Those are heavy bubbles. So that's absurd.
He is so big, it's ridiculous.
He is so big, it's ridiculous. He makes everything funnier. The guy can clearly like only speak enough English to say the words that we just heard, but somehow I still want to watch and listen to him say those things because he's just fucking gigantic.
His name is Thor Bjornsson. He would have fucked up a couple of villages back in the day off of his longboat. Imagine him, axe wielding, screaming in the night as he runs
Covered in
into
armor, like a battle axe in each hand. Just
If he existed back then, there would be stories about it. Like there would be people would still know who Thor Bjornsson was because there'd be like a life-size wooden carving of him, like holding a mammoth head.
That's
by one.
whenever they like track our genetic code back, they're like, oh wow, it seems that like 80% of the men in Europe came from these 5 men, and I'm like, probably a man like that, probably a dude like that had himself like 80,000 bitches. I feel like if that big, like you could really run shit in a time and place where being big meant that you would run shit.
I'm a
You are
cynic,
in
but what
charge.
does he look like without steroids or performance-enhancing drugs?
He's just a 7'5" tall regular guy.
Just your average 350-pound colossus.
Just another Joe you might see at the store. Getting his 11 daily pounds of lean meat chicken and his ground turkey breast as he has his 6th omelet of the morning because I have to get all my protein for the day. Like, he's got his. Have you seen any of those like YouTube documentary videos that they follow strongmen? There was one where they follow this guy, and he's like 7'1", just so muscular that the body has given up. And it's like, we can't make this look good anymore. Just put it where we'd usually put fat and be done with it. Like, he can't keep working out. He can't keep getting bigger. Just store it away. He ate, I think it was like 14 eggs every morning, like 6 pounds of like turkey bacon. And then he went over to his family's house to make a big like potluck dinner. And just like he made a giant vat of chili with like half a cow in there. And half of it was for him. Just for him. There's a family. His like whole extended family is there. He's like taking the ladle out and is like, and the bit for you, and the bit for you, and the bit for you, and I take the pot. And like he just starts. It's disgusting, but also fascinating. Like
I watched
that's
one.
an addiction.
I watched a thing about female bodybuilders, and
Gross.
they also have to eat an enormous amount of food. But the difference is there's not as much money in female bodybuilding. So they I don't recall how much it was costing these ladies to eat, but it was so much chicken breast and so much lean meat. It was very expensive every day, like $50 a day, $60 a day, I think, something like that, maybe more. So to supplement their income. Because there's not sponsorship money, there isn't as much prize money for winning the women's bodybuilding events and all that stuff, and I'm sure there's barely that much in the men's. I wouldn't think it's a living. I don't know, maybe it is. I guess maybe with the products and supplements and that money there is. But anyway, they moonlit not as prostitutes, but as like basically these men would come to them and they would want to get roughed up a little, and not in a dominatrix type way. She would like wrestle this guy and like pin him and like put him in holds and stuff because she was like a collegiate wrestler or something. So she would legit
Was
like
this on
whip his
HBO?
ass.
She
Yeah,
just
yeah.
wanted-
I think I might
guys
have
just
saw
wanted
part
to
of
practice
it.
wrestling. with
Yeah.
her?
Yeah, they would come in. There's a porn genre like Total Domination or something like that. It
Where you
reminded
wrestle
me.
like it's a sport and you
Well,
just lose.
in the porn genre, the 2 women wrestle against each other, and
She
then
would pick him
the
up and
winner
carry
fucks
him
the
around.
loser, with the strap on. But it reminded me of that porn genre. Trust me, I've never seen it, Mom. But it reminded me of the porn
She's
genre.
watching. That's the worst part.
Yeah, she literally does watch this whole show, and I guess the woman would wrestle the guy, and she would just beat him.
That's a weird fetish to be attracted to you losing an athletic competition.
I'm like,
you
I
know?
can take this woman. I know I can.
I think what it was, I think he had kind of like a fetish for like Amazonian type women. Like he had this, he fetishized a big, strong, powerful woman, and he was a small guy. This woman, he wasn't just like, oh, you're beating me up. He wasn't pretending. Like she was his physical superior in every way. She was taller, wider, more muscular. Like she was picking him up like the genders were reversed. I mean, like I picked my girlfriend up. Like it was pretty funny. I like that.
That just doesn't sound like fun. Going in and getting wrestled and beaten.
Woody, remember that girl who was at paintball who was very muscular?
Yes.
Have you seen recent photos of her?
No, I would like to.
She kept going with the bodybuilding, and she is I don't know. If I saw her in a magazine, I'd be like, okay. Like I feel like she fit right in. She is
someone that you just saw.
When you said human body or female bodybuilder, Taylor immediately said gross, right? He just like slipped in gross, and it's like, no, man. Female bodybuilders, not the top level guys, but the ones who are like 1 or 2 years into training are the hottest women on earth.
Are you talking about like fit bikini though? Like not bodybuilding, but fit bikini?
Like the female bodybuilders.
I'm not signing off on this at all. This woman was hot.
Bikini's like completely different from bodybuilding.
You guys are talking about top of the game female bodybuilders, right? I'm talking about the ones who just got started, who suddenly have like started watching everything they eat, their lifting, their tone, their shit.
Their shoulders start to broaden, voice deepens.
I think some CrossFit chicks are
little hair on the lip.
Oh, twat's a bit itchy today, Oh Jesus, good lord. God,
you say that the guys make more. But actually, I feel like social media now, a lot of those chicks are making a lot of money on the social medias.
You can see the fibers of their muscle. That's what Chiz wrote. Wrong. You are talking about women who've been doing this for 5 years, who are at the top of their game. No, I'm talking about the noobs. They're the best.
So this lady's...
You're talking about someone who works out.
I'm disagreeing,
but is hardcore about it. Like a CrossFit chick might be. I think Richard.
That's not bodybuilding.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. The chick that went to paintball with us at paintball was very fit and attractive. The next year she was too much. The next year she was even more too much. Now she is stronger than any man I know, and she looks like skin draped over a musculature. You see striations, you see like indentions, like where the fat. There's like her fat content must be like
a guy that was also like abnormally strong, right? Wasn't he like
he was fit, but he wasn't a bodybuilder per se. He looked like he looked fit. He looked like he'd run a marathon and bench 180 20 times. Like he looked like a strong fit guy. But she now is some sort of like Amazonian freak, if I'm being honest. Like it's a real fucking mess. Like she's got man face. She is just a monster, a hideous monster, and I get pictures of her shown to me occasionally, and I'm just like, oh God, she's just ruined herself because of some sort of
think that
fetishization.
They call it bigorexia. Have you heard that term before?
Yeah.
Where they look at themselves and they don't see strength. They don't see their muscles. They just see like, I've got this area to improve. I've got that. I'm not quite there yet. And everyone else is like, dude, you passed it 3 years ago.
Maybe
take a few steps back,
Yeah,
like, take a vacation.
At paintball, she was still one of the fitter women I'd ever seen, and but very attractive. And just tone doesn't begin to
almost a little too strong.
Yeah, like when she would roll her shoulders and you're looking at her from behind, she looked like Linda Hamilton from fucking Terminator 2. Like she's ripped, but now she's to the point where like I know she'd kick my ass. I absolutely know she would kick my. Maybe if I hit her, if I could hit her first, I'm sure I
bring the baseball bat you have for the dog anyway.
If it went to the ground, I'm fucked. If it went to the ground, I'm fucked because she's so much stronger than me. I guarantee it. She's just
it's almost like a shame when you see that where it's like you don't want to say it's a shame because it's condescending to look at someone's interest and be like, oh, they don't even get that that's not that great. Like so, I bet there are a ton of them that are just super into it and good for them. But from an outsider perspective, like when I look at someone, for men and women, there's a point of musculature where it goes from like impressive to like that's a little upsetting and weird, and that's not how you're supposed to look. For men, you have to get ridiculously muscular. for that to happen. For
Like even
women,
you
not
look at
very
Schwarzenegger
much.
and you're like, the pinnacle. Like that's what I think when I see
Yeah.
someone like Schwarzenegger. I'm like, well, that's the pinnacle.
But for women,
Fuck
it's
is
not that
fitness.
much. Like you don't have to get like super or Schwarzenegger in his prime jacked for it to look a little off, just because that's not a natural thing you see walking around. Like if you see a guy like Arnold Schwarzenegger in a t-shirt in the store, you might be like, wow, that guy's in fucking great shape, but you're not going to be like, what? Let me Snapchat this fucking weirdo, you know? It's just a different kind of standard. So, I mean, good for them for being passionate about it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's great when someone's really into physical fitness. It's definitely much better than being on the other end of the
In the
spectrum.
opposite, yeah.
Yeah. And so like I'm hesitant to be like, hey, calm it down with the push-ups. Like it's too much. But
yeah, but if
Trying
you're
to live
pumping
till 100 over
roids
here?
into your system and your
I don't know that for a
heart's
fact, but that's what it looks like.
strained and
And your clitoris is 3.5 inches
growing
long
like
now.
bigger than yeah.
Yeah, you don't need the strap on to fuck your girlfriend anymore.
It just
Yeah.
looks
Clitoris
like a
grow?
kielbasa.
I've heard
Oh,
the
yeah.
labia grows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the clitoris grows. It becomes a little penis.
I don't know. One of the UFC fighters, like they're doing close-up examinations of her labia, like during weigh-ins, to determine
Gotta
whether,
be, sure.
like, guessing whether or not she's in.
Who convinced her that that's how you
steroids.
tell? They're like, yeah, it's no, I don't. I haven't found any steroids yet. No.
Is Joe Rogan up there with a chart? We're seeing advanced third stage clitification.
I feel like you're fucking with me right now. Is this you fucking with me?
Oh, isn't that great?
They don't use the labia. They don't do that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they used to
I
use a
don't believe
ruler
that.
to measure it, but now they take string because some of them are curved, and they lay the string on top. Any more than 3 inches, and it's a certified penis.
Kyle, no, it's not official. It's the eye test. You know, people will look at a dude and say that guy's on roids. I can tell because, like, he's really ripped in every way except he's got puffy nipples, which is like a steroid thing. They'll look at a guy and be like, yeah, you know, like he's bulked up like lots of people can do, but it's weird that his hat size changed.
So you're saying if you see a girl's clit hanging out the bottom of her shorts, it's a good chance.
Basically, yeah. There's a UFC fight. It's Holly Holmes is who I'm talking about. They looked at her during weigh-ins, and they're like, dude, either she's got a gigantic labia, or that gigantic labia is the result of steroid use.
What's hilarious
Now,
is I've heard
affects the labia?
people talk about it before that, like months ago. It's just funny that it got brought up again.
Regarding her?
Yeah.
That must get back to her somehow. She must know that
Has to.
people on the internet are all discussing her labia.
So it affects her labia?
I'm not an expert on
It
women and
affects-
steroids.
Yeah, I
don't
think it's
know.
the clitoris
Clit.
too.
Clitoris, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know it just caused its general swelling. Maybe
Yeah.
it doesn't.
I need some pictures of Holly Holmes like camel toe now. Apparently, could you fish those out for me? You got a file there, Woody? You got a special like Holly? This might be part of your like porn meta Reddit that you've put together. It's like huge clits anonymous and
Yeah. Woody's got it like segmented. Where's my March folder? You know?
5 o'clock shadow bitches or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
All right.
Touch of testosterone.
All right. So, I wish I could.
Holly Holm.
Let me fix the screen grab and see. Hang on before you hit play, because I think I can make this a better picture.
That's not even that big.
It's not. Well, hang on. It'll zoom in and stuff. I don't know. You just hit the first second, right?
Look for lack of a better term, the lady's got a meaty pussy. All right, it's just not that. That's not that big.
Hang
of a deal.
in there. Let's watch this thing. All right.
All
Ready,
right.
set, play.
What's up, everybody? This is Holly Holm in the weigh-in. As you guys know, she won in
I don't
a
think this is the
very,
video I watched before.
spectacular way versus Ronda Rousey in a second round knockout, which is pretty much the biggest upset in MMA history. I mean, Ronda Rousey was a title holder, never been beaten. She was hyping herself as a person who would retire undefeated. A lot of people were deeming her being cocky. I do agree to a certain extent. Anyway, right now there is a so-called controversy about Holly Holmes. Some people are accusing her of a possibility of juicing, or at least they're questioning that because of this.
She's got more meat there than the other
in the
4 women on stage.
I'll talk about it a little bit later. I'll make it a little bit bigger so you guys.
I'm
will
not
know,
sure that I like
what
that we
is up.
went into this.
Anyway,
I don't want to judge this
MMA,
woman's vagina anymore. I
female
feel like
MMA and juicing.
I feel bad.
Now we're getting classy.
As you guys know,
You mentioned belly button fucking like 7 weeks in a row.
Yeah, but that's completely
Something
different.
about this seems more personal, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's
Very. Yeah.
yeah. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with this woman's vagina. I've
Go to
seen
406.
I'm looking at it. I'm literally paused at 406.
All right.
Some vaginas look like that. Hey, here, go to the camel toe subreddit. I mean, what,
Yeah, you know, I some do. I think she's on the bigger edge of normal.
sure. That's not a simp. That's not an innie. There's some stuff going on there.
Yeah, and I really like her. Well, not that I know her, but she handles herself really well.
Well, I'm glad we covered that.
Me too. Yeah, I think that she is not on steroids. I think that's probably just normal.
There's a labia gone wild
Depends on what you call
subreddit here.
Steroids.
Go on.
I'm looking at the labia gone wild tag here on Imager. There are plenty of women here who are packing more heat than Holly Holmes is. I guarantee it. That's awful.
Yeah. She probably
So
just used heavy bubbles anyway.
What do you think she's on, Richard? You said it depends what you call steroids.
Yeah, I will not even come close to being a dude who's gonna say that I understand even a fraction of that stuff. But when it comes to that level of athleticism, there's so much money involved that, like, I know a lot of athletes will like Kennedy's like really vocal about it, and a lot of other guys. I mean, there's certain things like what HGH has a 12-hour half-life. I mean, you have a lot of different things.
Just got better.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's so many things out there that it's like if you can get an edge, and you can get through a camp and do this or do that. I just you have to believe that the bulk majority of athletes out there are on it. It's just like if you're in South America and you know that you have a little bit of a window to be able to get away or something like that.
Jose Aldo.
Yeah, I mean it's like.
I mean, it makes sense. It's. I think it's most sports, not all of them. It's obviously more common in like football, baseball, but pretty much every sport out there. I think there's a good percentage of them doing roids, or at least something in that family.
Performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah. Apparently, like last year and this year, there's like a bit of a cocaine problem in hockey, with a lot of the players doing a good amount of cocaine. Apparently,
Mike Richards has to be on it.
I'm positive Mike Richards was doing a good deal of cocaine.
What was I gonna say? NBA players. Now, granted, this is a time in their life when men can get stronger, but the difference I see in their physiques from like when they get out of college at 20 to 22, because a lot of them go early, to where they are at 26 and 28 is huge. It's so big. I'm like, wow. I wonder if this.
Well, it's frustrating to me, as like, I don't know, just maybe a sheltered person growing up. I never realized that was such a thing. Like in professional sports, I mean, you got the Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa thing.
Mm-hmm. I was so disappointed by that.
It's like these dudes are big, blah 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 blah, but like you don't realize when you go to the gym, like your local gym, and there's like ripped up dudes there. A lot of times, more times than not, they're on something. It's like, well, fuck, I busted my ass for like 4 years just grinding it out, doing all these different workouts and eating right. And it's like, I just can't reach that level. And you're like, oh, fuck, that's why.
Yeah,
I get it.
You're not taking steroids.
But it's okay, isn't it? Like, if they're not competing, knock yourself out.
I mean, you're not competing, and like I'm warming up to the fact that like I've probably like in taking Propecia and pharmaceuticals and shit like that, I probably damaged what my endocrine system to some extent to maybe manufacture more or less testosterone. And at some point, I probably should think about like testosterone replacement therapy or something along those lines, where it's not that bad of a deal. You just got to be honest about it. Don't fucking deceive people and say, hey, look, I'm getting fucking ripped up. You got to do work, son. You got to fucking eat chicken breast and broccoli all day long. You know, that's the only way you're going to get them gains. No,
talking about The Rock right now and his, he promotes that gigantic diet that he does and all that craziness. But
no. I just mean like,
But that's a good example.
I feel like I've been lied to, like about everything. It's like, oh fuck, man. Now like I have like, buddies who are like honest about certain things and like kind of giving me like insight. Oh, shut the fuck up. That person's on steroids. What? 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 It's just like I feel like I'm a 30-year-old something dude who's just like been told that there's no Santa Claus. It's like, fuck, man, I've been busting my ass
Who
off.
were you so surprised was on steroids? Type it.
I'm not gonna say.
What? Are you good friends with them?
No, I just mean like okay, let's just take movies. Let's take movies for an example. And in no way, shape, or form am I accusing anybody of or saying anyone's on steroids. But you take Ryan Reynolds in Blade, or you take Brad Pitt in Fight Club. You take like these iconic scenes with these dudes that are just fucking ripped, and you have to ask yourself, did they get this from busting their ass for 6 months working out before the movie? I don't know.
Or like Christian Bale. He played in The Machinist, where he was that emaciated little guy. And then like 8 months later, he comes out as, where's the Joker? And he's like 6'5" and gigantic. Like, it's what the fuck is going on? Like, you didn't just, kale your way into that body over the course of
on the other end of the spectrum, I think Kurt Russell did it legit. I don't know if you ever saw that movie Soldier, where he says like 25 words the whole movie. He worked out for like 14 months leading up to that. Like it was over a year it took him to like get into the shape that he felt like a super soldier should be in.
Adam West was also totally natural.
I always like it when they talk about Babe Ruth. They're like, yeah, he did it on chili dogs and beer. Like he was hungover half the time.
Back in those days, you could get by in sports by being kind of okay.
Well, you didn't have any black guys hurling the ball at you at 95 miles an hour.
Like people were so bad at every sport that like people who just had jobs where they weren't full time, they're like, man, I got off really early at the coal factory. I'm just gonna go, pick up a hockey stick and go play. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll make the Maple Leafs this year. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody's skating around with no helmets on. You play baseball, you're using a thin stick. Somebody says we should widen that. You go, you know what? That's a good idea. And that's how early you are in the game.
But like sports are just such a tip of the iceberg, though. Like I feel like that stigma attached to the sports side of it, be it Lance Armstrong was cheating or this or that. It like actually meeting people who have like done or been on like testosterone replacement therapy and just like how they're like, oh, dude, this totally fucking changed my life. Like my whole mental well-being, like I feel like me again. It's really weird. I don't know how to explain it. So it's like, I don't know if like with our foods, like Kyle, you probably know more about shit that's put in chicken than anybody here. It's like our diets, maybe exercise, work, all this other stuff, like really affecting our hormones and everything. So if you
arsenic, literally arsenic.
So if we find a way to balance things out or bring it back to whatever level it should be, it's like I'm all for it. Just be honest.
Don't be like is a UFC guy, and he's like, man, I'm on TRT, and I love it. I take it all the time. It makes me a better athlete. Now that he's not competing, it's legal. It makes me a better athlete. It makes me a better husband. It makes me a better dog owner. Because I have more energy and I'm a happier version of me. And somehow the dog owner thing burned into my head. Like, it makes you a better dog owner?
Yeah, you walk the dog more.
or just
It builds a good relationship with.
yeah, I don't know. I got the vibe he was just like, I'm a better guy to be around, when I'm on this than I am.
Why don't you investigate this, Woody? I want you to. If you go to your doctor and look into this, I'll do the same. Like maybe
Your doctor's so much better.
He really is. He might hook me up.
So much better.
I heard something about like I think maybe alcohol lowers your testosterone temporarily. So I figure do 3 shots, go in and ask for the
Work out a lot.
I was thinking I
want it to be low when I go in though.
No, you
That's
work
what it
out a lot and
does.
it actually drops your testosterone levels.
Okay, fair enough.
It's kind of like
I cannot get more. I'm gonna be 25 next month, and if I get any
Show
more
'em, show 'em,
testosterone, I'm gonna
show
go
'em.
crazy.
Show 'em why.
I'm,
Show 'em
You
why.
have beard
No, I'm
coming
just-
off
I'm
your
just-
nose.
Yeah,
I'm just a very hairy individual.
it's awful. I
It's
barely
not
got
awful.
anything
it's
going
just
on
really
here.
hairy. Yeah,
And you're just like a wolf man. It's.
yeah.
I think I know I already asked you this before, but would you consider some sort of laser, if it were painless, especially if I told you for $5,000 I'm gonna zap you with some lasers and we're gonna thin that out by 95%? Would you be down?
No, not unless there was a team of hair placement specialists figuring out.
It's
where
me.
Oh, it's you.
My
They're
flamethrower.
Not fucking. As long as I get to wear the Ghostbuster suit, Keep it safe. No, there's no way. Because no matter what would happen, they would they'd go in and they'd take too much here and not enough here.
No.
Just completely eliminate one shoulder and the other one's still got some action.
They leave the 5% all in one square.
But what
up
if it
here.
was plastic surgery level removal? I think the
a
stripe here is kind of cool. I definitely like the happy trail.
I got that in spades.
No, we know you-
You would love seeing me in my bathing suit. You
Oh,
know?
I would.
Look at this happy trip. No, but
I can see Woody going to the hair transplant place, and they're like, "What? You really don't need any help from us, sir. You've got one hell of a hairline." They're like, "Actually,
Take it
I'd
from
like you
here."
to take it from here." And my wife over there, she would like a happy trail. I would take her and give her the bussiest happy trail there ever was. It's gonna be great.
That's funny.
I had a prank idea the other day that I thought would be fun for a hidden camera video. I have no way of facilitating this myself. It's just a funny concept to me, but it was having a blind guy, with the glasses, the cane and everything, go into a gun store and purchase a handgun. And going through the whole process, him being I think I want a revolver. Give me a 38, and then and him just being yeah. And him at first pointing it the wrong way, and of course when I pick up a handgun, the first thing I want to do is yeah, that does look nice. I like how that dry. Yeah, I like that. But yeah, exactly right.
Oh God.
I'm search and assessing in the fucking gun store.
Yep, it's all clear in here. All
I
good.
wonder if that guy does that in the gun
what if
store.
you ask qualifying questions and how many times do you have to pull it before it will fire? Just once, just one time. Okay.
I just want him to be putting his finger in the barrel and oh, that's a big hole. Wow, yeah. Where do the bullets go? Show me. And getting the guy's hand and feeling his hands and be going through the whole purchase, buying it. And of course, the whole time they're just gonna be what the fuck? But legally, I think they have to sell it to him.
What if you started off with
Well, he
giant
still has to
sunglasses
dose it,
and didn't
so
make it
he'll-
completely clear that you were blind, right? I don't know, it would just over time become
I want it to be
more
obvious
obvious
immediately.
Is that better?
I
You think?
I want it to be over the top obvious, white cane and glasses tapping his way in. Yeah, dog maybe that would be funny too. But at the end, I want him to be could you load it for me?
Well, you still
I
have
need
to do the
protection
NICS.
immediately.
Yeah, you still have to do the NICS test and everything. So if he can't see, he can't answer the questions.
Get help with that though. You can get someone to help you fill it out because Chad was telling me they've had people buy guns from them that were illiterate, and they just walk them through it. You don't need to be able to read and write to buy a gun.
That's hilarious. The guy
Yeah.
lies about not being able to see. He's like, "Oh, I'm illiterate. I can't read."
I'm talking about I know that they've sold guns to people who were literally illiterate. So
Yeah.
if you can do it to them and you can help them through answering the questions, you could certainly do the same thing with a blind guy. You just ask him and fill it out for him.
How do you sneak through life illiterate in this day and age?
Dude,
A lot of guys do.
What if
I
you're
told-
really good at sports?
Mayweather?
Well, I know two guys who aren't sneaking their way through very well, but they're both fucking illiterate because they were homeschooled. And neither one. It's those guys that helped my dad. One's 15, one's 22, and they're both functionally illiterate. I taught them
They
how to
can't
use
read?
no or write.
How?
or do basic mathematics. I taught him how to use a tape measure the other day. We went through fractions. There was one point where I was using quarters to explain it, and one of them went, "So that's why they call it a quarter." And I'm just like, "Yeah, that is why they call it a quarter." And
wow, that's so sad.
We had like 5th grade math out there for about half an hour, and I think I got them, on the right path to be. They can read a tape measure now. So
Did anybody? Good. So did they just not attend school? Nobody ever sat down and drew some lines in the dirt?
No.
Well, do these kids have parents, or are they just wild feral children living in Georgia?
I think my mom has told me that this is called environmental retardation, and that's when you're raised in your upbringing, your environment when you're raised up is such that it holds you back. It literally retards your intelligence levels. You're not learning fucking anything, and that's what these kids had. They were homeschooled, but in reality, they're just not doing anything all day. Like
Palin syndrome.
Like the kid's 15 years old, and he works on my dad's farm. And I guess he's learning like whatever my dad teaches you, which is like, I don't know, PVC pipe today, electrical tomorrow. The next day we'll do some small engine repair. But he's still not learning to fucking read and write. Dad needs to get some fucking novels out there and get them kids gathered around.
So how do they can read really slowly, I assume, right? Like they can read really slow in some things. Because otherwise, how could you couldn't read what exit you were getting off at. Like what road you were gonna turn on. You can't read road signs. You can't know what is on the back of the box of Cheez-Its.
They can't read and write, but obviously you go through life enough, you know what Cheez-Its look like. You know what the word Cheez-It looks like. Words in many cases have become pictograms for them. They know what the word means, but not why it means
They think in hieroglyphs. That's weird.
Yeah. They're pictographs. Yeah.
Emojis.
There
Next
you go.
level.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
really all that hieroglyphics was. Just emojis that you had to carve into stone.
Yeah, I mean, they find ways to misspell words using even through text, and that shit has autocorrect, right? Like, it's doing its best to help you along.
Well, they think the phone is trying to sabotage them.
Don't know a damn
Just
thing.
voice to text and then read messages.
I was at Tractor Supply store the other day, and you know how the credit cards now have a chip in them, like it's a little more secure. The lady behind the counter was pretty sure that's the mark of the beast.
Ah, your mom worked
thing run by people behind counters.
I don't know. She thought it was the mark of the beast. Could someone break down the mark of the beast? What the things are? It's a mark.
Basically, it's a mark that is going to be on your right hand or something, and you're going to need it to participate in the economy, or buy things, sell things, transactions. I don't know how much of that is actually, kind of taken through in the Bible and explained, and how much of it is just like made up, like purgatory, where it's just kind of one day it happened, and now it's just something they believe. But I don't know.
It always catches my attention. Like, there's religious people, and I guess that's fine. And then there's religious people who
think the end
sort
is
of
near?
make it a real active thing. Yeah, the end being near is one of the key things for me. When they're like, look, I'm covered. This whole place is about to get destroyed by God's meteorites in a fiery storm, but I've accepted Jesus, and I'm actually kind of looking forward to that day. I know that shortly beforehand I'll be pulled up into heaven and everything will be great, and all this praying I've been doing is really going to make for a happy afterlife for me. Are you hiding, Kyle?
No, I'm reading.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing another one of those.
You're doing great over there. I stand behind all that awful stuff you're saying.
And this woman, Mark of the Beast type, like, oh yeah, credit cards, they have a chip in them now, Mark of the Beast, and it's just like, I don't know if you're qualified to work a cash register.
I mean, if anyone should be able to recognize the Mark of the Beast, it's the person who's dealing with transactions all day, right?
Maybe I'm wrong.
The guy's Visa in front of you, everything's fine. They run your card, and it's just like, just and they're like, oh Jesus, it's a beastly, hellish card. Anyway, sorry.
What would it take to get a custom credit card with like demons and shit on it?
Nothing at all. I don't know which company exactly, but a lot of them do like super customized cards, and you can upload your own images and shit. Yeah, that'd be fun.
That's totally what it should say. Mark of the Beast.
It should say Mark of the Beast, and you should. I wonder if there were a way to like get them to like make the number 666 in there a few times or something. Oh wow, that would be great.
Yeah.
and then make sure you do it like real slowly in front of your parents while you buy them dinner.
Oh, that's my parents.
And then once they consume the food, you inform them that they've been damned because they've eaten the Mark of the Beast food.
It's got like that dramatic The Omen music where it's like he said, like it's like all like, loud and monotonous and scary. That'd be good.
On a totally different topic, Colin's foot comes out of the boot in like 7 days or something.
That's great.
That. Yeah.
Hey.
So just for Richard's update, Woody's son Colin had a little bit of a wood chopping accident. Hit his foot with a very sharp axe, went through the boots, severed 3 tendons. They were all reattached successfully. It's been in a boot for a while. Can't really move his toes because it would be bad after the surgery. But now everything looks great, and he's looking forward to doing some more wood chopping very soon once we get the foot off.
He's really excited. He wants to go boot shopping. He hates to miss out on any splitting I've been doing without him. I've found that there are boots that are cut resistant, that they're like Kevlar or something, and they just don't slice very easily.
Shatters all your bones.
Well, steel toe you think would be built in there.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah. Also put them in some like goalie hockey pads or like shin guards or something.
I think I'm gonna have him hand me wood while I work a hydraulic splitter for this season. Let's try this again at a little older.
You're not asking for my advice, but if the one thing that I would do is make sure his axe is duller than normal, because I feel like it went through that boot like a knife through butter, and it must have been pretty sharp, or he must have swung it real fucking hard, or I guess both.
I feel like
a duller axe might be a better idea. All right, so Chiz has passed.
Or is that worse?
Right? I'm not convinced
it's better.
It would be better to have a duller axe.
A broken foot with some bad bruising would be better than the tendon damage, I think, and less expensive.
I don't know. We're gonna have to myth bust this or something.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get a couple of kids, couple of axes, we'll make it happen. So Chiz has passed this thing along to me. I think it's on the overlay. It's if you go to gumroad.com/PKA. This is something that Chiz has cooked up. So I think what he's doing is he's compiled all. He's compiled all the PKNs into one giant thing that that we're going to sell. It's 80 episodes of content. I'm just reading your notes here. Correct me if I say anything wrong, Chiz. He's running a 10% discount for the next 2 weeks. Promo code Season1. We're selling these because people have been asking for them. Patrons and non-patrons want access to the back catalog of videos. It's kind of an issue when someone signs up for 1 month of Patreon and all of a sudden they're given all of the previous content. That doesn't seem exactly fair. So we found a way to make it fair. So you can check it out. There's a lot of content on there. The survival trip episodes are on there. There's me playing with the flamethrower and the potato guns, all that stuff that I did on some of those earlier PKAs that most of you never saw. So if you like it, join the Patreon page. You can get on there and do it that way. But go to gumroad.com/PKA and you can check this thing out. I think it's pretty cool. If you're interested in it, this is definitely the way to get into PKN. And if not,
this was a good idea. I'm glad he did this. Yeah, because
he spent tens and dozens of hours uploading. Think about 80 episodes of content. It was 80 hours of stuff. He had to go in and make sure all the audio was right. Chiz has been spending a lot of time to make this happen, because fans were requesting it and fans were complaining about stuff and wanted to find a solution to all that, and it meant Chiz had to work for like 30 fucking hours on this. He hasn't played any video games with us all week. Every time I ask him, he's like doing stuff, and this is what he was
hard
doing.
Worker.
He's face banking for Bernie Sanders.
Busy beaver.
Yeah. How much of that time is phone banking actually? How much of that time is he uploading? Is he just hitting upload and then it's great, I could squeeze in 10, 20 quick calls for Bernie, and then just give him a
Tell
ring,
the truth. Has he done anything for Bernie?
$3,200.
$3,300 donated to his campaign.
Is that part true, Chiz?
Yes. Look at him. He's gonna type it in.
I don't trust any of you bastards. I don't know.
7,500 now.
Okay. You can't actually even donate that much.
Yeah, you can.
He donated it through. He used his mother. He used several relatives' names to get that money to the Sanders campaign. He's also been donating to the Communism Super PAC, I think you called it, right? The one that supports Bernie.
Mm-hmm. The Final Solution.
The Commies United, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have donated that much.
2,700 is the most you can donate.
Did you type that in wrong? No, you can donate more than that. You just have to use proxy names.
Under one name.
All
That's
right,
right.
guys
You
are
think Chiz is
goofing.
going to max out one name for Bernie the Titan Sanders? Yeah, right. Yeah,
Well, I
right.
think we're getting pretty close to the end here. Are there any more topics we want to squeeze in here? Anything we need to get covered?
I got a question for Richard Ryan about your stuff. I don't get your branding. You've got rated RR and you've got full mag and you may have something else in there too. What goes where? What I'm confused.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, I'll lay it out for you as easy as possible. I had some aspirations and what I wanted to do with full mag a few years ago, and that started when I was applying for my dangerous weapons permit because I was wanting to do a more elaborate thing involving a bunch of people in Los Angeles. And then I got a cease and desist from the Motion Picture Association of America. And after talking with my attorneys and everything, they were like, look, you can fight it. Rated RR is a noun, represents you, and theirs is a verb for rated R, indicating that there was a rating thereof. But they've got more money, a lot more money than you, and they're rep by the largest IP firm in the world, and it's just you're gonna go broke. And I was like, well, all right, well, here's me saying, all right, well, I'm just gonna move forward and redo this thing. Funny enough, I still can't say what I'm doing until like the new front's here in like a month, but it's gonna get way more confusing.
All right.
It's gonna get way more confusing.
Well, find him now before it gets confusing.
Yeah, no. So that's the thing. I tried splitting up Richard Ryan and Full Mag, but the reason why I liked Rated RR as a name was because it always represented me, and when people would get pissy about me doing wingsuiting or whatever it was I was doing that maybe wasn't firearms related. Like as soon as I was like in explosives, like, well, we want to see more guns or destroying iPhones. It's like, dude, this channel is about me, and like if I want to vent creatively, however I'm gonna vent creatively, I work 20 other fucking jobs. I'm not necessarily doing this to make a living. If this was my only job, then I probably would treat it more like a business. But it's just a way for me to vent creatively in a lot of ways and write off my life, right? And so I've always had that kind of philosophy, and now it's like, okay, I really see where some people just want the gun stuff, some people just want explosives or wingsuiting. So I've tried splitting it up as much as possible and everything, but across the board, it's pretty much just Full Mag and Richard Ryan now.
How many people want just infrared videos of dogs pooping? Are there any people who...
You saw that?
I saw it.
It's pretty popular. Oh, thanks out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to burn my audience. I don't care. Because that small group of people, like, you subscriber numbers are just, that's arbitrary. The numbers, like, it like, very small percentages of those. Some... like SEO like inflates the views and everything else, like from discovery related videos and everything. There's a very small portion of people who actually watch your videos who are subscribers now. And I'm like, well, screw it. I'm going to make videos for them too. So if they like this, that I said, fuck it. I'm going to infrared my dog or thermal my dog's like taking a crap, and then you see like the the heat signature on the ground and everything. Screw it. I thought it was funny. But yeah, I mean that it's just frustrating. Like you get in the whole social media world when it comes to freebooting. I've never really embraced anything outside of YouTube. You know what? I'm gonna talk shit for a minute. I don't care. It really, like, YouTube even pisses me off about certain things. And when it comes to freebooting, you got all the guys on Instagram who repurpose your content, and then they put all these tags, descriptions and stuff, and then they'll put via your name, but not even hyperlink or credit you. And it's like, oh, okay, you just stole my content to repurpose it and everything. It's ridiculous. And then on top of that, you got, and I don't know. I don't even know if this is going to come back to bite me in the ass, but I'm going to tell you the facts. Viewers will tell you if somebody steals your content, right? So Watch Mojo made a video about what happens when you get shot by a gun, right? So they stole 2 of my videos that were watermarked, just the slow motion stuff that say full mag on it and everything. They re-edited with videos from movies and shit like that. They made a completely new creative narrative. They're not commenting on my videos. They're not referencing my videos. There's nothing in the description that would lead people to me. They don't say my name or anything. It's a completely different narrative, right? I do a copyright claim on it, and show YouTube, Google where all of the information was and everything and what videos they came from, and they pull it down. 2 days later, it's back. YouTube sends me an email that says, show us where you're litigating this or prosecuting them, or the video goes back up. They stole my footage, and not even close to being a fair use argument. And then YouTube's like, fuck it. They've got more subscribers than you.
That sucks. I was thinking, though, Devin Supertramp, he also makes videos that just lend themselves to freebooting. Or I prefer the term view jacking. I think that better describes view jacking. Anyway, he sells his stuff. What is it called when they sell the clips?
Licensing. No?
Yeah.
I do that too. I charge. So I have companies like on a regular basis like reach out for slow-mo footage of like ballistics and stuff like that, and
right.
I tell them, like, this is what it costs to run a slow-mo camera per day. This is what it costs per operator. So if you were to do this shoot, you'd pay X amount of money, and so that's why my rate is X. And 90% of the time they don't pay it. Other 10% of the time I license my footage out. And
I didn't know that.
It's just really frustrating.
So
really frustrating.
Devin breaks down his 3 income sources. Of course, there's the YouTube pre-rolls, right? That's a thing. There's brand integration, right? That's a thing. And then the third one is what we're talking about, selling the footage. There's a term. It's not. I have clip art in my head, but it's something like that. It's like when they just sell clips and. Kyle, is it on the tip of your tongue too?
Well, to me, it's licensing. What you're talking about, I've done that before. Like people wanted to use I don't know, news channels. There's been half a dozen times they wanted to use a clip of something. Sometimes they just need a car exploding or whatever they need.
I've done it twice. Real cheap though. I did it once with the leaf blower video and once with the dog bark collar video. Like it said, people whenever it goes on TV, I get a million tweets about it. Like I just saw you on this channel.
Yeah, I think usually it's free. I think once I got paid a lot of money, but most of the time it's just like yeah, use it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mine was in the hundreds. Like it wasn't any big deal.
Yeah, for digital, it's like it's way less than, and that's the way I break it down too. You have digital, TV, and theatrical, and then depending on the scale and everything, there are different rates. Like just for internet, it's super cheap.
I think stock footage is the term I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, that's it. Stock footage.
So you can sell it as stock footage, and a lot of the stuff that you make or Kyle makes for that matter are just really eligible for it, right? No one wants stock footage of me freaking working on my stable, you know. But if you
I do.
Man hammering. Oh, you don't know what it would cost to reproduce this.
Yeah.
But Taylor, you muted, it seems.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I want one with you in a hard hat and a clipboard, kind of like sun behind you, and you're pointing at something off screen, like kind of furrowing your brow, like, that's not right. No, I know construction, and that's not the way it should be. And that would be a good...
But yeah, I didn't know that you were already sold stock footage, but it seems like your channel just really lends itself to it.
Yeah.
So Richard Ryan and Full Mag for now.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
coming soon, you should name it like a Call of Duty player, right? Like XX Richard Ryan XX capital
Triple
O.
X Stealth 86.
With a Z
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Check him out.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that-
appreciate
that was a good show. That was fun.
I had a
Yeah,
good time.
thanks for coming on, man.
No, thank you for fucking having me. It's always awesome coming on here.
Check out our sponsors down below or wherever the fuck they are. Click those links. Check them out if you're interested in any of those fine products and or services.
Very good. Thanks,
Yep.
guys.
See you later.